viajar. Bueno, mira, señora, ay señorita, nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar. Solamente fuiste y me dejaste solito en la eternidad. Señora, ay señorita, yo sé que ahora estás lejos de mí y siempre estoy pensando lo que estás haciendo y si te sientes más feliz, si te sientes más feliz, oye. Y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad, solito en la eternidad, oye. Trompeta. Saxofón con Cristian. Sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad y solito en la eternidad. Ay señora, vuélvete acá, vuélvete. Ay señora, ya se fue.
his wife is still sleeping. Turns out his wife is dead. The song's at 100K? What? Here's the news.
We have breaking news for you. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon was arrested late last night on federal charges tied to a protest earlier this month at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Lemon says he was reporting as a journalist when demonstrators interrupted a service to protest immigration enforcement. A magistrate judge previously rejected the case against him, but prosecutors later sought and obtained his arrest. Lemon was taken into custody in Los Angeles and is scheduled to appear in federal court this morning.
And this is my favorite newscaster.
All right, folks, so we have some major breaking news. Legendary journalist and friend of the show, Don Lemon.
See, there's not enough Josiah waiting rooms. I'm going to change all that.
When I had the pleasure of interviewing back in 2023 on my channel, once he had just started his YouTube channel, has been arrested by the Trump administration for documenting a recent protest in a church. Now, disrupting church sermons is indeed a prima facie violation of the FACE Act, but there is serious doubts that Don Lemon himself...
I actually don't know if that's true with the requisite intent, right? Mere interruption isn't going to get you to a violation of the FACE Act. And even if you intend to disrupt. So I know what he's getting at here. So, you know, he's a layperson, but I don't think it's actually a prima facie violation.
Violated the FACE Act because he was not part of the protest. He was merely documenting as a reporter, as a journalist, what was going on. We'll hear more about that in a second. There were previous attempts by the Trump administration to get Don Lemon because they hate Don Lemon. Donald Trump personally hates Don Lemon. Harmeet Dillon, an assistant attorney general for the Trump administration, she hates Don Lemon. They tried and failed to secure his arrest over the past few days, but was able to pull it off. And so this is huge. A lot of people are interpreting this, understandably so, given the Trump administration's terrible track record on the First Amendment, as another attack.
Thank you, Vape, for the membership. I think this person likes Trump, and so I appreciate your... Oh, wait, no, Vasraka gifted the membership to him, so he didn't actually do it. But thank you, Vasraka.
On the First Amendment and an effort to chill and silence critical voices. But let's hear what some of Don's former colleagues at CNN have to say.
Brian, it cannot be overstated. This is a stunning move by the Department of Justice, going after a journalist, arresting Don Lemon. What do you see has happened here? Because a magistrate judge just last week told them, no, you are not going to lump him in with those who were protesting. He was there as a journalist. What could have changed, A, and B, how do you see this by the administration, what they have just done?
Right. This is a First Amendment test with multiple dimensions. The First Amendment protects the work of journalists. It also protects the right of worshipers to go to church and be able to peacefully assemble and worship and practice their faith. And the argument that we have heard from Trump officials is that that right to worship was infringed, not just by the protesters who walked into that church and started chanting, but also by Don Lemon because he and his crew members were there. Lemon has said all along that he was there not as an activist, but as a journalist. In fact, he was saying those words and repeating that out loud when he was inside the church. But he clearly knew something was taking place that day with the protesters. He told his viewers on YouTube to stay tuned because there was something about to happen. He was careful not to have his camera crew walk into the church until there was a disruption. And I would urge people to go online, actually watch the YouTube video, see how it all went down. I think Lemon's reporting from inside the church was very valuable. As a viewer, I learned a lot about how it happened, how it all went down. He interviewed some of the protesters in real time, yes. He also interviewed some of the worshipers, and I thought their comments were really insightful about what they went through, about how troubled, how scared they were by the disruption. At the same time, like I said, you learned a lot from the protesters about why they decided to show up there, believing that one of the pastors at the church also worked for ICE. So this video on YouTube, this is the real focal point. This video, it of course happened on a Sunday morning. This video was then streaming for everyone to see. And by Monday, the day after that incident, there was a lot of online outrage on the right. Many calls from MAGA loyalists to have Lemon arrested. I think an important part of the story here is the amount of pressure the Justice Department, Pam Bondi, and others have been under from the right to arrest Lemon, to take action like this. And as you said, an initial attempt to do so failed in Minnesota. Now we're seeing another attempt to do so. And Lemon did say on his live stream last week, he expected the government would keep coming for him. I think I view this in context with the Trump administration attempts to target other perceived critics. Think about Letitia James.
Yeah, we'll talk about this in a second.
Think about James Comey. Think about the many cases we've covered in the past year of Trump retribution. Don Lemon is another figure on that list. President Trump has repeatedly attacked Lemon, both when Lemon was an anchor here at CNN, but again, more recently. Trump has made no secret of his disdain for Lemon, and Lemon, of course, has been harshly critical of President Trump.
Which he has every right to. He has every right to do. Journalists, political commentators, they have every right to do so. So this is what was said by Abby Lowell, Don Lemon's attorney. Don Lemon was taken into custody by federal agents last night in Los Angeles, where he was covering the Grammy Awards. Don's been a journalist for 30 years and has constitutionally protected and his constitutionally protected work in Minneapolis was no different than what he's always done. The First Amendment exists to protect journalists whose role it is to shine light on the truth and hold those in power accountable. There's no more important time for people like Don to be doing this work. Instead of investigating the federal agents who killed two peaceful Minnesota protesters, the Trump Justice Department is devoting its time, attention, and resources to this arrest, and that is the real indictment of wrongdoing in this case. This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court. So I also want to point this out too. Jake Tapper addresses this. He goes, DOJ's original complaint against Don was rejected by Magistrate Judge Douglas Miko, who refused to sign the criminal complaint, and then the DOJ appealed, and that too was rejected. The Chief Judge, Honorable Justice Patrick J. Schultz, is a former Scalia clerk and George W. Bush appointee, in other words, a conservative. And also Jake.
And you've been seeing some conservative passing around like an opinion from the Court of Appeals where the concurrence thinks that there's been probable cause established because they're like requesting mandamus relief or something approaching mandamus relief, which is like a very, very high standard to try to like order a lower court to do something. And people have been bandying that around as though the Court of Appeals found that there was probable cause to arrest Don Lemon, but it was the concurrence of one of the panelists that notably did not command a majority of the panel and therefore was not a finding of the court.
Tapper points out, Judge Schultz says Lemon and his producer, quote, were not protesters at all. Instead, they were a journalist and his producer. There is no evidence that these two engaged in any criminal behavior or conspired to do so. The backlash against this is already, it's all over the place. This is huge. Horrifying, deserved, outrageous, political world rocked by stunning arrest of Don Lemon. So let's just give some examples here. Jameel Hill from The Hill says, or is it The Hill? The Atlantic, says, they arrested Don Lemon. This is horrifying. I don't care what your political beliefs or leanings are, what journalism outlet you represent. This absolutely cannot stand. MAGA cultist Eric Daugherty celebrated. Time to prosecute. LMFAO. Megyn Kelly concurred with Eric Daugherty. Don Lemon criminally charged. We can report at least one felony charge per source familiar with the matter. 5 others also charged. For those saying this is criminalizing journalism, journalists don't get a pass when breaking the law just because they have a microphone. If I accompany people storming an abortion clinic, harassing, scaring, traumatizing the crying women while saying, but I'm a reporter, she says she would absolutely be prosecuted under a Democratic administration. If that's the case, she should be able to easily cite precedent to justify this, but I don't think she'll have any. Conservative Richard Hanania, who's become an ever-Trump Republican, says they arrested Don Lemon. The law isn't what matters anymore. It's all about what Matt Walsh demands on social media while he's having hot flashes. Andrew Colvett of Turning Point USA says Don Lemon 100% deserved to be arrested. Tim Miller.
By the way, where's our Where's the Hutch guy or Conduit? Oh my god, Josiah's reading tweets. I can't believe he's reading tweets, guys. Can you believe it? What is he doing? This is so irresponsible.
Of the Bulwark says we haven't been told what government agents murdered Alex Preddy in the street, but the FBI has arrested the real danger, Don Lemon, for live streaming against the regime. Mike Nellis, friend of the show, whom we recently interviewed, Democratic strategist and author of the Endless Urgency Substack, says arresting Don Lemon is a phenomenally stupid thing the Trump administration has done. They're going to regret it. He'll only become a bigger voice in the anti-Trump resistance. This case is going to get thrown out, and his DOJ is going to get embarrassed again. Eric Erickson, conservative political commentator, says good. He's happy about this. John Favreau, Pod Save America, says yet another incident where the government is lying about what we can all see on video. Lemon calmly walking into the church and interviewing not only protesters, but the pastor and others who had no problem with him whatsoever. Do we think Newsom's DOJ will start with Megyn Kelly and Matt Walsh types, or just make it more efficient by raiding Fox and arresting everyone? So says John Favreau. Again, it's a good question. Amanda Carpenter, conservative, says shameful. I don't agree with going into a church like this, but Lemon had a camera and interviewed the pastor. This arrest is a disgrace. And so on and so forth. I'll be interested to see what FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, has to say about this. I will point out another critic of Don Lemon, Kat Rosenfeld of the Free Press, says two things are true. Number one, Lemon's arrest is almost certainly unconstitutional and a violation of his First Amendment rights. Number two, having watched the footage of Lemon at this protest, it's extremely misleading, bordering on deceitful, describe what he was doing as observing. So again, even some conservatives are calling this out as bullshit. Yeah, but then you have a lot of MAGA cultists celebrating as well. Folks, it's a big deal. I mean, listen, I'll just wrap up with this. Do I believe that the journalists are above the law? No, I think the journalists can commit crimes, and when they do commit crimes, they should be investigated, and if there's sufficient evidence beyond all reasonable doubt that they committed those crimes, if prosecutors are convinced that they can make the case, then I have no problem with journalists being prosecuted. I don't think you get out of jail free card just because you're a president, like or journalist, just like MAGA does. MAGA believes that if you're Trump, you get out of jail out of free card. But there's no evidence.
Jail out of free card? A jail out of free card? What the hell is a jail out of free card, Josiah?
Here, that Don Lemon committed a crime, and even conservatives who don't like Don Lemon are deeply suspicious about this particular arrest, to say nothing of the fact that Don Lemon is an outspoken critic of the Trump administration, and Donald Trump has repeatedly said how much he hates Don Lemon, how much he dislikes Don Lemon, and Trump administration officials have made that abundantly clear too. So this sure looks like a political prosecution and ultimately a political persecution. So again, I suppose I'm open to the facts, but I've seen nothing here that suggests that Don Lemon violated the law. I've seen plenty of evidence to the contrary, and when you have a conservative judge saying that this is bullshit, and they weren't protesters, they were there as a journalist and a producer, and this is a violation of First Amendment rights, that says something. That's pretty powerful, especially in these polarized times. We will see what happens, but I do agree. I think the Trump administration just fucked up spectacularly. In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
So thank you, Josiah, for that little bit of a rundown. We will get into the legal analysis portion at this point in time, and we'll start by taking a look at the operative indictment in this case. So notice these are the charged offenses. We'll go through each of these. There are some redactions for certain defendants. Don't know what that's about. And here we have our avatar, the one, the only Lemon. They've created a million of us, but anyway, District of Minnesota. This is his federal court. And this has been unsealed. I'm getting this from Nick Sorter. Nick Sorter, the very real journalist who is very real and very unbiased. AKA the woke farmer. So let's take a look at each of these statutes. I'll just tell you first, let's start from the bottom. This is the accomplice liability statute. So 18 U.S.C. Section 2 makes it so that if you aid, counsel, abet, command, induce, or procure the commission of an offense, you're considered a principal. So the normal application of accomplice liability principles apply, and you're treated as though you committed the offense. So there might be a theory of liability here. And we're unsure because this charges multiple defendants that treats each of these people as principals. Even if they didn't do the underlying thing, they encouraged it, they induced it, that kind of thing. This right here, this is the FACE Act violation. And this right here is the conspiracy against rights. Conspiracy against rights. So this is what I predicted from, not like it's some great insight. They were showing their hand that they were going to try to apply the KKK Act. That's what this is, conspiracy against rights. This is the substantive thing that all the other statutes are mapping onto. So in the case of the accomplice liability, that's mapping onto the FACE Act violation. And they're probably going, because they've had some success recently in some other circuits, they're probably going to try to premise this conspiracy on the underlying FACE Act violation as well. We've analyzed these statutes before. Let's start first with the conspiracy. We examined closely the civil analog to this, which is, I believe it's 42 USC 1985 sub 3. But this is the criminal analog to that statute. And it says if two or more persons conspire to do any of the followings, any person in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of his having so exercised the same, or if they go on the highway and do basically the same stuff, then you're guilty of this conspiracy. So you need to show a meeting of the minds, a conspiracy regarding the enjoyment of any right or privilege secured by the Constitution or the laws of the United States. Now, courts have interpreted this, that one such right secured by the laws of the United States is to be free from underlying FACE Act violations. And so there's a lot of like duplicity of stuff going on here. But it's all, they're technically different, right? This is the conspiracy part. The conspiracy is the meeting of the minds. The accomplice liability is a theory of liability where you're like encouraging the thing, or that you're like, you haven't done the thing, but you're going to be treated like you did. And then the underlying FACE Act violation is the thing itself. Okay? And then let's get to the FACE Act. This is what everything is depending on. Now, the FACE Act prohibits 3 kinds of conduct: force, threat or force, or physical obstruction. And courts have interpreted the intention requirement here as a dual intent. I'll find you a case law. I'll try to look for the case law that shows that, which is that you have to intend to do the thing. You have to intend to injure, intimidate, interfere, or attempt to injure, intimidate, or interfere. But you also have to intend to do so with respect to the First Amendment right of religious freedom or expression. And so that's what you're looking for: force, threat of force, or physical obstruction. That's what you're looking for. And additionally, under B, it gives the penalties for first-time offenders and for people who have multiple convictions. And it's less for an quote-unquote exclusively nonviolent physical obstruction. Force is defined as the common law, like application of like physical violence of some kind. Threat of force is understood as a true threat. And physical obstruction is defined in the statute. Means rendering impassable ingress or egress from a facility that provides either reproductive health services or a place of worship. And this is like the more ambiguous version. Or rendering passage to or from such a facility or place of religious worship unreasonably difficult or hazardous. And so if you watch my segment on breaking points, we sort of broke some of these elements down a little bit and talked a bit about how they operate. And that the physical obstruction, in some cases, can seem a bit trivial. You know, standing in front of someone in their path, trying to like give them flyers and stuff to get them to not go to like the abortion clinic or whatever, might be viewed differently than standing to the side and offering that very same pamphlet. But it does relate to entering and exiting the facilities. Either the literal ingress or egress, or rendering the passage to or from some place unreasonably difficult, quote, unreasonably difficult or hazardous. Unreasonably difficult or hazardous. We can look at some case law. Not this. Let's see if this has it. Dual. No. It'll be here somewhere. Dual. One of these. Just give me a second, folks. Oh my God. Maybe it's another word besides dual. I'll find it for you. All right. I'll keep talking while I look for it. Okay. So first thing to note, and this is a perfect case to bring up, the law has been upheld basically by every court to decide it facially as not violative of the First Amendment. So that's the first thing to note. However, that doesn't mean, oh, here we go. I think I found it. That there aren't First Amendment concerns here, and I'll tell you why. I found it. Why doesn't it show it? One sec, folks. Hang on, I'm just gonna play music while I get it. Just give me a sec. Everyone chill. Oh, here we go, yeah. Found it. Okay, shut up. I always bring the goods. Okay, so as proof for what I said, this is the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Oh my God. The statutes, referring both to the New York penal law as well as the FACE Act, incorporate a dual intent requirement. Defendants must have both an intent to injure, intimidate, or interfere, and a motivation to do so, because the interfered person was seeking, obtaining, or providing, or had obtained, or provided, or might obtain or provide reproductive health services. And in the context of religious services, the same. The legislative history of FACE notes the requirement that defendants intentionally injure, intimidate, or interfere means the defendant intends to perform the act and is aware of the natural and probable consequences. Thus, as our circuit has recognized, even when a protester's goal is simply to share their beliefs through counseling or literature, the protester may still be liable for a FACE Act violation if they intentionally engage in acts which naturally and probably will injure, intimidate, or interfere with someone seeking or providing reproductive health services. So the motivation component is necessary. That their motivation is Now, whether or not that will, right, the examples that I'm thinking about are, someone storming into a church service. Let's say they're worshiping something with some friends and saying, "You, Mr. Priests, are cheating on me," right? And you're going to disrupt it. Do you have the motivation to interfere with seeking, obtaining, or providing, or, for the religious services here? That I don't know about. But there you go. So that's the FACE Act. Now let's look at the actual indictment. Yeah, I'm drawing with a mouse. The grand jury, so they went to a grand jury to get these charges. At all times relevant to the indictment, the city's church is a Christian house of worship located in St. Paul, Minnesota. On the morning of Sunday, January 18th at approximately 10:30, the church's pastor was leading the congregation in a liturgical service. In that service, the church's pastor and congregation were then exercising and seeking to exercise the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship, a right that is also protected by federal statute codified at 18 U.S.C. Section 248. This is FACE. After the service commenced, a group of approximately 20 to 40 agitators, including all of the defendants named in this indictment, so it's not everybody, entered the church in a coordinated takeover-style attack and engaged in acts of oppression, intimidation, threats, interference, and physical obstruction alleged herein. As a result of defendants' conduct, the pastor and congregation were forced to terminate the church's worship service. Congregants fled the church building out of fear for their safety. Other congregants took steps to implement an emergency plan, and young children were left to wonder, as one child put it, if their parents were going to die. Conspiracy against rights, all defendants. Object of the conspiracy, beginning on an unknown date and continuing to or on or about January 18th, the defendants conspired and agreed with one another and with other persons known and unknown to the grand jury to injure, oppress, threaten, and intimidate multiple persons, including the clergy, staff, and congregants of the city's church, in the free exercise and enjoyment of their rights and privileges secured to them by the United States, and because of such persons having exercised such right, namely religious expression, all in violation of 241. So not much to go on here in terms of fact. This is like bare bones, at least so far. Doesn't say how we know that Don Lemon conspired, right? Don Lemon intended to bring this about, right? Wanted it to happen. Manner and means. Defendant Armstrong and Allen, together with other persons unknown to the grand jury, organized the operation targeting the church, which they dubbed Operation Pull-Up, and promoted it on internet via Instagram accounts. All defendants met at a shopping center for a pre-op briefing, during which Armstrong and Allen advised other co-conspirators, including Kelly Lemon, Lundy, Cruz, and Fort, about the target of their operation. La Pasión? I don't know what you're talking about. And provided instruction on how the operation would be conducted once they arrived at the church. Again, just conclusory, referring to Kelly Lemon, Lundy, Cruz, and Fort as co-conspirators. Like, you certainly have these two people, but nothing yet about how Lemon was part of the conspiracy. Once at the church, all the defendants entered the church to conduct a takeover-style attack and engaged in various acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. In furtherance of the conspiracy and to accomplish the object thereof, defendants Armstrong, Allen, Kellen, Lemon, Lundy, Cruz, Forts, and blanks, together with other persons known and unknown, committed various overt acts. Overt Act 1, the day before, Armstrong posted a flyer, controlled by her, advertising an anti-ICE action dubbed Operation Pull-Up, telling fellow agitators where to meet to prepare for the operation, and exhorting them to be ready to mobilize. On or about January 17th, defendant Allen posted a similar flyer on her personal Instagram account. On the morning of January 18th, all of the named defendants gathered with approximately 20 to 30 other co-conspirators for a pre-operation briefing led by defendants Armstrong and Allen at the parking lot of Cub Foods. At the pre-operation briefing, defendants Armstrong and Allen advised other co-conspirators, including Kelly, Lemon, again, conclusory, about the target of the operation and provided instruction on how the operation would be conducted once they arrived at the church. On the morning of January 18th, defendant Lemon began live streaming on his internet-based show, The Don Lemon Show, where he explained to his audience that he was in Minnesota with an organization that was gearing up for a resistance operation against the federal government immigration policies. And he took steps to maintain operational secrecy by reminding certain co-conspirators to not disclose the target of the operation, and stepped away momentarily so his mic would not accidentally divulge certain portions of the planning session. Okay, I want to see what he said there. And even if true, does not prove a conspiracy, just heads up. Over at Act 6, during a discussion with defendant Armstrong at the pre-op briefing, defendant Lemon thanked defendant Armstrong for what she was doing and assured her that he was not saying what's going on, was not disclosing the target of the operation. That's one interpretation of it. Defendant Armstrong explained the Operation Pull-Up was a clandestine operation in which she and other agitators would show up somewhere that is a key location where the targets don't expect us and we disrupt business as usual. That's what we're going to do right now. And defendant Lemon said he would see her there. Before heading to the church to join his co-conspirators, defendant Lemon advised his live stream audience that we're going to head to the operation. Again, we're not going to give any of this information away. At the pre-op briefing, defendant Allen led other co-conspirators in chants that they would use at the church, including, like, here's something that I imagine might be a journalistic reason for this, right? We're having access on the basis of us not telling what's going to happen, right? Think about some journalist that's embedded with some militant group somewhere in another country, for example. I'm not sure that the fact that he's like not disclosing where they're going or anything like that, I don't think to me indicates that he conspired, by which means he had an agreement, right, to do this crime and to further it. Which is what you need to show, is that his purpose was, right? His purpose was to make this crime happen. Presumably, if he's live streaming at all, it's more likely that it's going to be deflected. At the pre-op briefing, defendant Allen led other co-conspirators in chants they would use at the church, including, "This is what community looks like, ICE out of Minnesota," urged her co-conspirators to have a duty to fight for our freedom and a duty to win as the group prepared to head towards the church, directed her co-conspirators to say bumper to bumper, make sure everybody gets through to the light and everyone has the address. At the pre-op briefing, defendants Armstrong provided instructions and operational guidance to her co-conspirators, including following the first wave of agitators should the first wave of agitators should enter the church essentially in an undercover capacity and position themselves around the church sanctuary. They should not sit together. They should not wear anything that is activist identifying, and those who had anything activist identifying should wait and come in with the second wave. Continuing on so they are entering the church and not sitting together, where I think they have a legal right to enter because the church, I think, might be open to everybody initially. We'll see, though, how the indictment puts it. Continuing on the morning of January 18th, all the defendants got in vehicles and traveled with their co-conspirators to the church to engage in the planned takeover-style operation. While en route to the church, defendant told defendant Lemon that they had to catch up to the others, and Lemon said, "Let's go, let's catch up," because he was still live streaming. Lemon instructed this other defendant and an unidentified male, "Don't give anything away. We can't say too much. We don't want to give it up." Right? They don't want to reveal. They don't want to affect what they're doing. Continuing on the morning of January 18th, all the defendants, together with other co-conspirators, entered the church, with the first wave positioning themselves among the congregants and the second wave, led by defendants Armstrong and Allen, commencing the disruptive takeover operation, in which the first wave of agitators then actively joined. As the pastor was beginning his sermon, defendant interrupted the service with loud declarations about the church harboring a director of ICE, and indicating that the time for judgment had come, and other co-conspirators immediately joined in by yelling and blowing whistles in a takeover attack on the church, all of which quickly caused the situation in the church to become chaotic, menacing, and traumatizing. While inside the church, defendants and others said, "ICE out, hands up, don't shoot, stand up, fight back," while gesturing in an aggressive manner, while congregants and the pastor perceived as threats of violence and a potential prelude to a mass shooting. While inside the church, defendants Armstrong, and others oppressed, threatened, and intimidated the church's congregants by physically occupying most of the main aisle and rows of chairs near the front of the church, engaging in menacing and threatening behavior, chanting and yelling loudly at the pastor and congregants, and or physically obstructing them as they attempted to exit and or move around the church. While inside the church, defendant stood with other agitators in and around the main aisles of the church to intimidate the church members and obstruct and interfere with their freedom of movement, approached the pastor and congregants in a menacing manner, and near the end of the operation loudly berated the pastor with questions about Christian nationalism and Christians wanted to have their faith be the law of the land. While inside the church, defendants Lundy personally participated in the disruptive takeover operation with other defendants by standing in the main aisle with the others and contributing to the physical obstruction and intimidation of the congregants, participating loudly in some of the chants, out, out. While inside the church, defendant Cruz personally participated in the disruptive takeover operation with other defendants by standing in and around the main aisle with the others and contributing to the physical obstruction and intimidation of the congregants and participating in some of the chants. While inside the church, defendant Kelly disrupted the service by chanting, "This ain't God's house, this is the house of the devil," approached one female congregant who was with 2 young children and demanded to know in a hostile manner why she was not involved in support of the takeover operation, screamed Nazi in the congregants' faces, and asked child congregants, "Do you know your parents are Nazis? They're going to burn in hell." Okay, disavow. Defendant Lemon told his live stream audience about congregants leaving the church about a young man who Lemon could see was frightened, scared, and crying. Lemon observed that the congregants' reaction were understandable because the experience was traumatic and uncomfortable, which he said was the purpose of the protesters, right? That's what Lemon's interpretation was. As the operation continued, defendant Lemon acknowledged the nature of it by expressing surprise that the police hadn't yet arrived at the church, admitted knowing that the whole point of the operation is to disrupt. While the takeover operation was underway, defendant Lemon asked defendant Armstrong, "Who is the person that we should talk to? Is there a pastor or something?" And she pointed towards the front of the church, but noted the pastor might have run away. With other co-conspirators standing nearby, defendants Lemon and Fort approached the pastor and largely surrounded him, stood in close proximity to the pastor in an attempt to oppress and intimidate him and physically obstruct his freedom of movement while Lemon peppered him with questions to promote the operation's message. Again, all conclusory about Lemon's purpose. Not at all dealing with the fact that Lemon is a journalist and asking questions of a newsworthy event where he's embedded himself in a group. Not proving that his intention is to make this happen. While talking with the pastor, defendant Lemon stood so close to the pastor that Lemon caused the pastor's right hand to graze Lemon, who then admonished the pastor, "Please don't push me." Although the pastor told defendant Lemon and the others to leave the church, defendant Lemon and the other defendants ignored the pastor's request and did not immediately leave the church. After causing most of the congregants to flee, some of the defendants and other agitators engaged in chant proclaiming, "Who shut this down? We shut this down." As one congregant reported to responding police officer, some of the agitators blocked the stairs leading to the church's childcare. So this seems very clearly like physical obstruction. And I do think that as to the people who do this stuff, the physical obstruction prong pretty trivially going to be met, in my opinion. That's my opinion. As to Lemon, very unclear. And I think the intent part for Lemon is not there. And I'm not seeing anything here so far that convinces me of Lemon's intent. At one point, defendant Lemon posted himself at the main door of the church where he confronted some congregants and physically obstructed them as they tried to exit the church building to challenge them with facts about U.S. immigration policy. As a minivan full of children were preparing to depart from the church, defendant Kelly walked in front of the minivan and angrily yelled at the occupants, and they stood in the front of the minivan while Fort interviewed Armstrong. And they reassert everything previously, and as to all defendants, they have FACE Act violations and accomplice liability. I think this is as to all as well, this conspiracy. I'm guessing. Or at least these ones. And includes Lemon. And that's it. My reaction to this: weak shit for Lemon, weak shit for Lemon, weak shit for Lemon, weak shit for Lemon. Where is the evidence that Lemon desired this, wanted to bring this about? Where is that evidence? Weak shit. These other people, sure, then you have to have the question about whether or not the dual intent that we saw here, whether this would cover it. Some of the statements about, the devil and this isn't like a church or whatever, I think that's pretty good evidence, actually, that they might have been seeking to interfere, right? That there's a religious aspect to it. So that I think is pretty good evidence for the prosecution, if I'm honest. And I always am, you know that. But as to Lemon, weak shit. That's my opinion. Where the fuck are the kinds of statements saying, I support this. This is good. We want you to do this. I'm encouraging you. And this is, I think, the First Amendment issue that may not be raised facially by the statute. But if we're saying that the mere presence, right, mere presence in a group to record, interview while crimes happen, that makes it you have accomplice liability or conspiracy, then I think you have a First Amendment issue. Big one. And so my conclusion is, I think that these defendants, the non-Don Lemon producer defendants, are going to have to make some arguments, because I don't think that they can raise the same kinds of objections that Don and his crew can. The Humanist Report? Yeah, sure. Who's that? Do I know that person? Are they live? Oh, I know this person. Yeah, shit. I'd love to do that. So, in general, the KKK Act conspiracy is going to rise and fall with the intent portion of it to conspire. And that's going to rise and fall for Lemon on the substantive liability of all these different statutes. Because maybe you can make a case for physical obstruction for Lemon, but the problem is you can't show that he wanted it to occur and that it was his purpose, conscious object to bring it about. And you're going to need that for both accomplice liability, for conspiracy, and also for facial FACE Act violations. You don't have to prove Lemon's intent to match the intent of the others. They have to prove intent to engage with a conspiracy. The conspiracy to do what? Conspiracy to do what? To do what? An agreement to do a crime. Okay? If you don't have that intent to have a meeting of the minds to make a crime happen, you don't have a conspiracy. You're not part of the conspiracy. This would be like saying, well, reporters next to Trump while he's conspiring to steal the election and talking to them and doing all that kind of shit, that they're also part of the conspiracy. No, to show that you're part of the conspiracy, you need to be part of the agreement. You need to show that. And it does require intent. I honestly don't see how Don can be separate from the group from what you just read. What do you mean separate? So this is what's so fucking annoying for people. Just, what do you mean separated from the group? Do you even know what you mean by this? Separate. So your words here were, how can Don be separated from the group? What, do you know what you mean by this? Seriously. Call in. Yeah, I mean, people can call in if they want. A meeting of the minds is an S tier way to describe hanging out with the homies, yeah. I feel like keeping the event silent and arriving with them is pretty bad. In virtual, like, what do you mean it's pretty bad? Like, look at what you're saying. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Like, what are you saying? Can you take a second to think, what is your point? It's bad, and then it tends to show that his intent was to do this crime and to agree to do this crime? No, it doesn't show that. Arriving with them doesn't show that, because there's a rationale that is obvious that you're omitting, which is consistent with both. Keeping the event silent. Yeah, so like that is consistent with the rationale of doing journalism. Him telling them we shouldn't say this, don't leak this. So if, for example, the purpose of him keeping it quiet is to not interfere with what's occurring, and is to not because he, like, as part of embedding himself and covering this, he agreed not to. You know, I'm not gonna tell. Think about the situation, right? Where like you're going to Osama's compound, and it's not a function because you want the crime to happen that you make such an agreement, let's say, but because of the journalistic interest. I want to document what you're doing. What you need to show is he wanted this to occur. It was his conscious object to make this occur, make this crime happen. Not that he, you know, was benefiting personally from it in other ways. You need to find a way to show that he had a stake in it and wanted it to occur. A journalist isn't obligated to promote an event, right? Yeah. He's telling his producers. Him telling them to not leak is different than him not leaking it. Him reminding the criminals not to do something. No. He's talking to his producers. Did you not see that? The indictment construes them as co-conspirators, but these are Lemon's producers. So yeah, I think this is weak shit as to Lemon. As to the others, I think that they have to hope and pray that they'll have a good dual intent argument here, but I honestly, frankly, don't think that they do. At least some of them. The ones who are saying things like look at what they said here. This ain't God's house, the house of the devil. Now it's starting to seem that like there is a religious component to it, at least for some people, right? And so now I think that that's a much weaker argument than I thought might be possible. And I think that they very trivially fit physical obstruction. Part of it. And if not, indeed, ingress or egress, put aside like threats or whatever. Like obviously they're gonna exaggerate and be like, oh my God, everyone but they definitely trivially, I think, fit these two components. I don't even think it's that close, to be honest. So, and it's not a First Amendment issue for those people. It's maybe a policy reason that you don't like the FACE Act, but it's not a First Amendment issue for them. So that's my analysis of this strong case against the non-journalists. Quite strong. Weak shit against Lemon at all. Any thoughts or questions? We are done, Lemon. Is Bondi violating the FACE Act by arresting Lemon? How? No, I don't think so. Remember, the FACE Act isn't just for any First Amendment stuff, first of all. It's just for religious freedom at a place of worship. And that's it. So, force, threat of force, and physical obstruction are also probably not covered when they're publicly authorized. And, even though I don't agree with the arrest, there's probably not a good case that the arrest itself constitutes these things. So, on every ground, no. No. Pam Bondi's doing a lot of stuff, but she's not violating Don Lemon's rights to be free from the FACE Act. You think that during interrogation they'll squeeze that lemon? Miss Bondley. We carry the citrus. Any other questions? And again, just to get you a sense of why the physical obstruction part is quite strong for the defendants. There are cases where solely conduct within a place constitutes physical obstruction. There are cases where, again, just stepping in front of someone, they're walking to the abortion center, you step in front of their path and you hand out this, that constitutes physical obstruction. So, yeah. It seems quite... I don't doubt it that this is physical obstruction as the law understands it and as case law does. And the intent part of it... Thank you so much for the raid! The intent part of it seems... it seems like a prayer, right? A prayer, given some of the religious statements that are being made. It seems kind of tailored to, we shut down the religious protests. So I don't really think that what I thought was a possible argument, given the facts, I think is much, much, much weaker. That's me, fair and balanced in all things. Imagine you make an argument, this is no house of God. This is a house of lies. And so it doesn't apply. So, yeah. I think the other defendants are probably screwed. But Lemon, that's my guy. Don't you fuck with Lemon. Thank you for the raid. What are your thoughts on making 248 a predicate right? I don't like it as a policy matter. I don't have a problem with this conspiracy against rights being broad. But this kind of shit, it seems like favoritism in defense of abortion centers and religious places. And I don't really maybe that policy reason is really, really vital, but I think here's the problem, right? A lot of states, when these kinds of abortion attacks happen, they don't want to prosecute it. And so they want a federal stake in it so that we're able to protect the right of abortion in all these different places, right? But now with Roe v. Wade overturned, I'm like, it's unsure if they could even get an abortion in those places anyway. And so I'm less certain that the same policy rationale applies for abortion centers. And to give additional protections for those religious freedoms above and beyond what other places get, I'm not sure that we need that when we have state analogs as well. For the federal government to get involved, and then not just for the substantive acts, but to presumably this could affect anybody who's part of the planning operation of it, right? Anyone who has the same ideals, who runs the Instagram account and has the same sort of desire. And so it's quite broad. And so having the conspiracy part specifically with the FACE Act violations, I think is a lot of federal interference, and I would want there to be a good exercise of discretion here. But I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with it, generally, because I think a lot of this should be handled by states. But that was also true, I think, of a lot of abortion stuff pre post overturning Roe v. Wade. It's up to you, though. You have to be consistent, though, right? I think you should. You shouldn't say, well, we should have that for abortion centers, but not churches. Like, what would that rationale be? Because abortion is like more important than church? I don't know. Thanks again for the raid. I know I should be going to the far left. What do the possible sentences look like for those found guilty? So the conspiracy part is significant. That's another reason why this is potentially problematic. You turn like something like this into potentially a 10-year felony. Now, first-time offenders, probably less sure. First-time offenders of the FACE Act, it's a misdemeanor. But again, you can turn this misdemeanor into a felony. And they're going to seek felony punishment here for years. Here's something, though, that Destiny said that was incredibly based. You ready? Who knows it? You guys know? These are federal crimes. Well, they're being treated very harshly, don't you know? Don't you know these people are being treated very harshly? And they didn't even do violence. Yeah, you know, maybe they stopped ingress egress, but they didn't even do any violence. They left before the police got there. I just think it's important, right, not to have double standards. So the standard is you pardon all the rioters, right? Rioters in quotes, right? Because rioting kind of implies some sort of violence. I don't even know if there was violence there. So I don't know, guys. I mean, we might need to look into this federal stuff. And that should be your cue. Maybe like we would want a Democratic president to consider this very strongly, right? I'm not saying go one way or the other, just like consider it very strongly. And of course, if it were to happen, there'd be no problem with that, right? In general, I think that as far as law breaking goes, a lot of this conduct, you know, I don't really agree with like walking up to people and being like, "You're fucking going to hell" type shit. In like those warships, or like kids like your parents are going to hell. That shit is bad, and I think, frankly, I think that shit should be. I think the state should take an interest in those individuals, charging them. You don't have any reason to do that, in my opinion. I think it's much better to just remain peaceful and do your chance. Don't affect ingress egress. Don't do force or threats. And so I actually think a lot of what they did in this respect is cringe. And if I were planning it, I would just be outside of it, right? Not enter it. Now maybe that makes me a cuck, but whatever. What I will say though is Don Lemon is an American hero. At least for now, unless we find his text and find some unhinged shit. But they already indicted him, right? They already indicted him. I don't think they can get his like messages and shit. I think they would have to have it calibrated for some sort of superseding indictment, but they would need probable cause to get his messages and shit. So I think it's a weak case because they don't have evidence. You're not supposed to use an indictment for an evidence finding thing. That's what the grand jury process is for. That's what like subpoenas and warrants are for. So I don't actually think we should expect to see like voluminous discovery from Don Lemon. I think they're just going off of this theory, right? That because he said, don't reveal where we are, that means he's part of the conspiracy, which I think is very weak and cringe and dumb. And remember, the standard beyond a reasonable doubt. How would you respond to the claims the KKK Act would require Lemon to frustrate the protesters' efforts? Well, no, it's a conspiracy, right? He doesn't actually need to do it. He needs to agree to do it. And proof of that agreement needs to be made with these like overt acts, right? But this is like the closest thing in American law that or in law in general that we have to like a thought crime. The crime isn't injuring, oppressing, threatening, or intimidating. The crime is conspiring. Yeah, maybe Bonnie can get the others to flip or something. But I doubt there would be, I mean, maybe. The thing is, these are stiff penalties, right? Like I said, the combination, this combo punch, really makes a huge difference. Because this makes a conspiracy the crime itself. And the penalty is much harsher. You know? Even for subsequent offenses of the FACE Act, it's max 3 years. By the way, this is what Trump was charged with, which we never got justice for. Any other questions? But yeah, the best they have. All right, this is the best they have, right? Let me try to steelman the case. And I'll note that Pam Bondi herself ordered this. This is all coming from Maine Justice. It's not coming from like the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office as much. All right, this is Steelman. Steelman is the following. Lemon actually did physically obstruct because he was very, very close to the pasture. He's making it more tough for the pastor to leave. He's in the main aisle where people could walk or something. And so he's part of the group that did an overall physical obstruction. All right. And so as being part of that group, he did the thing. He did what we were calling like the actus reus, right? And this I would almost say fine, right? Like I'm not even sure I would fight this that much. Although I'm sure Don himself will. I'm like, I wasn't part of that group, right? So anything you wanted to say, this is trivial. This is just me standing in a place. He can quite easily walk around me, right? So I'm not saying that Lemon will, but like even grant that. Here's the problem is the mens rea, right? I didn't want to do this shit. That wasn't my intention. And I also was trying to do journalism. I wasn't trying to stop the service. I was just following people who wanted to do that. I didn't have any intent to do so. And they'll be like, but you showed up at the pre-meetings, right? You showed up at the pre-meeting or something, right? Or whatever, the pre-gathering. And you went into the building and you said, don't give away location. And so you did have the same object as them. You were trying to do the same thing. You were trying to disrupt. You wanted them to disrupt this church service. But the thing is, I think this is all consistent with the journalistic rationale. And there are ways that Don Lemon separates himself from this conduct by waiting till they actually enter before entering himself. By acknowledging, right, that people are scared near him. Right? You could almost see that as a statement against interest. He's saying, "Oh, look, those kids are scared. This is like they are trying to disrupt. They are trying to do this." Although you could say the same thing for like "we shut this down" kind of statements. The fact that he's talking and trying to get responses from both sides, from the congregants and from the disruptors. So I think all of this evidence is equivocal, meaning it's ambiguous at best for the government. This would be true as well for like people who are, let's say that you're like a leftist, just like following these this like group of cars and you're just like seeing what's going on. This would be true potentially also of like Nick Sorter, right? Let's say Nick Sorter does this, right? And these people like do this kind of shit. They embed themselves in these groups and they go out and do this kind of like on the ground reporting type shit. So I think this is the First Amendment issue, not with the FACE Act itself. The FACE Act, I don't want you guys to make this argument that maybe for policy First Amendment reasons, but not as a law thing. You could say this is too close to First Amendment, even though, but you have to acknowledge the fact, right? You have to acknowledge that under current law, let me just get it so you guys can see just how many courts have upheld this. Basically, like every court has upheld this as First Amendment protected because the conduct here, you're not prohibiting speech as such. You're prohibiting force, threat, and physical obstruction in very specific circumstances. And to the extent that it's potentially having knock-on effects of first speech on speech, those are analyzed with a more favorable test for the government. And because of the specificity here, it probably, in the limitation, right, it's only applying in these specific places at the religious worship. There are plenty of other opportunities for you to shout your discontent. To the extent that it relates to things that aren't, like force and threat of force are per se not protected. So force and threat of force are just like never protected speech, ever. And then this physical obstruction stuff, to the extent that there's ambiguities you could raise like as applied challenges. So you really should not be arguing this from a legal First Amendment perspective. You're going to lose that argument and you've already lost that argument. What you should be arguing from the First Amendment perspective is, oh, that's the stale agreement. So by the way, I was like, oh, people are going to be interested in the stale discussion with on the contract. Nobody watched it. No one fucking watched that interview. Everyone's over the stale drama in like 2 seconds. It's like my worst performing video of all time. I'm like, shit, I thought this was like an exclusive. Yeah, this is true too. You did. Oh, thank you. You gave it a pity like. What you should be arguing from the First Amendment perspective is if it's true that these kinds of rationales are going to be equated to the impermissible rationale of intent to disrupt. Well, now we have to question every journalist who embeds themselves in these different groups. Can we create new versions of FACE Act statutes that would construe the journalistic motivation as coextensive with the impermissible motivation? Now, I can understand, yes, I agree like Josiah does. Just because you're a journalist doesn't mean that you're not subject to the FACE Act. But the question just is, what was Lemon's actual motivation? Was it journalistic in nature, or was he trying to bring about the impermissible action? Were there journalists storming the Capitol? There were journalists there, right? There were journalists there. And for each particular journalist, well, one, you could probably get Don Lemon on trespass. I mean, if the state charged him with trespass, I would be like, all right, sorry, sucks for Don Lemon, but probably true, right? There's no like press immunity for trespass, okay? So I wouldn't be complaining about 1A when it comes to trespass if they charged Don Lemon with trespass, okay? That wouldn't be my concern. Likewise for Jan 6, to the extent that you have journalists embedded there, as a policy reason, I probably wouldn't charge them with trespass, like actual journalists, for policy reasons, right? But they don't have immunity from it. I would use my discretion not to charge actual journalists with trespass. And what I characterize as actual versus not is just like what you're doing. Is the journalist there for the purpose of promoting the criminal actions? where that's at least a significant motivation. I'm not saying 100%. I'm saying, is that a significant motivation? And I would be convinced if you could show that Don Lemon was like, this would be great if you did this, like encouraging it, saying, I want you, like, this is really good work that you guys are doing. And wow, what a great job you guys did. And this is awesome. That kind of stuff. I'm like, okay, now we're getting into like, okay, this Don Lemon, I can see it. I can see it, right? But absent that evidence, I'm going to be like, all right, well, charge him with trespass if you want, but I don't think that he's doing this shit. I don't think that he's doing this. And I think that that's a calibrated take. Listen, I'm not unreasonable. I grant you those other people, there's strong cases against them on Facebook. This is exactly what I'm not saying, right? This is exactly what I'm not saying. Just saying you're doing journalism protects you from an actual crime. Like there's a robbery going on and I film and follow every step of it. Would I be safe or completely different? The difference is, do we believe you, right? Do we believe you? Do we think that there's a journalistic reason that would factually insulate you from the inference of, well, someone who goes along with the robber, in general, we think that they're in some sort of collaboration with them. That's our general thought process as someone with prior knowledge of a criminal event. The intuition is they're in on it. They want the thing to happen. And for any given robbery, I totally understand that. But that's not the case if there's actually a decent argument that there's a coverage of a newsworthy event. Right? So I don't agree with this like journalism immunity. It's informs the factual, and any different situation can be different. The factual case for what the actual motivation was. What if the journalistic intent is to keep it quiet? Well, that's what I mean. Like keeping it quiet where they are is consistent with both rationales. It's not dispositive. It doesn't tell me he wanted this to occur. You understand what you're saying? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like for the robbery part of it, like imagine this actually were like a more newsworthy robbery. Like he's embedded himself in with like a hacker group. And the hacker group is about to do this like mass wire fraud or some shit. And the journalist, he has an opportunity to film it. And he's like embedded there. And there's like a recording of him being like there and filming the wire fraud. And the hacker group is like led by the hacker known as Anonymous. And we finally found Anonymous. Then it's like a more reasonable case of like, well, he's there. He's at the location when the wire fraud is happening. They're right there. They're talking to the people. How is he not in league with them? He's not giving up the location of where Anonymous is. He's waiting until the police come and then he's asking questions of the victims. I think it just turns on the factual question presented can be different and can lead one way or the other. But that's not true for a lot of people who either A, aren't journalists, or B, where we think of the journalism thing as like a pure tissue. It's just a pretext, which obviously I'm conscious of and not sympathetic to pretext. If I thought this was a pretext from Don Lemon, I would say he's opened himself up to liability and he is on the same ground as these other people. I don't really believe that we should be like immune to those arguments. I loathe pretexts and these kinds of like, I didn't touch you right away kind of deals. Or when Trump says, march peacefully. I'm not a fan of these like self-serving pretexts, but that's just not the impression I'm getting. Other questions. Can they charge him with trespass if he wasn't given a trespass warning? He was, right? He was given a trespass warning as alleged in the complaint or in the indictment. But I think it's not within the purview of the federal government. That's why they wouldn't charge him. Did he alert authorities they were going to trespass? No, right? But like, why? He doesn't have an obligation. There's the typical American rule is there's no duty to report. That's the typical rule. There are exceptions to this, obviously. But in general, there's not a duty to report rule. There used to be a crime. It was called, oh my God. There was a crime about this, failure to report. Someone remember the name of it. It's got a weird little name with some vowels in it. I don't know. But in general, yeah, if you like don't call the police because a murder happens, you're not like liable. Does that make sense? Warning isn't a required element of trespass. But we're presupposing open access, right? Again, we're not saying warning is a required element to trespass. Trespass presupposes you don't have an entitlement to be in a place. But if the place is generally open to people to walk in, right? If I step into a store, I haven't trespassed. The door's open and they let people in. It's only at the time in which they've revoked my temporary license to be in the store, at which place my continuing to be in a place might be considered trespass. Misprision, yeah, that's it. Misprision. Misprision, yeah, that's it. You understand? So, yes, I agree. Trespass doesn't have like revocation of permission or warning as an element. But in the context of like a store which gives you a license to enter, you haven't trespassed until that license is revoked. It's just been revoked. Andrew Wilson's not going to debate me because I'm not going to pay him $4,000 to debate him. And I'm not going to ask my audience to pay him $4,000 to debate him. I will ask the venue, and I'll let you know that, hang on, let me see if, I thought this was pretty funny. This chapter title in Harry Potter always vividly stuck out. By far, the most clouded up person. Oh, except for I hypocrite. No! I was the most clouded up person. Motherfucker. Wait, who has more clout? Oh, shit. All right, he has more clout. I used to be. Now I'm the number 2 most clouded up person. The most clouded up left person to respond to this. And they haven't responded to my DM. And I'm not going to pay $4,000 or ask you guys to pay this motherfucker $4,000. I'll ask the venue. I'm not asking my audience. Any other questions? He's like, what did he say? Too much pride. And then he's getting roughed up in the replies. Oh my God. Oh, I want to see this so bad. She is so cringe. That's Stephen Miller's wife. Bitches ain't shit. I mean, it goes hard. I don't know what to say. Not this remix or whatever. That is shit. But the actual original songs for both of these. This remix is shit. I hate it. Pisco Liddy, what a freaking nightmare. He was on Joe Rogan. I was thinking about reviewing that, but it just seems kind of, I don't know. Seems like it would be boring. Don't do it on Tim Pool's platform. Okay. Any other questions before we do some more reaction stuff on Don Lemon? But I would happy to do the humanist report with Mike Figueroa Figueredo. He I know him. I've seen some of his stuff. Be happy to collab and tell people about it. But the conclusion is, I think the Trump administration has quite a strong case as to the non-journalists and non-producer type people. I think that they trivially physically obstructed. They trivially did it either with ingress or egress / the other more kind of like making it unreasonably difficult to enter or to leave. They, I think, probably had the intent necessary, even if you kind of take this dual intent thing really seriously as a harsh line. And I think that you probably also have them, assuming that this holds up in the District of Minnesota. I don't know if it's binding there. You probably would have had the conspiracy as well. There's plenty of evidence of that. And and the overt acts. True. The planning, the briefing, the doing, the taking credit. I think it's all quite strong evidence of the conspiracy. Trivially meaning like very clearly, definitionally, it's almost like circular. Like you just list out what they did and it fits the definition as provided for physical obstruction in like a very clear way, I think. I think the difference for Lemon is just as you're able to distinguish congregationists, right? You don't say every congregationist who was in the main hall was physically obstructing. You don't say the pastor was physically obstructing. You're able to distinguish between groups and their intents. I think you're going to have a tough time attributing the physical acts of the crowd to Don Lemon. And then that's because of the intent. So I think it just rises and falls with this intent, which I think for Lemon is quite weak. And then you have this First Amendment argument. Again, not as applied as much. You want to think about the First Amendment argument in terms of the policy, in terms of what it portends for the intention of Trump administration, not so much as the legal case here. Because if Don Lemon did have that intent, then it's not really a First Amendment issue. Because journalists can do crimes. The First Amendment issue raises its head not as a formal part of the analysis here, because the FACE Act is constitutional. It raises its head in terms of if it's the case that Don Lemon's conduct, as alleged, raises to this intent, then you have the chilling effect. Then you have the potential wrapping up of other kind of like embedded journalists. Then it presents that issue. And then obviously also the Trump administration's efforts to scare journalists. Those are where the First Amendment raises its head, not directly on the legal analysis here. Does that make sense, folks? And you can take the destiny view of this and be like, hey, no double standards. And what these guys did is like 0.0000001% of Jan 6ers. So I'm not telling you have to support their prosecution. Just because they have a strong legal case doesn't mean you have to support the prosecution. Doesn't mean you don't support pardoning these people. Just so you're aware. They're different things. But I do think it's a strong case against the protesters. And I don't think that what they did is First Amendment protected. But listen, not everything that's part of protest activities has always been First Amendment protected. Think about the civil rights era, right? People want to put one and one together and be like, well, if it was good, it was legal. I don't think that's true. I'm not advocating for any illegal things. I would have preferred this protest happen outside where they have legal access to be and not interrupting the flow and exit. I think that would have been better. But again, that's just me. You can call me a cuck. I know, I gotta get a tablet so this is legible. Any other questions? Otherwise, we're gonna do some more. We're gonna move on. Okay. First thing to note on seeing no other questions. Epstein. Is it surprising that we're getting some evidence that potentially Trump lied about when he last interacted with Epstein, et cetera, et cetera? No, not surprising to me in the slightest. I will also add that I think you ought to be careful regarding some of the bare allegations made by people with respect to Trump, but there are a lot of troubling allegations, obviously, that we would want a full investigation into. We want to make sure that they did their due diligence. I mean, some of the allegations, I'm sure some of you saw them, are crazy, crazy shit. That he was like digitally penetrating children. That, if true, is like wild. But just because someone reported it doesn't make it true. And this is coming from someone who really, really dislikes Trump, who doesn't trust Trump, who thinks that they're hiding something. You can't just say, oh, well, this says they did it, therefore they did it. What you should be saying is, we deserve transparency on what happened internally to verify this or not. And you can call out the bad actors who don't want a full and transparent investigation into those claims. Oh, are you not calling for investigation into Donald Trump for these claims? You don't want to have a special counsel report on what was done to verify these claims? That is the angle I would take, because I can't prove. I don't know. A lot of these allegations like don't have who's making them, even some of the email chains. And this, I think, might be deliberate too, when they're trying to schedule Epstein to come in to Mar-a-Lago in 2012 or something. They don't have the to or from. And that, I think, is fucking slimy, slimy shit. And that's really important. The metadata, who is sending messages to whom, never ignore that, right? That is almost more important sometimes than the substance itself. The metadata shit is so, so important. When they sent the message, who's CC'd, who's to, who's from. When that isn't revealed, we're able not to draw the same inferences. And that is true of both the comms, the internal email communications within the department, as between the private actors, Epstein, Gates, etc., Trump. That's also true with the, I think I already said this, the allegations themselves, where who is doing the allegation is obviously like very, very important too. So just be careful when you're doing these kinds of allegations. You shouldn't be saying things that you know not to be true. You shouldn't be lying, or you should be saying things like, wow, this is interesting. What the fuck is this? Did we investigate this? If this is true, blah, blah, blah. But you don't want to have a situation where you're putting your credibility on the line when you don't have the metadata, when you don't know who made the allegation, and we don't know what was done to verify it. No way that this John Roberts is Chief Justice John Roberts. There are multiple John Roberts guys. I just saw this from the Epstein files. Hang on a sec. I don't think it. There's like a reporter named John Roberts too, I think. And again, just being on a list of shit. Doesn't mean anything. Like, what does this even mean, right? I don't even know what the fuck this means. Is the different seats, I guess, in the pilot manifest? Without context, you just have to be careful. That's all I'm saying. Any other questions on Epstein stuff? We don't have enough at this point. People are asking me to do the Georgia stuff as well. We don't yet know the basis for the search. So there's limits on what I can do with Georgia. I can tell you some of the allegations in Georgia, why they're bullshit. I can go through old cases that happened. I can't tell you what was the basis for probable cause in the Georgia search. And so until we have more there, the analysis I'm going to give is just like all the claims have been debunked before. Who the fuck knows if this is some new owner of Dominion that is saying some sketchy shit and pretty much forcing the hand of the magistrate or whoever's signing off on the warrant, etc. So we just have to have a holding pattern on that. On the ICE stuff, well, I'll just wait if there's any other Epstein stuff. Epstein stuff / Georgia stuff real quick, and we'll move on. Yeah, this is huge fucking news. And it should make you fucking pissed and hate every single Republican elite, all these members of Congress, to a person. Like, you should have never-ending enmity for them. Like, the guy is running the agency that he's suing for $10 billion and stealing from your pocket at a time when Americans are suffering under cost of living stuff. Americans are suffering with the healthcare situation, with the tariffs, increasing prices, where Americans like don't want to walk the streets of some of their major cities because of ICE. He's worried about his own pocket and stealing even further from the American taxpayer by suing the IRS that he controls by virtue of his corruption and through his gay Treasury Secretary named Besant. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And it is so corrupt, so wrong, so disgusting. It should make you all be feeling many different things. And I'm sure all the patriots in the chat are prepared to stand back and stand by peacefully. I really do mean that, and make them hurt this midterm election, and through your protests, your peaceful protests. I don't advocate for crimes, but you should be unapologetic in your votes and peaceful statements. 10 billion is disgusting. I mean, any amount is disgusting. He's conflicted, man. He's conflicted. There should be like a doctrine against this. He's able to use it as a sword and shield. This is what's so disgusting. He's able to use his official duties as a shield when it comes to criminal liability, but also as a sword to extract rents from the government and like bribes essentially, and like penalties in litigation. And if anyone tries to question his control over the IRS when it comes to settlement discussions, he'll be able to take advantage of his authority. So it's disgusting all the way down. He gets to use this as a cloak, both to defend himself and to attack the government and extract benefit. Actually insane. That might be, how much is the value, by the way, of all of the Somali fraud? What is the total value of the quote unquote Somali fraud? It says that this is AI. All right, AI. Cato says 27 billion. Oh no, that's Obamacare enrollment fraud. Hang on a sec. Let's see. Trump U.S. attorney says half or more of 18 billion. This is a Trump attorney. Half or more of the Trump U.S. attorney says 18 billion would be 9 billion. So it's like greater in value than the alleged Somali fraud. Some of which actually happened, obviously. So yeah, this is a story that should disgust you. I mean, if you care about the country at all. But anything on that, on Georgia, on Epstein. Otherwise, I'm going to move on a little bit more to some other things. Okay. Seeing none. there's a couple things on the agenda. I want to go through the cringe of Katie Miller and see what's up with her. I did promise I would finish watching this video, though, from Kyle Kalinske and give him like my final impressions on it. We don't have that much longer to go. It's like 25, 30 minutes or something. But I think I've analyzed. Let me think if there's anything. Oh, the murders. The murders. Oh, okay. Here we go. Here's some comments on the murders. ICE murders. So there's some rumblings, and I don't know if this is true, and I doubt that we'll see anything from this. There's some rumblings that the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice is investigating the murder of Alex Preddy and perhaps Renee Good, but certainly Alex Preddy. Okay? If it comes out that even the Trump administration, let's say, indicts, I doubt it, or sues, or takes disciplinary action against either of these officers who shot Alex Preddy or of Agent Ross who shot Renee Good, do you think and do you expect counterpoints to take a more favorable view of the agents than the Trump administration that's essentially covering up for them? Do we think that counterpoints will be more in favor of the agents than even the Trump administration if they come out with some sort of suspension, or they even sue him, or they indict them? I just think that'll be funny. If the official position of the Department of Homeland Security under Noam is more harsh on these agents than counterpoints. I think that'd be funny. But I do think he'll die on that hill. I don't think that there's any point trying to continue pushing. But that's like the latest update. You can't trust the federal government to run these investigations. I'm incredibly disappointed in Tim Walz and A.G. Ellison at the moment, because even if they end up indicting or something, they're not providing updates to the people in a way that I want regarding these cases. That, I think, is weakness. I think Tim Walz is really showing that he's too nice. And it makes me mad. I want to see updates about what they're doing on the investigation. We have murderers walking the streets of our country. They're on paid leave, at least some of them. Was he manning people? And Lutnick apparently also is in the Epstein files and lied about when the last time it is that he talked to Epstein as well. I think Lutnick was also Epstein's neighbor. Someone correct me if I'm wrong about that. But Lutnick was like, I was done with him after the indictment or after a given year. And it turns out he's everywhere and he's like talking to him even after. So these guys are just filled with like the scum of the earth. Mark Carney. Oh my God. What? Is this true? What a based lib god. I didn't see this. Is this true, Jen? Wow. Now, if I was a tanky why would I be glazing Mark Carney, former head of the central bank of like the great empires / their Commonwealth? Worked for, I think, Goldman Sachs, right? But yeah, I'm a tanky. Not like was Epstein neighbor, yeah. All right, I need a palate cleanse. Let's see what kind of word salad. I was gonna watch the Dan Scavino one, but this might actually be too boring. Because I think we have Nikki. We don't have Nikki. Oh my God. Weren't they supposed to release their thing by now? I don't think I can handle RFK. Let's go with Scavino. Let's go with Scavino. See how weird it gets. We'll put it at 1.5. And then we'll go back to our loops and other politics stuff. So this is Katie Miller. Katie Miller is Stephen Miller's wife. Katie Miller doesn't know what liberal democracy means. Someone was like, we need to stand up for liberal democracy, our founding principle. She's like, that wasn't our founding principle, or something like that. Not like, I think she thought that liberal democracy meant like liberal in the political democratic sense, like Democrats, literal to IQ. And let's see the charisma that she radiates.
Some of the biggest moment in politics over the last course of your years here. What was the moment that stands out the most?
And in Butler, Pennsylvania, when the shots were fired and he dropped to the stage and got up and lifted the fist with the fight. You don't know.
Allegedly. So Dan Scavino is one of Trump's advisors. I think he's a guy who like tweets 80% of the stuff he tweets, right? Is that what he does? This fucking, oh my God. Look at this Getty images of him. This is the first image that pops up when you search Dan Scavino. This is crazy. How is this the first image that shows up? This is the Getty images that shows up. The first thing on Google. Jesus Christ. Who did this? This is horrifying. He was a director of White House social media from 2017 to 2019, senior advisor of strategy, and he is the director for White House presidential personnel. Comrade Pisco, you should stop caring when people call you tanky. At this point, the only ones that do it know they're being dishonest. Also, Ryan Beard added you on Discord. What? Ryan Beard? I don't see it. Oh, wait, no, that's in friend request. Friend requests. Pending. Oh my God, I have so many pending. I'm so popular. He did. Oh, wait, no. Who am I thinking about? Ryan Beard. I'm thinking of Ryan Grimm. Oh. Ryan Beard makes the long videos, right? I was thinking of Ryan Grimm from Breaking Points. But this guy's a YouTuber, so I'll add him. What does he want with me, though? Is he gonna do an expose on me? Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know. Oh, what up, Ryan? I confused you with Ryan Grimm. Character assassination videos. Well, Ryan Grimm is like a journalist, and I don't mean that. I just mean that he's, I'm sure he doesn't take offense to it, but video essays. Oh, do you guys hate those essays? I'm guessing. Anyway, Dan Scavino is currently an incumbent of the White House, And he's like a tweeter. He like tweets. He tweets for Trump. He's like a very close advisor. He's a long-termer. And apparently this is what he looks like.
What was going on? We didn't know the guy was dead on the rooftop. We didn't know they got him. Just shaking. You don't know what's coming next.
Look at the music that is accompanying what he's relating the assassination attempt on Trump, and this is the music they have on the background. Ready?
When the shots were fired and he dropped to the stage and got up and lifted the fist with the fight. You didn't know what was going on. We didn't know the guy was dead on the rooftop. We didn't know they got him. Just shaking. You don't know what's coming next, right? And just
they almost killed my guy.
How did you go from
like, look at her fucking bubbly personality. That's like a horrifying thing. He's like, we didn't know if he was alive. He didn't know if he was gonna get up. And it's like music that you listen to when you're fucking.
Got up and lifted the fist with the fight. You didn't know what was going on. We didn't know the guy was dead on the rooftop. We didn't know they got him. Just shaking. You don't know what's coming next, right? And just pandemonium.
How did you go from working at the golf course to being the longest serving and most trusted aide of the president? Are you not tired of
What about Stephen Miller? What about your husband? What do you fucking hate? Does she hate her husband?
all of this after 35 years of working for the same person?
No, because every day is different.
Would you mind taking us through what's it like to being the Trump power couple of the year? This morning I had a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Trump power couple of the year? According to whom?
I went in his office and promptly ate.
Oh, I love you, baby. I'm sorry, I'm just staring at her. She's so good.
Who is this for? And I don't mean this to sound homophobic at all because I love the LGBT community, but is there just like...
I went in his office and promptly ate.
Oh, I love you, baby. I'm sorry, I'm just staring at her. She's so good. And
it's like Tom Cruise energy on the couch, right? And I think that you should always praise, should always praise, but there's just something about how he hit that.
I went in his office and promptly ate.
Oh, I love you, baby. I'm sorry.
Ryan Beer says, I'm very anti-tanky. It's funny that all leftists are being called tankies these days. Got it. I also agree that I'm not a tanky and I don't like tankies.
I'm just staring at her. She's so good. And the deliverables on it are just so professional and very, just beautiful.
What do we think about that?
This morning I had a bacon, egg, and cheese that I went.
I love this woman. You know what it's giving? This is what it's giving. One second. This is what it's giving. One second. I need to be faster on these. I need to be faster on these.
All right, let's get out of here. Oh, God, I feel more delirious than my cousin, Stewie Cruz. I'm in love with Katie Holmes! I'm in love with Katie Holmes! I'm not gay! Go see my new movie! I'm in love with Katie Holmes! I'm not gay!
Yeah, a little?
Went in his office and promptly ate.
Oh, I love you, baby. I'm sorry, I'm just staring at her. She's so good. And the deliverables on it are just so professional and very, just beautiful.
Maybe that's and just hate the fucking intro music. AI schlock. Who the fuck designed this?
Hi, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of the Katie Miller Podcast. We're so excited to be in the White House today, joined by the one and
You look underdressed. Why does every episode, it feels like they did not coordinate on the appropriate dress code?
only Dan
And is this not her studio? This is in the White House?
Scavino and his beautiful fiance, Erin Elmore.
Hello.
Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having us. It's an honor. It's an honor.
So you were there for some of the biggest moment in politics.
Who is this person? Hey, Katie, you want to introduce your fucking guest? You were there?
On the show.
Thanks for having us. It's an honor. It's an honor.
So you were there for some of the biggest moment in politics over the last
You were there for some of the biggest moment in politics?
course of your years here. What was the moment that stands out the most?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
There's so many. There's so many.
Bad answer.
First term, second term,
Well, let's go first term.
Horrible.
We'll go in between.
Why do you need this many cards? How many trees are you massacring for a stack? You can just have one card with all your fucking questions.
The first term was just seeing him fight the good fight each and every day for the American.
Wow. I love that answer. What was the best moment in politics? Seeing him fight the good fight every day for the American people.
Riveting. The guy could be at Mar-a-Lago, one of his 19 golf courses, not dealing with any of the crap. And just seeing the way he would come to the office, and then all the hoaxes that came his way, and the way he just kept up the
I love the hoaxes.
Good fight. And, you know, and then leaving the White House on January 20th, and then being out the
Yeah, that was really good too. Like, you're asked for some specific moments. Why can you guys not give like any examples?
4 years in the lawfare that was waged against him and all of us on the inner circle. It was brutal. Absolutely brutal. The likes of which
you never seen the likes of which.
The FBI is going to be showing up at your front door if you serve 4 years and work your ass off in the White House doing nothing wrong. U.S. Marshals thereafter, and it just
psychological warfare.
The whole process. It was waging every which direction. And while going,
look at that rock.
Through all that, still campaigning, still putting out the messaging, still fighting for what you believe in.
Hey, we were asked for like your favorite moment, like the Situation Room, or you know, a time that I think even Kash Patel gave a specific encounter. I think Kash said like, "Oh, when they said they were going to fire me," and Trump's like, "No, we're not." I think that was Trump's answer. This guy's like, my favorite moment was every single day, and then being going after by the FBI and the hoaxes.
And then Butler, Pennsylvania. And I talk about it.
That was the top moment, Butler.
You know, I don't do a lot of interviews. As
Way to fucking ease into it, dude.
I really, I think I've done maybe one or two. Like
You're very private.
We're very private, but also.
You're the social media director.
Very public, right? On social media.
We're very private and we're very public. Yeah, because you're the comms guy. How are you very private?
Maybe one or two. Like
You're very private.
We're very private, but also very public, right? On social.
Both. Okay.
Media and stuff. Was Butler because again,
can you not talk?
It's very emotional. But when the shots were fired, and I was with Susie Wiles and Stephen Chung and Walt, and he dropped to the stage and got up and lifted the fist. You know.
They're gonna cut it in
with the fight, being rushed to the car, hopping in an SUV with Susie, 90 miles an hour to the hospital, not knowing, right? He's in the car with agents in front of him. I picked up his hat because his hat was on the ground when he was being put in the SUV. You didn't know what was going on. We didn't know the guy was dead on the rooftop. We didn't know they got him. Yeah. Just shaking, but the hat, like I grabbed the hat, you get in the.
Is he about to fucking cry about the hat?
You don't know what's coming next, right? And just pandemonium. And then being in the hospital and in the room with him, with Susie and Walt. Sean Curran, who's the current director of the Secret Service. And very powerful moment. Like the picture of.
Yeah, I don't understand what maybe I'm not fashionable. What is this tie thing on her? I'm now just noticing this. Is this like a thing? I am not fashionable in that sense, so I don't know what this is. Is this a thing? Does anyone know what this is? She's a present.
Him raising the fist, and the other picture of the bullet just flying by. That all started coming out when he was in his hospital room and showing it to him, and it's just wild. He's asking about how other people are doing, which I'll never forget. He's on the phone, you know, with Don Jr. and Ivanka, like family, and talking to them and trying to like lift everybody up around him on the phone and in that hospital room. And I'm like, man, what a patriot, what a fight. I mean, you know, the trauma from that, like, when you think of it, will always be there, right? Like, it's just a moment you don't forget. You never forget it. And the way he went to the hospital, we left the hospital, we're on the plane, and he's trying to make people laugh. I mean, this is like 8 hours after it happened, and we're going to Bedminster, New Jersey, diverted locations. And they shut down Bedminster, and completely shut down. And it was like Fort Knox, and there were like 6 of us there. Is a moment I'll never
land the plane.
Forget. And then the convention was coming up. And it was, do we do it or not? Like, he was all in. We are going to the convention. The schedule stays the way. I'm just like, what a badass. What a badass. And as you know, we had the convention. He came out, you know, with the ear covered. And the way he went out and campaigned thereafter. That was the most powerful moment through it all, where I said to myself, I may have even said it to him, I don't even know, you don't remember, but I'm like, you're going to win this election. You're the next president of the United States. Again. And that wasn't easy. Like, we would go to events and speak, and many like, speak to it now because it's past us, but it wasn't even just being out there with 10,000 people.
That's scary.
Gripping the one finger. Death grip on the one finger.
You just were on edge. Everything. The balloons dropping at the convention, when people started popping them, I had to leave the arena because you just were like triggered over everything. And it took a few months. While going through that, him fighting each and every day, doing his rallies, doing his speeches, like it was epic. I mean, absolutely epic. Not many people could do that. A lot of people just give up. Say, nope, I'm done.
A lot of people give up after being shot in the ear.
I get emotional from it because his behind-the-scenes attitudes. His behind-the-scenes attitude was just like, fight, fight, fight. What he did that day was the messaging. Does
this guy have problems?
Held true all his life. It held true the 4 years we were out. It held true the 4 years we were in. It held true when he was the Donald J. Trump, the New York City icon who redefined.
Still on that finger. Is this how you hold your hand with your fiance?
Skyline. He's just a fighter and a champion. And
I think it's well known how often he comes to you for advice on just about everything. Can you?
Thank you for introducing this person, by the way. What a failure of a podcast. Imagine that you're just like a Trump fan. You don't know who the fuck Dan Scavino is. You're just like, who's this guy?
Recall a specific moment where you're like, if only the world knew the man I know, everyone would love him so much more than they do. Because I think you get phone calls all hours of the night still. Decades later.
I do. And, you know,
I really do.
A lot of the social media stuff during the campaign, and even back in the very beginning, the biggest thing was putting out those behind the scenes moments and videos back in 15, 16, even when he was in office.
Oh my God.
To share with who the guy really is.
Really?
I call him America's greatest host.
It's so true.
It's so true. So fucking true.
Always.
I always say this, don't I, babe?
Everybody in the room just feel like he's focused on them. No matter if it's the Oval Office, the airplane, the golf course, the restaurant, wherever it is.
12,000.
And those people out there.
So just about as many views as my two. Actually, my video with counterpoints, my debate about Renee Good has like 13,000 views. So almost as good as Pisco's debates with counterpoints. Just kidding.
Members of Congress, everybody all around the country that's ever engaged with him knows exactly what I'm speaking about. The entire cabinet knows exactly what I'm speaking about. He makes each and every one feel important. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter who you are or what you do.
We're talking about the guy who shouted quiet piggy to a reporter. Doesn't matter what you do. He's so nice to everybody.
He listens and takes input from everybody. And he's been like that his entire life.
He's so entertaining.
And he is one of the funniest people I've ever met.
You've recently transitioned from doing the social media you described to the head of presidential personnel, which appoints all
God help us.
political appointees across the entire federal government. A lot's
I should apply.
been written over the years about President Trump's loyalty tests. And I think to me, there's nothing more indicative of that than hiring Dan Scavino to
Yeah, it's very important that everyone swears a loyalty test to the president.
hire those employees. What's been that like, this new job, and how would you describe it to people who don't really understand what PPO is?
Well, it's been very...
What's wrong with him? Why is he doing this? Why is he elbow checking his fiance? Just kidding. That's what Counterpoints. This is what Counterpoints thinks an elbow check is.
New job, and how would you describe it to people who don't really understand what PPO is?
Well, it's been very challenging to take it on because it's still doing other things for him or things I've done with and for him over the years.
What are you saying, dude? I can't even understand you.
It's very challenging. I didn't realize how big PPO was. I didn't realize it was in charge of ambassadors, boards and commissions, appointments, jobs. I didn't realize the team that's behind the scenes at PPO that supports the director of PPO. There's an incredible team, like, you know, that really gets the things done. I may be like on the forefront of it all, but there's Morgan DeWitt.
Huh?
Things done. I may be like on the forefront of it all, but there's Morgan DeWitt.
You have a cold, dude? What is he doing with his hands? This is like what happens when like an arrogant organist discovers that he's made a deal with the devil or something. He's like discovering his power. It's like looking around and shit.
Really gets the things done. I may be like on the forefront of it all, but there's Morgan DeWitt.
Huh?
Manny, Will, a couple of the folks in the room right now that have been doing this for over a year now and are honestly, they're patriots. They care about the president and they want to get great people and they want to put great people in. And no matter how the day is going, like, because sometimes it's a lot. I'm not gonna, when I have like.
So why do you not hire people?
Okay.
And now you're like scratching your fucking belly.
Well,
this is a good one.
Not hiring is easy.
That's easy.
It's the explaining to the 100 people in a given week that recommended somebody. Not hiring people would be for not supporting the president's agenda or saying it's simple as not saying great things about our president
Wow, so you're like really, really a cult.
Or his policies. And I'm still literally digging in on a lot of different things. But
social media is the biggest thing they catch you on.
That's correct.
They get you on it. If you ever said anything negative.
Anytime you come across somebody and you're like just dumbfounded that they'd even apply.
There's
these losers.
There's been a lot of that. There's been a lot of things where, maybe social media doesn't have something, but, the vetting and all that other stuff, there's things that you're just kind of like, oh, wow.
You've been on social media talking about how if, you didn't reach out to me in those 4 intervening years, don't come ask for a job. What's that like when somebody who wasn't there for us in those 4 years comes back and says, hey, you remember me?
Yeah. And, I put that post out, I don't even know, a couple of years, before I even took over PPO.
Oh, yeah, that was before we got in office.
That was before we even got back.
Yes.
And I mean, like, there's people that will reach out that literally I didn't hear from the 4 years we were out or weren't exactly supportive of the president. Like, I put that out because I started hearing from a lot of people that all of a sudden were just showing up and wanted opportunities and jobs and different things. Let's just say that they don't receive a return call. Like, I meant what I said. If you were not there for us, and maybe it's not the right attitude, somebody may say, oh, give them a second chance. Give them a shot.
Are his sleeves too short? Thoughts? What do we think? Yes? Maybe a little bit, probably. A couple inches. He's slouched. Okay. His back is hunched.
And maybe it's not the right attitude. Somebody may say, oh, give them a second chance. Give them a shot. I know exactly what this man went through.
What you went through.
What I went through. What we went through is
Why are you leaning on the table? You're about to like hit the fucking Thomas Jefferson bust.
Team. And if you weren't there for him, don't even bother calling me. It was pretty simple. It was kind of self-explanatory. And I had to put it out because I was amazed at the people that I was hearing from.
His eyes are wild.
Very popular now.
Well, we don't,
You're very popular with this new job.
We have a lot of incoming and requests, even, dinners sometimes are a little challenging. But that's fine. As long as we get great American patriots to serve our president that believes in his policies and agenda, I'm willing to talk to anybody.
How did your relationship evolve?
Except unless you were not there for us.
From working at the golf course to being the longest serving Trump continuous.
Now go home and get you a fucking shine box. I mean, that's the kind of, you worked at the golf course.
Trump aide.
She thinks she's better than you, Scavino.
Who has his utmost trust.
Do you know that I've never asked him that question and I've been dying to ask, so I'm glad that you did.
It's like in Arrested Development. All around me. Or what's the song they use? Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Is his utmost trust.
Do you know that I've never asked him that question and I've been dying to ask, so I'm glad that you did.
What was it like being a little bitch?
It's been a long...
You must have heard, I don't shine shoes no more. Hey, I'm busting balls.
Long journey. I mean, I'm talking back in high school. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
How did you go?
Oh!
It's been a long journey. I mean, I'm talking back in high school. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
How did you go? Oh, sorry.
What is this? They're aliens! They're aliens.
Aaron's dying to ask. How did you go from working at the golf course to being the longest serving continuous senior Trump aide, or I'd say continuous ever?
You know what? In some respect, I don't blame Scavino. You make the questions as fucking convoluted as possible with all of these like dependent clauses and like a bunch of your bullshit in polemic in the middle there. It's like
being the longest serving continuous senior Trump aide, or I say continuous ever, and most trusted aide of the president.
I would say just working my ass off back in the days of high school and through college in the summers, and just having a great work ethic and just,
this is like an F for interviews, by the way. You want specific situations. Let me give you an example. Back when I used to work the golf course, Donald told me I needed to wipe his butt after a surgery he had, a little tummy tuck. And I didn't give a fuck. I was willing to do anything for that man. And that showed my dedication to the job. And I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
Growing up really with
That's not the, like, how did it go for the day that you're...
Oh my God. That's not answering the question. Your answer sucks. Look, and the fucking fiance's like, why do you sound like you have problems?
Just working my ass off back in the days of high school and through college in the summers, and just having a great work ethic and just, growing up really with...
Growing up really, and I existed, and I definitely had a good work ethic. And
That's not the, like, how did it go for the day that you're sitting at the golf course and he's like...
How did it go? I mean, like, what are you trying to say? It was wild. I mean, to see me be so humble as a golf... What the fuck is this question?
Hey, Dan, like, how did that occur?
How did it become, like the factual, all right, see, now Scavino's like freaking me out. I don't know why these interviews bring out the weird in everyone that they do. Like the Cash Hotel one was wild.
We went out, I was like caddying for him. Yeah. And I saw him.
You were his golf guy.
Every weekend he was purchasing a golf course I worked at. And I was just like, worked hard. And back then it was like, holy crap, this is the New York icon. It's Donald J. Trump. Just working really hard. And when I was like in high school, going up to him, he said, you're going to work for me one day. You're going to work for me.
See, there was a time we used to wait in the car. And as fast, oh fuck, what is Johnny Sack saying? As far as I'm concerned, you should still be there.
He fast forward all through college. I worked with him through college. Then I become like the assistant manager, general manager.
She's like, can you answer the question? He's just like rambling.
Manager, vice president in Trump org. And
stop trying to interrupt for him though. That is unbecoming.
And 2012 rolls around when he came up, or 11, when he came up for breakfast on, I think it was a Sunday morning after he went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Do you remember that night?
Mm-hmm, I do.
I do remember.
He had that look in his eyes. I said, sir, you should run for president. You should run for president. You would win. You would be an awesome president. Like,
a bit off topic, is an impeachment charge exclusively an indictment for a crime against the state? An impeachment charge exclusively an indictment for a crime against the state? Short answer to that is no. No.
And then fast forward when he did run, right? I've always believed in the guy because...
Did he ask you to come join the campaign? Like, how did you go from work?
This is now the third time. She is visibly frustrated with Scavino's answer. It's like, you dumb ass.
Working at the golf course.
Just turn over to stare, and I'm like loving this.
Well,
She's gonna get...
I'm loving watching you guys fight in front of me.
Ask you to come.
Like, she needs to chill, okay? I was on her side for a little bit. Now he looks like he's gonna hit her. What? Why are you having no chill right now? She's acting like me. Answer the question. I didn't ask you whether you went to college. I asked, how did you get on the campaign? Yes or no?
Join the campaign. Like, how did you go from working at the golf course?
Just turn over to stare, and I'm like loving this.
Well,
She's gonna get you to answer.
Like, where was that moment? Was there a...
Oh my, what is wrong with you now?
conversation?
When he started running,
He's like, ah! Did you see that? He's like, ah! He's such a fucking dumbass.
Well,
she's gonna get you to answer.
Like, where was that
Look at
moment?
this.
Was there a conversation?
when he
Look at this. Ah!
he started running, I was like, I'm all in. I want to be on the political side of things. People have always said, don't get involved in politics. It's ugly. It's nasty. It's just like...
And she's like, you're still not answering. You're not answering the question. Look at that face. Golden face.
Did you believe in the same things as him, or did you believe in
Don't interrupt your guest.
him?
I believed in him. I did it.
Who asked? Look at this. This is the look like, we'll talk about this later. This is bizarre. Am I overplaying this? Am I reading into things? You guys will tell me, right? You guys will tell me if I'm taking liberties, right? Oh, I'm so glad I did this.
Yeah, I believed in him, but I also believed in a lot of the things he was saying. You go back 20 years and hear some of the interviews he's done that hold true today. I've just always believed in his policies and the stuff he says. Now, and look, it got him into the White House. But
land the plane.
He's a great guy, and that's why the video concept started of the behind the
video concept.
People,
show him
the real Donald Trump as much as we possibly can, because the mainstream media was not going to share it and not going to show it, and we.
Do you understand how much free press Trump got in 2016? It was actually insane. If you put on CNN, any news media, it was nonstop coverage of the latest shit that Trump said. It was insane.
Had to fight through and push through, and just those moments backstage, where he's meeting people, or just anything and everything you've ever seen.
Everything.
A lot of people have been fired from President Trump's orbit or have chosen to leave. How did you survive all of those periods?
The orbiters. It's like what's the show called? What's it called? It's a Korean show.
Well, I didn't get fired because honestly, I put things.
What a question. Why didn't you get fired? Katie Miller doesn't give easy questions.
First, in the sense of serving our country and serving our president. And like I said before, I'm an honest broker. I'm very fair. I say it how it is. People may not like it, but at least you know what you're getting with me, like it or not. And right? I mean,
manic loser. Spurging out in front of. Look at her. Look at this sideward glance.
Like to just be real, And I think it's to the point now. It's 33, 34 years. It's okay, so I'm telling you that this person, this, and that. Do you think I don't have your best interest? He knows. He knows. He's known for a long time, and I just look out for him and the administration, even the administration. It's very important. And like I said, the team is so great. There's not much, but he knows I've got his back. And, when you go into a foxhole,
Stop talking about holes and foxholes and
everything we've been through.
I want Dan Scavino with me.
You want the right people in that foxhole.
You want me in your hole.
Not everyone knows Aaron as well as they know the famous Dan Scavino on the internet. Aaron was on season 3 of The Apprentice, but you guys didn't meet back when you were doing The Apprentice, even though Dan was definitely on some episodes.
Yeah, we never met.
Never. In fact, there was an episode that they showed of the live audience that scooped around, and I was with some folks from the Trump organization. This is 20 years ago.
I took a picture.
Yeah.
It's in my phone.
Yeah, somebody posted it on Twitter, or X rather.
Yeah.
And I was like,
you're in the audience. Not even in the front row. Wearing the same outfit you wore today.
We
were in the same room
back
20 plus years ago.
Yeah, it's
from the crowd.
Really weird.
It's wild. It's wild.
So you are the director of art in embassies.
Yes.
You got that job before you and Dan were dating, presumably around the same time.
Ish.
What is that like for you now? And how do you...
All right, now let's see how she handles the spotlight and the often inquisitorial style of Katie Miller.
You guys make that work, him being the new head of presidential personnel, you having a job in the administration. How do you make that work? And what does being the director of art entail?
So the director of art and embassies is under Marco Rubio's Department of State, and there's 190 diplomatic properties worldwide. And we provide art for all of Trump's ambassadors in their residences. And when we're building a new embassy, we cultivate that permanent art collection. So I often say it's the most fun you can have working in politics, because art is a way to bridge people.
So she's like the Charlotte of the group, right? She's the Charlotte.
Together. It's a way of communicating when you might have different languages or different viewpoints. And it's the first thing you see, when you go into an embassy, you notice this beautiful building, American exceptionalism, strength, and the art is a reflection of that. And
I'm sorry, I'm just staring.
No. That's when that happened? No.
languages or different viewpoints. And it's the first thing you see, you know, when you go into an embassy, you notice this beautiful building, American
Look at him like narrow his eyes. Does he have any eyebrows?
exceptionalism, strength, and the art is a reflection of that. And
I'm sorry, I'm just staring at her. She's so good. And the deliverables on it are just so professional and very like, just beautiful. And the deliverance is like.
I love Dan. I love how much you love Aaron. This is so cute.
It's incredible. I'm just observing, sitting, watching. Because I've seen her on TV since. She's done some TV hits. And even the president says she's amazing on TV and this and that. I'm sorry to cut you off. But.
Yeah, what the fuck was that? You giant loser. She got on cocaine.
that's so
I love this so much.
Embarrassment. Look at cringe.
This and that.
Look at her anxiously fumbling her fingers. Cringe. I'm cringed out. What the fuck? What are you doing? Kind of shifts away from him as his hands. Look at this. Look at this shift. Tell me you don't see a shift.
Done some TV hits and even the president says she's amazing on TV and this and that.
Oh, I saw the shift.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you see the shift?
To cut you off, but
look at this.
I love this so much.
Yeah, that's a very good thing. That's a very positive reaction here.
that's basically the point of the job. And that's it, right?
Just like totally ignores his inappropriate compliment in the middle of her answer. As I was saying, I just described the job. Ignores it. Katie Miller is just loving this. She like wants her interviewees to suffer.
Right?
Not to cut you off, but
Oh, and now you're going to bring more attention to it, turning red.
No, but you didn't. It was cutting me off to give me a compliment is always okay.
yeah, and the ambassadors love her, the administration in the sense of like she's a patriot, right?
Okay, because you needed to talk there, right? We couldn't have your fiance talk. It had to be you, right?
Right. Just believes in fighting for the American people and representing the administration with her best
nice smile
forward. And
yes.
there were other opportunities she had.
I was going to say the president.
Hey, let her talk, dude. This is the guy that's drafting a lot of the tweets, or used to at least.
Offered me on the spot in December.
Are you trying to interrupt her after she's interrupting you?
A very big job, let's just say. And I turned it down also on the spot because I have a young son. And
because I have a young son.
I can go to galleries and
a son from a previous relationship, perhaps?
Almost any city across the country. I can do my work from anywhere in the world, and I want to be able to spend as much time with my son as possible. And
my son and who else?
By the way, the Art and Embassies program was started in 1964. This isn't a new thing by President Kennedy. So it's always been a political position. It's always been someone that the president appointed. And just like he's done with the performing arts at the Kennedy Center, he wanted to make sure that I was here to make sure
the Kennedy Center,
that our visual arts were not woke. We're not dominated by people that had a leftist ideology. And it's funny, I am a little bit of a undercover person in the State Department that can get people out through art. Shockingly, I had I'll shout her out. Anna Paulina Luna was in Romania and she called me. Said, hey girl, she said, I'm in Romania. I said, that's nice, what's going on? I was just at the ambassador of Romania's residence and there is satanic baby art in the residence. So within 15 minutes, I'm on the phone with Marco's team, not only having the art removed from Art and Embassies, the art removed from the State Department, out of everything. And that ambassador, she's no longer with us.
What a freak. I can get people out with art. Did you fucking order a hit? These are like insane people. She's no longer with us.
So within 15 minutes, I'm on the phone with Marco's team, not only having the art removed from Art and Embassies, the art removed from the State Department, out of everything. And that ambassador, she's no longer with us.
They couldn't be more evil. I'm dying. So
it's like a good way to learn things. There was an ambassador to
It's a good way to learn things and ruin people's employment.
A Latin American country that wanted very fine people Charlottesville art. He's no longer with us either.
Uh-huh. Lady, you're in charge of this is so wild. I'm so glad I picked the dance group. You know what? Is she alive or what's happening to her? She's in Sikot. She's no longer with us. The art emergency was handled.
I mean, he's with us in the world.
I gotta be real.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Did you just admit to? Is this like a First Amendment violation or something? I don't even think it is, but she's with us in the world. They're no longer with us, and then it becomes too hammy, and they're like, "Oh shit!"
That wanted very fine people Charlottesville art. He's no longer
He's no longer with us either.
with us either. I mean, he's with us in the world.
I gotta be
He's
really,
no longer
really
with station art.
careful.
Dan's like, this is
I gotta be careful about what I say here.
great.
And it's all true. And again, it's all in support of the president's agenda and all our beliefs and values and everything. And, you know, sometimes when, you know, other parts of the world, some folks.
Where are you going, Dan? I don't even think you know where you're going with that. Sometimes people in the world, when they have bad art, they just need to go away.
That are out there that are just not aligned with the president of the United
Not aligned.
States.
We all serve at the pleasure of the president.
We serve at
We
the
all
pleasure of the
serve his
president.
pleasures.
You are the epitome now of the DC power couple. If this was any other
yeah?
world, you guys would be on the cover of Vogue
I thought Cash and whoever her name was the. But I guess they're always in Vegas, right?
celebrating your engagement, but we're not in that world. How did you guys meet? Would you mind taking us through what's it like
please.
to be
Oh.
the Trump power couple of the year?
Please tell us this.
Well, how did we meet? So you're gonna,
Depends.
It sounds like was that an orgy based on what you fucking your kind of tone of your voice there.
Which version
depends on who you ask.
and who you ask. But go ahead.
Okay, so I was doing a television news head on Fox News, Jesse Waters' show, and he's my favorite. We're both from Philly. And all of a sudden, after I get off air, I see that I have a DM from Dan Scavino.
Oh, slid right in
I was very
there.
excited about that. And my two girlfriends now, what did they tell you about that? I try to play it close, like, thanks so much.
It's exactly what happened. But the message
Great story, Mark. Anyway, how's your sex life?
was more of a, she did a great job. It was right after we won the election. Her messaging
Don't touch me, motherfucker.
was just so solid and spot on.
So solid. The spot was so solid.
On the election. Her messaging was just so solid and spot on.
So solid. Your messaging.
Beautifully delivered. And it was just a, hey,
Delivery was
literally like great
spot.
job on Jesse. Just saw it. Great messaging. Thank you.
Yeah.
And that was really it with, you know,
That was it. And the rest is fucking weird.
Had no intentions.
none. And,
None.
you know, she's
None because I'm into men. None. Still none. Allegedly. It seems like you're the expert, Dan. The rest is her story. History is a mystery, but her story.
and thank you so much.
Yes, I did.
And then about an hour went by and she sent me another one. So congratulations.
And she sent me a picture of her. Never mind.
Good luck with the transition. Yeah.
Ooh, I love this little. I love that little.
Went by and she sent me another one. So congratulations. Good luck with the transition, you know. And we just kind of started talking.
So you slid into her DMs?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be like a lot more personal if you like. I slid into her DMs. Leave it there. Shorter is better.
That's basically he slid in my
I
butt.
slid into her DMs, but it was not with the intention of which sometimes she likes to tell the story, which is really cute. I slid
Yeah, we
into
know
the
you don't
DMs.
have the intention. We know.
But you know, we've been in the same circles for many, many years and never really spoke to each other.
However, you told me later that you had noticed me.
I did notice her.
I did notice.
I did notice her, and I was aware of her. But like again,
Was he a virgin? Wait, let's look at the Wikipedia entry. This guy a virgin? This should be like publicly disclosed when you lost your virginity.
never like really spoke. And again, she was on The Apprentice 22 years ago or 20 years ago. I'd love you to play a clip or two of that.
No, thank you.
If you could implement that into the podcast, because she gets, when I turn it on, because Amazon came out with all the seasons. So I teed up season 3 and I started watching.
Oh, that's her?
It. And she just, no. So just great clips of her. And then fast forward the campaign over the last 10 years. Like, again, we never really spoke. Maybe a hello. You know, they would come with their pink ladies
Yeah,
for Trump.
I was with Laura, and he said he would hide from us.
And I'd be like, oh, the pink ladies for Trump are here. You know, and they did bust. They did.
I would say, oh, the pink ladies for Trump are here, sir.
Great job as surrogates all around the country. But we never like really even spoke until
I slid into her DM and said, wow, you were so spot on.
November, literally, of 2024. Yeah.
So this is a newer relationship.
And then we were just exchanging messages and talking. And I said, I'm going to probably move down there for, a month or two transition and somewhere between like Palm Beach and Jupiter. And when she offered.
What does that mean?
There for, a month or two transition and somewhere between like.
We know you want to transition, but what did he say there? Huh?
24. Yeah. And then we were just exchanging messages and talking. And
oh, wait, he was married before to Jennifer Nathan. All right. And he has 2 children. All right. So he's had sex.
I said, I'm going to probably move down there for, a month or two transition and somewhere between like Palm Beach and Jupiter. And when she offered to show me the area, I took her up on showing me the area.
He's acting so innocent.
Huh? When she asked me to show her area,
I took her up on showing me the area.
He's acting so innocent.
It's legit.
But then when we met, we had a drink
it's
and
legit. The fuck does that mean?
you said you were so nervous.
I was.
And then once we met, he sticks out his hand. He's like, hi, I'm Dan Scavino. And I'm like, give me a hug.
Oh, no. Hey, girl, can I get a hug? You know those people? You know those people?
Hug. And that broke the ice. And then we talked.
Oh, no.
For 3 hours, and we just didn't stop talking, and we were
Where's
just getting
my
really
hug?
deep really fast and talking about things we'd never shared with anyone else. And then that day, I think we both knew there was majorly something here.
It was wild. When
It was wild. It was so wild that... What was wild about that?
And that day, I think we both knew there was majorly something here.
It was wild.
Majorly something here. It was wild.
When she showed up to meet for a drink, I was like, do I give her a hug? Hello. Do I give her a kiss? Hello.
It was so wild. Just a little kiss.
When she showed up to meet for a drink, I was like, do I give her a hug? Hello. Do I give her a kiss? Hello. She walks in and I extend my hand. Hey, how you doing? And she's like, hey, give me a hug.
Hi, how are you?
And conversationally where things went thereafter for, 3 hours. And what's funny is, so she was at an event with Laura Trump.
Laura?
Over at the golf club. And Laura, she was going to bring Laura, and because I've known Laura for, 20, 25 years. And Laura ended up not coming and going home. And if she had come to
oh my
meet
God,
us all
this
for a
is
drink,
boring.
the conversationally and the engagement
It would have been totally different.
Would have been totally different. It would have been, have a good night.
So she didn't come, and so it would have been so different if she was there.
We'll see you soon. Like,
I can't stop smiling because if anyone who knows you are not this emotive. You are very quiet, reserved. You get your work done, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I pride myself.
So he's like socially challenged.
On being behind the scenes for all the years we've been on this journey and trying to, be humble and do the right thing for the American people, obviously.
Be humble.
And for the teams that have circled the president.
Teams that have circled
for
the
past
president.
10 years in this journey of politics. I pride myself on just doing the right thing, being a team player, bringing people together as best I can.
Hey,
being an
we don't
honest
need
broker.
you to fucking vomit all of these canned lines.
And what you see is...
Just get right to it.
Like with me all these years is like what you see is what you get.
How do you balance this dynamic at home?
I'm not licensed in Illinois.
Well, we do talk about work a lot, but both of us do. But I think once we get through work, we try to completely unwind by watching just a TV show or going out for dinner or just talking to friends and family.
What show? Have an answer ready. What show and where do you like to go to dinner? Oh, we just like to cook.
I think that we do shut it down, but because it's been such a big part of both of our lives for so long, like it's ingrained in who we are at this point that it doesn't feel like work.
Yeah,
and I love to tell them all the gossip because they say the gossip makes relationships stronger, isn't that true?
Which is actually,
they say that.
Fact check that.
They do say that.
I hear it's true. But it's
I
he'll
hear
never
it's
believe
true.
this gossip. And he never used to be the kind of guy that liked gossip.
No, he always had his door shut and never engaged.
Yeah, he loves gossiping, and whenever he does the gossip, he like gets his feet to crisscross while he's sitting like this on the bed.
In the West Wing gossip.
Now, I don't mean
he's
about just any world gossip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this isn't like all work driven, guys. Just did you see what Britney Spears or
did you hear about this?
Did you hear about?
It's keeping me up at night.
And I'm just like,
Did you hear about
conversationally,
Britney
it just could be
Spears?
anything. It could be politics. It could be sports. It could be anything. Just our dynamic and our engagement in conversation.
Talk to Hutch about Kyle. Yeah, sure. I will.
Just so energetic and exciting, and we're like looped in with the news and everything going on and the way things are playing or not playing. And look, we both love our country very much. We both love the president and his family very much. We've both been around them for a really long time. So it was kind of like a match made. Yeah. And like
it was like a match
the relationship
made.
Conversationally, like I will.
Is Hutch live? We're doing good progress on this. This is really good content. The people really like this. But I will talk to Hutch at some point if he's live. I do need to real quick use the little men's room, and I do need to go grab my coffee. It'll be 1 minute, and I'll be back. Okay, so just chill. All right. Connor loved the Kyle video. Okay. Yeah. Let me know when Hutch wants to chat. I just want to get through. I will stop what I'm doing to talk to Hutch though. So if you guys let me know, I know you guys all have your little feelers. I will stop to talk about Kyle and have this like one-on-one conversation. Is Hassan dead or you should be on Twitch? One thing though that people have been encouraging me to do is to actually spend time listening to Hassan. And so I thought as an experiment at some point, I might be like a Hassan waiting room for a day just to see what Hutch is looking at and to see really if I have to keep a closer eye on this person. And so I was thinking about doing that and just to make sure that I'm being exposed to the tanky threat. So at some point I'm thinking about doing that. And, cover for a day, we'll just do the Hassan type watch content. That sounds terrible. Yeah. We'll just do Hassan watch like a lot of people do. And we'll see, maybe I do it better. Maybe they have a point. Maybe I'm not seeing something.
Pick her brain sometimes on some things, but we agree on like 98.5% of the things.
Maybe even more than
98,
that.
Could be more.
Exactly 98.5% we agree on.
I don't think we've really not seen eye to eye. Well, sometimes with you, someone will say something nasty or it won't be the proper spin.
Like my mother.
And I always say, we have to do something about this. You have to do something. And he says, no, I'm not going to do it.
Cuck.
I want to fight for him, but your approach is always less is more.
Well, my thing too is it could be an ugly world out there, right? And some people don't like to see some people succeed or do things. There's a lot of jealousy, and it goes in every role, every administration, every job, right? In corporate America, everybody's always out. This administration honestly has been just so incredible and so great and so fun, and everybody's rowing in the same direction, working together. And honestly, we get up in the morning and it's like a pleasure to serve, to go to work. We love, literally, we love what we do. We're honored to be here. There's not a day I don't like pulling to that White House.
Are you not tired of all of this after 35 years of working for the same person?
So, no, because every day is different.
That's true.
Every day that's the same.
It's
It's
so
like
different.
You're going out to fight the good fight. Has it been challenging at times? Yeah, it's been really challenging. But, you find out who your friends are through some certain times. You find out who your friends are. And, we're very
through some
respectful
certain
of, I think,
times.
everybody. And,
Yes, so
we have our
respectful.
groups of friends, and.
Our favorite day ever in the admin was flying back with Katie and her 3 kids
Yes.
on Air Force One.
Yes.
Wow, thank you so
Yes.
much. Tier 2. A rare tier 2 emote on Twitch. Look at that. Beautiful, Pepe. Thank you so much.
Part
Nobody
was like,
enjoyed that.
all of a sudden I'd look up and there's 3 kids under 5.
Oh,
and
so you're subbing for the big Pisco emote. Yep. That'll do it.
next to us, and neither you nor Stephen were in the room. And I'm watching these kids, and I'm like, "Hey guys, what's going on?" And then all of a sudden, he swoops back in, and then you swoop back in, and then it's just organized chaos. They're such good kids. But I love seeing all of the little kids and all of the families, and it's so nice. For example, over Christmas.
Imagine that you're like a Trump supporter watching this. Like, I just really do feel that there's not a market for this except for us, like, kind of clowning on it.
Like the kids' Christmas parties, it's just been so fun to.
Speaking of being pro-family,
yes.
you got engaged
Speaking
here
of being
in the
pro-family.
Rose Garden.
Yes, we did. September 24th.
Can you tell us what that was like to get?
All right. Any critique on this photo? I know you guys can't see all of it, but hang on. I'll try to make it so you guys can see more of it. Let's try to get that out here. It's, I don't know why they got like a low res version of the photo. Curled toe. Thoughts on the curled toe? It looks like a Grinch shoe. Pants are too tight. AI. His ass muscles are weak.
Permission to.
Oh, that's a whole wild story, and it's rather nerve-wracking. But I knew in probably.
Why shouldn't a couple getting married and having a kid? I don't think they got a kid. First of all, second of all, we're just having some fun here. I thought fucking jokes were legal. We're just playing around. Is that all right? Harper plays, or do you want us to stop doing this? It's been like brutal watching the country that we love kind of be disintegrated by these like scum of the earth, and so we're just having a little fun. But if you want us to stop, we can stop. What do you say? Harper plays. It's kind of shitty to like watch, you know, the country we all love be dismantled by these like goons. But you can tell us if you feel that we should, like, out of respect, right? Because that's what Trump supporters do. They respect everybody. They'd never make fun of like wives and shit and family and that stuff. Harper plays from Twitch. Yeah, I mean, if Harper, if you want us to stop, I'll stop right now. I just want you to say stop. If you just say stop, I'll stop. Harper's. You can end this right now. If not, I'm going to finish. We're waiting for you, Harper's. Harper's place. If you tell us to stop, we'll stop. We'll stop making fun of these people. We took it too far. Please tell us. I gots to know. Well, do you, punk? See no reply.
August, September, like, this is the one. This is the one. And I didn't know where to do it, but then I finally decided where to do it.
Thank you,
After
William.
the journey we were on for 4 years in this White House, and then the 4 years out, and the fight to get back in. I said, I have to do it at the White House, but I can't just go outside in the Rose Garden or outside the Oval Office and bring Erin back there and say, hey, will you marry me? So I had to speak to the president. So I was waiting for my time. Susie was helping me out.
Sir, can I marry your art director?
With the timing, and I walked in the Oval and I sat down right in front of him, resolute desk, and he sits down. I said, "Sir, I have a question to ask you."
Sir.
He puts both his arms and he leans back in the chair. I'm like, "Oh, yeah."
He like didn't give a fuck.
I said, "I feel like I'm asking my father for permission, but
dude,
do you mind if I marry Erin, ask her to marry me in the Rose Garden this evening or on the pathway outside the Oval?" And he has just a smirk on his face and a smile. And he said, "What?"
He said, "Why are you talking to me? Loser, get back in the fucking social media room."
I said, "Oh boy, uh-oh. Do you mind if I ask Erin to marry me tonight?"
So he included the part where it's like this awkward back and forth.
For the dinner in the Rose Garden. There was a dinner in the Rose Garden that night. So that's why I had it all. I said, "This is perfect."
And it was like spur of the moment. You didn't plan it in advance. You just like did it that day. It's like, oh, let me use the fact that there's another thing happening and like the place looks nice to try to take a picture. Wow, so romantic.
Perfect. He smiled from ear to ear. Like I said, we've both been around him for a really long time. And he could have not been happier, more gracious, sincere, to the point where he got the photographer and a videographer and said, go do it, absolutely, I love it. You are so lucky I took you on this journey, Scavino." And the nexus of meeting her was technically through him.
And he tells us that all
And
the
he
time.
lets us know that.
He lets us know.
And, it's he's genuinely very happy for us. I feel it. He tells me how in love I am and how in love she is. And
he definitely says that.
he was very supportive of it. So we got engaged in the Rose Garden on September 24th. And, I put out a video, as many of you have seen. And it's a great memory. And
With the
Fake. You're here to change my diaper?
people online were like, she knew.
Yeah, no, she didn't
Well,
know.
they're like, there were cameras everywhere. It's the White House. There are always cameras everywhere. And Walt got involved, who works with the president. And he said, Dan, I need you to come outside and check on something. Aaron, stay here.
Right.
No,
Wait, let's look at the kiss. Is this the kiss of virginity?
Yeah, no, she didn't
Well,
know.
they're like, there were cameras everywhere. It's the White House. There are always cameras everywhere. And Walt got involved, who works with the president.
Is that the kiss of virginity?
Everywhere. It's the White House. There are always cameras everywhere. And Walt.
A little peck. Turn around. Look at what you see. I told Hutch, I DM'd Hutch, by the way.
Got involved, who works with the president. He said, Dan, I need you to come outside and check on something. Aaron, stay here.
Right.
No, wait, Aaron, you can come. So I was all thrown off anyway.
So Walt helped us because she was in my office before the Rose Garden dinner. And Walt and I worked it out where he would come in my office and say, Dan, the president wants you to check out the stone in the Rose Garden.
Which
and
is
make
so,
sure,
totally
see,
believable.
see which one you think is better.
Well, and then I'm looking over there. You're like, honey, look at that stone over there. So people are like, oh yeah, you just knew to turn your back. He's like, look at that stone. I'm like, I don't see it. Where is it? So all of it was very believable.
Well, what happened was, so I said, okay, Walt, I'll come now. And I left Erin in the office. And about 5 seconds later, we came back in. Like, Erin, come with us. Just come with us. So it was all played out beautifully.
great.
And I
Oh, you just
thank
got off
Walt
stream?
because he was a big part of the surprise. What got me was when I'm telling her
I
to look at the
know,
stone
Allie,
in the
I
Rose
know.
Garden. The video doesn't show it, but I'm literally kneeling down for about a minute and a half before she actually turned around. You know, the video was actually turned right around.
Yeah.
And it was wild. It's a moment I'll never forget. And it was the right place to do it.
And the right time.
And the right time.
In the
You've
right
both
time.
seen firsthand how the legacy media machine works. What would be your advice for conservatives trying to control their narrative?
Oh, well.
Wow,
our
what a
favorite thing is
fucking abrupt fucking shift in the conversation. How do we win the propaganda war?
About you can't really worry about the media because they're going to say what they want regardless of what you do. You can be nice to them. You can ignore them. You can feed them stories, which we've never done ever. But like you can do everything you think that would try to assuage their concerns or make them like you, and they're going to say what they want. So what we've decided is as long as the picture is a flattering picture of you,
Well,
that's all that matters.
now they're going to change that maybe. But yeah, like, look, I've been around the president a long time. I can say, and even the reporters and the journalists out there know that, like, I've never spoken to them. I've never shared anything. I've never leaked anything. I've never talked to them. To the point where a lot of them, I think, respect it. I've had like hit pieces on me where you like to comment. No, go write your hit piece. Go. I have nothing to say. Like, I don't engage. I don't have interest in that. I have interest on focusing on the job and what I'm doing. And I'm not into that game. Now, some people like maybe are into that stuff. I love serving the president, working for the American people. I'm not interested in the media stuff, and what she's talking about, as long as they use a nice picture. So we've had some hit pieces or things written that, weren't nice about us, but as long as the picture looks good. And the freaking pictures are, I love it. It's great. But
It's so cute. What do you think is the Republican Party's biggest messaging challenge right now?
It's trying to justify the murders.
I don't know.
Aren't you the social media guy? Were you looking at the art director? The art director / ambassador executioner office. They're no longer with us. And if you step out of line, Katie.
I mean, I don't think that we have them.
We have no messaging problems.
It depends. Are we trying to placate the left? Because I don't think that will ever work, and that's not Donald Trump's strategy. I think that.
Yeah. Very presumptuous of you, Katie, to ask about any kind of thing that needs improvement.
We have to double down on the fact that we want a safe border, that we want our children to understand what their genders are, that we think that police are good for a community, that we do not like socialism. And I think that placating liberal media is never the strategy. I think it's being authentic to our values and our principles. And truly right now, I mean, outside of that, I think
the my Lanta
area that is a little bit troubling is the rise in anti-Semitism among conservatives, for me personally, as someone who is Jewish.
Okay, there we go.
And I really hope that goes away expeditiously. Is that fair?
It's fair. Messaging is very strategic and very important in getting a message out there.
Thanks for that keen insight. Let's guys, do you have your pencils out? This is a maestro, all right? So let's get that keen insight on messaging. Ready? You guys all have your Peepo G's out, your pencils out? You're ready. This will be on the tests.
Who is Jewish. And I really hope that goes away expeditiously. Is that fair?
It's fair. Messaging is very strategic and very important in getting a message out there.
Now, what does that mean?
And I agree with everything you're saying.
What does it feel like to press send on a post that changes world markets or completely changes?
Sorry, I've just died. If you're on Twitch chat, you have access to the better Twitch TV emotes and the other ones, right? And sorry, that just killed me.
Here's the news cycle.
Yeah, that's been a long journey the first 4 years around. I don't really think about it much, to be honest with you. Everything is...
Wait, think about what?
Or completely changes the news cycle.
Yeah, that's been a long journey.
That changes world
out there. And I agree with everything you're saying.
What does it feel like to press send on a post that changes world markets or completely changes the news cycle?
Yeah, that's been a long journey the first 4 years around. I don't really think about it much, to be honest with you. Everything is...
Yikes.
Authentic and
in the moment.
And in the moment. And I get some people...
I don't really strategize when I send things, how that will affect other people.
Sometimes people say, oh, you can not I don't really think about it. But I think on a messaging...
I don't really think about what I send out and whether it'll have an impact. Interesting. This guy's making millions on Polymarket. He always makes sure to complete his trades. Oh my God.
The Republican Party is getting out there and speaking. The president often does his cabinet meetings, and he does them live for 2 or 3 hours. That's very strategic. That is not having them in at the top of it. Answer a couple of questions. Cut off if they want, spin it. No, run that thing live. Now they'll still cut it and say, oh, he said this or he said that. But it's whenever you can have those live cameras rolling and being in front of those cameras and putting out the right messaging and on behalf of the Republican Party.
Dude, I'm having a hard time, just even Semaphore saying it correctly. I can't even follow what they're saying. I'm so bored by it that it's actually hard for me to even understand what's being said.
Party and
everything seems redundant or a cliche or just filler words and stuff. And it's putting me to sleep.
Marching from the same beat, right? All together in unison on the border, just on everything. And all the policies the president has is
policies the president has.
The left doesn't have policies.
No, they don't have policies.
They don't.
Yeah, we don't have policies. We don't have policies. Got it.
Policies.
I thought we were in favor of what was the thing they said? We're in favor of trans prisoners.
It's I don't understand where they're coming from most of the time, honestly.
The chasm between
Was this
Republicans and
a
Democrats.
philosophy and something you
Way to cut her off.
had thought
Is
of,
there
Dan?
Most of
philosophy?
the time, honestly.
The chasm between
Was
Republicans
this
and
a
Democrats.
philosophy and something you had thought of, Dan, for
Was
years? Or is
this-
this something that came organically over time,
Was
starting
what
in
a
2015
philosophy?
and 2016 when the president started running, of just being so transparent online, so transparent with your behind the scenes videos? Because that's, I think,
I didn't really think about it.
what you see now that like Margot has moved into is a lot of what you used to do, and it's kind of become the Trump hallmark. Is that
Who the
something
fuck
that
is
you
Margot?
thought to do, or is that just how it
No,
started?
it was really back in the beginning where, you know, you see what you see on TV, but it was like showing the dynamic of what the TV or what is not
How about you answer the fucking question? How about you, before you speak, think about what you're going to say just for like half a second.
being shown. And in the world, in the age of social media, anybody can be an influencer in regards to getting out
You think that she asked whether anyone can be an influencer?
messaging. And as long as it's done the right way, like
What's up with his
it's
hands?
very important. 10 years ago, social media was where it started up.
The question was this like a strategic philosophy of radical transparency? And he's like, well, you know, these days anyone can be an influencer.
Coming and we've owned it for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And that was the way of getting our messaging out. And the teams have done a great job. White House digital team does a phenomenal job. Kayleen Dorr and that team. And you know what Margot's putting out, it's total gold because the stuff goes viral. That stuff gets more views, and it has from the beginning. We're back in 15, more views than you're going to see on any major cable news network. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and it's organic and it's getting out there. And okay, so a major network won't play it, but guess what? It got about 25 more million views online.
What's your
across the
favorite?
platforms.
What's your favorite meme or video that the White House has posted this year?
Ooh, there's so many good ones.
Ooh, maybe it's the
Honestly,
Franklin one.
They're so
the Franklin
talented, and they make some people's heads explode, and they're over the target when that happens. The other day, what was your favorite?
The one. with
The
evil-
Franklin.
Mine was the cuffing season. Like mine's easily cuffing season.
That was
Yeah,
really
that was a
good.
good one.
That was really
These
good.
are like
I have to tell you
these
the
are
way
like
that
freaks. My favorite was watching these like people be arrested.
we take ownership.
We're gonna definitely have that attitude when we're back in power. We'll be thinking about our cuffing season videos.
Of things like the sombrero.
Oh, I was going to say they kept getting bigger.
And the sombrero got
I actually thought this was kind of funny. I mean, obviously like racist as shit, but seeing Jeffries in a sombrero did make me laugh. I'm sorry if that makes me racist, but you know, I am Hispanic.
bigger, and we were terrible people for doing the sombrero.
And then when they did it, like at first people were like, you got to tell them to take this down. And then it's like, we're going to double, triple, and quadruple down on it to the point where like,
I got to tell you, one of my favorite ones, it's priceless, was Maduro dancing, saying, come and get me, da, 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 and he's dancing, come and get me, come and get me. And then the eagle comes in, and it's Trump, right? And then it shows them coming
They
to
got
get him.
him.
And I got to tell you, that operation was absolutely incredible. And, you know, the whole team, and, you know, Stephen and Secretary Hegseth and Rubio,
Stephen Miller?
President, General Kane. It's like, I'll tell you what, America, like I sit in that room before we did the press conference, and I just look at these guys. America is in good hands.
I know.
I got to tell you,
America's what?
did the press conference, and I just look at these guys. America is in good hands.
America is a good hands. You tell me if that's what he said.
In that room before we did the press conference, and I just look at these guys. America is in good hands.
I know.
I got to tell you, America is in good
How
hands
does
from
it
the
feel
president
differently from the first administration to now present day?
down. Well, you know, the first administration, there were a lot of things going on when, you know, we got in, and it seemed like the investigations kicked in right away. Russia, right? We heard
even the
Russia.
people,
I was going
right?
to say, wouldn't you say that the people now, the team that you guys have is so
I
good?
have to tell you, and I actually went and I saw Secretary Besson today, and I spoke to everybody at the Treasury. And somebody asked me a similar question. And the answer to that was the cabinet that is in place will go down as one of the greatest cabinets of all time. Yeah. Everybody is on the same team. Everybody works together. You see it for the 2 hours they're all talking around the table, but also then there's the behind the scenes, and where everybody's working together, agency with an agency with an everybody's on the same team, and nobody's out to it's very impressive what is going on in the West Wing. And you know, from the leadership with like Susie, and just honestly the right people in the right places, and everybody
intentions.
correct, with love for our country and to serve the American people and the president. It's an incredible team that's been built
Oh my God.
out, and it's fine.
So since you brought up the cabinet, we're going to go to our next section of Cabinet Confidential. Who's most likely to call you at 2 a.m. with a completely off the rails idea?
Sitting at the cabinet table, off the rails idea.
Off the rails.
Oh wow, you're gonna get me in trouble.
Seemed.
So none of these people ever want to dish because they're all like afraid the knives will come out for them.
Attention.
You're going to get me in trouble. Wow,
So who's going to call you in the middle of the night with a crazy idea?
you're around
She's like, answer the fucking question. You look
like when the phone's ringing. Honestly, the ideas that aren't crazy. I know what we're
Terrible answer.
Going on here, but like
They're all sane.
they're all like
Everything's sane.
legit and like solid.
Who's the pickiest eater?
You know who I get a kick out of? You may have even heard this before. Secretary of State.
He and Marco or like Beavis and Butthead?
Not picky. Not picky. He's not a picky eater, which was your question.
Not like picky, but he loves his sweets. He loves the Navy mess hall.
Mm-hmm.
He loves like the ice cream. And like we're sitting at a meeting and he's like, has like, I hope he has some. Might be telling this. And he's amazing. Love the guy. He's eating like ice cream or the like.
Katie, everything is so normal.
It's incredible. And, but not picky. I don't know if we really have any.
Who's the meme master of the administration?
Hey, Marco again.
Marco Rubio is the meme master.
It's funny. Like a lot of them are into memes.
All of them. This reminds me when Sarah Palin's, they're like, hey, Miss Palin, Governor Palin, what was your newspaper that you stay informed with? Oh, you know, all of them.
I would say overall meme masters, I have to give credit to the White House digital team. I really do.
That's not a person. She wanted the cabinet confidential.
And to all of the folks out there that support the president that have been with us from the beginning, because as the president says, some of the memes they create, some of the content they create, you could go to Fifth Avenue or Park Avenue in New York City to an ad agency, spend $1 million or $2 million. They would not create what these the president calls them geniuses. And some of the stuff is like mind-boggling.
Geniuses.
But I give a lot of credit to the White House digital team. They do a phenomenal job and they engage with everybody out there. But the memes are where it's at. And we did we started memeing back in like 15 and 16. Like, oh, real professional. Oh yeah. I remember like I was a tool and being called a tool for using memes.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
you were a tool?
Memes are where it's at. And we started memeing back in like 15 and 16. Like, oh, real professional. Oh yeah. I remember like I was a tool and being called a tool for using.
So you were both a tool and also being called a tool.
Memes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's where the messaging is at.
So now we're going to play our game of Would You Rather. You both answer.
This is challenging.
This is so challenging. Would you rather? It's like, would you watch it be so out there?
Would you rather give up during campaign season? Coffee or cocktails?
I'm an alcoholic, so I'm going to have to say coffee.
Me or him? Both. You know my answer. I'd rather give up coffee.
Wow. Winos.
Well, the campaign season, I know I sound like a very goody two shoes, but I didn't drink on the campaign trail because we were just going so hard, to be honest with you. And I couldn't give up the coffee.
Hard?
Like the coffee, or then there was the Celsius. But back then in the day, it was, I don't even remember what it was. Somebody said, you better stop drinking that. You're gonna drop. I don't even know what it was.
Red Bull or something?
I don't know what, maybe
Red Bull or whatever.
But it was like very energetic. But I couldn't give up the coffee because he's up bright and early and I need my caffeine. And there were no times. I know it sounds crazy, but we would go 3, 4, 5 rallies sometimes, and we weren't checking into hotels till like 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, midnight. So there weren't too many times for cocktailing.
Would you rather relive your first date or your favorite date?
I like the first date where he shook her hand. Presumably you'd want to relive the favorite, right?
I think they're all my favorite.
Oh my God. Every date is your favorite date?
With me.
Yeah. Duh.
Like, you would think that something insane just happened. They're all hunched over, laughing. Like, what are these people on? Every question is like, would you rather do this or this? All of it. None of it. Every single one. All the people.
I think they're all my favorite.
With me.
Yeah. Duh.
Tongue out. Duh. With me. Gripping that leg.
That was a joke. It was a joke, people.
It's a joke, people. Come on.
we get. I think everyone gets that. Well, I don't even know what our favorite date would have been.
I can't even think of a favorite date.
Every date we go on is like our favorite.
We have so much fun.
We have so much fun when we go out to dinner with friends or with family.
Laura's birthday was so fun.
Yeah,
that was a fun
we
one.
always have fun, and
we had fun last night. I mean, we have fun every time we do something.
We surround ourselves with good people
With
and people
fun.
you can trust and people
Feels
you can
fun.
love and people who have the same beliefs and values. And it's like every time we go out to dinner.
Hey, can you like just stop fucking blabbing for 2 seconds and let it sit? You always have to start doing this like filler nonsense.
It's our favorite. It's everything's our favorite.
Oh, I love you, baby.
I love you.
Sorry.
Time we go out to dinner,
It's our favorite. It's everything's our favorite.
I love you, baby.
baby.
I love you.
So, it's funny. Like,
I love it when we fucking kill people who don't have the right art. My favorite ASMR is when they lock all the fucking illegals in Sikat. I love you, baby.
it just takes one little clip from this show to like, oh, Scavino, look at him.
I love this,
you.
though. I
But
can't get enough.
I
I
understand-
cannot
Can't
get
get
enough
enough.
right now.
Well, you don't want to show that you're human.
I understand
All
how
right,
all this
let's-
works.
Would
Yeah, not really doing a good job with that.
you rather have your phone battery stuck at 2% or your inbox stuck at 20,000 unread emails?
What a question.
Well, yeah, if I had to go without my phone, I don't know how
I'd
I would
literally
do without.
kill
So
myself.
I think I'll take, as crazy as it sounds, the 20,000 emails.
I agree.
When we went on a mission, it was like a 12-hour flight, and they took our phones and we had
If your phone is stuck at 2, it will never die.
turn the phones off. The president at one point goes, "You can't be doing too well." Like, and I'm sitting there.
What a dog shit question. Wait, Cadmus, genius. We have high IQ. High fucking IQ. This was fucking smart. It's my friend. She's fucking smart.
They're like, and he goes,
Get me in the next
"Scavino,
admin."
How you doing?
Like withdrawals?
It's tough not having a phone and communicating. Like, you step away for an hour and then you go back and your, phone's lit up.
especially
And
with
it's
you.
great, but I'll take the emails.
Free energy.
Would you rather post a cringe
Never subbed, never donated. Speaking of which, sub to the channel. Never subbed, never donated. 2%. Unlimited energy.
You step away for an hour and then you go back and your, phone's lit up.
Entertainment.
And
Especially
it's
with you.
great, but I'll take the emails.
Would you rather post a cringy couple photo in matching outfits or forget your anniversary on camera?
These are so ludicrous. What was it? Forget your anniversary on camera or couple's outfit. I think they'll say couple's outfit.
I'll take the emails.
Would you rather post a cringy couple photo in matching outfits or forget your anniversary on camera?
I want to post as many photos of us in cringy outfits because I love Halloween.
All right, that's like the first normal answer.
Yeah, I don't mind any of it. In fact, I posted one of her and I on like X, I think it was. And, it's kind of funny to see people's reactions and either their love or either their hate or, yeah, so I'm in the same boat.
I love watching their hate.
Would you rather be shadow banned or ratioed?
Ratioed.
Ratio.
Yeah, well, the chances are more likely to be shadow banned, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, I'll take the ratio.
Yeah.
I don't think you've ever been ratioed. There's no way.
I think
There's no way they've been ratioed, you sexy little fox.
maybe sometimes.
No
But,
way.
Yeah, well, it
No
is what it is.
way.
I
You're
don't
always
mind.
posting the popular opinion.
Yeah, but I also don't mind
You
being
create the popular.
ratioed.
You
Sometimes
create the
it creates a
popular.
little bit
You
of
create the
ratio.
popular. You create the popular.
You're so good.
I don't even think
You're so good. You're so fucking good.
about it. It doesn't bother me.
They're like speaking so sensually.
What's
Either
your
way.
favorite date night spot in DC?
We just like being home. No way they say that, right? There's literally no way. They're going to say restaurant.
Nobu.
There you go.
Nobu is very good. Where do we go?
Philippe Chow.
Last night I liked Joe's.
Okay.
Philippe Chow is very good.
All right. All right. They did better than Cash on this. Good job.
What's the
You like
Mexican
the
place?
Ned?
I like the Ned, the Mexican place.
Mi Vida.
Mi Vida. Have you been to Mi Vida?
Pretty good.
Oh, it's very good. Very good. No, I like Joe's, and the Occidental across the street is very good too.
Where was the place we went? Maestros?
Yeah, that was good too. Maestros. I actually once was at a Chili's and the president called, and
I wasn't there for the
So fucking funny. I can't believe you were at a Chili's. He's like a golf employee. I can believe it.
I was not there.
I love Chili's.
Look at these decadent Great Gatsby, like, oh my God, I can't believe you were at Chili's. A chain restaurant. The horror. The fucking horror. First of all, as between Applebee's and Chili's, and those other chain restaurants, I actually think Chili's not that bad. But they show they hate you and they hate the working class because they're shitting on Chili's. Oh my God, I can't believe you went to Chili's.
The president called, and
I wasn't there for the record. I was not there.
I love Chili's.
I was
and
not there.
We were talking. I stepped outside.
Oh my God, he was at Chili's. Can you look at how she's reacting to the fucking Chili's?
My stores. I actually once was at a Chili's, and
First of all, he was at a Hooters. He was at a Hooters.
the president called.
First of all, she hit me. Second of all, she was a whore.
And
I wasn't there for the record. I was.
Look at her reaction.
I love Chili's, and
I love Chili's.
we were talking. I stepped outside.
Look at
and
him.
I said, "Sir, I'm eating the best boneless buffalo chicken." Like,
Okay. Sir, I'm eating bottomless buffalo.
you could even think of, and the blue cheese is so good. And he's like, "What's it? Chili's?" And I was like, "Sir, you got to try these things." Like,
Look at her. She's mortified.
these things, I still have to get him the boneless buffalo chicken fingers. They're like little nuggets, and I get them at the pizza.
Yeah, I actually agree with this. The most relatable thing to come out of this podcast is him like gushing about Chili's. And I'm like, oh, he like really loves Chili's. And they're just like clowning on him for it.
TBI Airport. I intentionally go early to get.
I had those with you. And
What's
they
it
were
called? The triple decker platter.
It's just frozen.
What do they call it? Triple decker batter? He does the 2-for-1 meal.
And reheated.
Oh, it's so good. So good. I'm a very simple eater.
What shows are you binging on TV right now?
We just finished The Beast in Me.
I don't know
Getting
that.
him caught up on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills.
Good.
What was the other one we watched? It was like 3 different seasons.
White Lotus.
White Lotus.
Yeah, that's good.
Like crazy. But we try and watch,
That's good.
get into like a series
Something
or watch
mindless that doesn't involve politics, so we can.
What's your typical order from the Navy mess?
something. I will either have a grilled cheese with American cheese.
boneless buffalo wings.
If I get something.
This morning you had a bacon, egg, and cheese that I went in his office and promptly ate.
So I ordered a bacon, egg, and cheese this morning, but didn't have time to eat it because I had to go to Treasury. I came back from Treasury. It was half gone. She said, I ate your bacon, egg, and cheese. So I didn't even get a chance to eat it. But I like grilled cheese with French fries, extra ketchup.
Best trip you've ever gone on with the president?
Oh, man, there's been so many cool trips.
Oh my God.
So many cool trips.
So many cool, all of them.
I would say
think
Italy
all of
ranks
them.
up there, right?
Best hotel you guys have stayed in?
Oh my God.
I would have to go with the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, Chicago, New York. How's that?
Perpetually on message. We love it. Love to see it. The president is famous for his Spotify playlist. What's your favorite
What?
song on the playlist?
Man, there's so
Does Trump like music besides YMCA and Ave Maria?
many great songs.
So many great songs. All of them. I think all the music. Even David, who's a person of interest in murder.
He was playing them for us the other night.
Yeah, they're all over the map too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have to give Lee
We
Greenwood
always
the
do
shout
it
out
this
because,
time.
honestly, it's just an iconic song that I've heard thousands
Wait,
and thousands.
what did he say? What did he say?
I have to give Lee Greenwood the shout out because, like, honestly,
Who?
too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have to give Lee Greenwood the shout out because, like, honestly,
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry if that makes me. I don't know what that is. Sorry.
it's just an iconic song that I've heard thousands and thousands of times. So when he plays it, I love it. When he plays YMCA, you think of him doing the dance up there.
Yeah, I definitely think about that.
Bocelli.
Bocelli, like, yeah, it's just mind-boggling. The stuff that
Pavarotti.
Oh, that's a
Pavarotti,
Pavarotti song, yeah.
mind-boggling. Well, he's done.
These are like these like roaring 20s era elites that have these like sex and cocaine parties and get off on this shit.
Some of the other too. It's, you know.
What's your go-to hype song?
Oh, that's an easy one.
Yeah, we could probably say it at the same time. You have your phone? I'll call your phone and we could play
My
it.
ringer. It's my ringer for
What
him.
is it?
1, 2, 3.
Enter Sandman.
That's his ringer when he calls me.
I'm a big fan of.
People ask what our
I
wedding
don't
song
like-
is going to be. I think
I don't like that that's your ringer for your man.
it's going to have to be interesting.
So our final question before we get to our real final question is, when's the wedding?
Always with these probing fucking questions. They did the same thing of Cash Patel. Cash, when are you gonna tie the knot?
When's this
You're
gonna-
clearly more in love than like anyone
when
I've
is
ever
this
met in
going
my
to air?
entire
Because
life.
I don't.
That's not the vibe I got.
Then we have no plans
We're
for our
airing this
wedding.
next Tuesday.
So that
When's the
would
wedding?
be about 2.5 or 3 weeks short of when we're gonna.
Honey,
So
you
we're
are not supposed to say that.
We're not
Hey, Katie, why don't you cut that out? You fucking sneaky.
supposed to say.
It's a surprise wedding.
So we're having an engagement party on February 1st.
Don't say
We're
that.
having-
And we may or may not be. I wasn't supposed to
Oh no.
say this.
The date, it's okay. You can say whatever you want.
Go ahead.
You don't want to
So I wasn't supposed to
This is
say anything, but I'm
uncomfortable.
an honest guy and I'm an honest broker and I'm a fair broker. Like, look, there's a chance that on February
Oh,
1st,
Hutch is added, man.
we may, the engagement party may
turn
transition
into something more.
Okay.
into a wedding. And I have many thoughts for that, though. Like, I'm
do?
thinking advance. I'm thinking midterms are coming up in November.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? Get married in October?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Right, or after? Like,
No.
it's kind of like, so we're considering on February 1st transitioning into engagement party and then surprising everybody.
Well, now it's not going to be that big of a surprise.
It won't be that much of a surprise, but we'll see. To be determined. Stay tuned.
All right, so our last question we asked every guest on the podcast. If you could host a dinner party with 3 people, dead or alive, who's sitting at the table and what are you eating?
Aaron, I'm going to let you go first with that
No, you
one.
each go.
So we each get 3 people? Okay. Well, I obviously want my Dan there. That's 1. I want my son there. That's 2. And let's see, my sister. Family is the most important thing. And what are we eating? Sushi. What else?
I agree.
I made it easy.
It's a
You don't have to have me at your dinner.
It's a fascinating question. It really is. Man, there's so many people.
You can go like George
so
Washington
it would
and
be
co. You don't have
me
to have
and
Oh
who?
my god.
3 people.
And what are you eating?
I get to pick the 3 people.
Dead or alive?
Oh, wow.
Donald Trump?
Maybe start with what are you eating?
A chicken parmesan.
Okay.
Got to have my chicken parmesan.
That's like okay.
Is that okay with the chicken parm? As far as 3 people, you know,
Chicken parm is just maybe a little too basic. I mean, it's too. I get it. You know what? I'm not going to judge.
I'd love to sit down with
Trump at
Fred
Chili's.
Trump. his father.
No. What are you guys going to talk about? What a kiss ass.
Because the way he speaks about him and the things he's learned from him is just very fascinating. And it's what made him who he is. And I've always been very interested. I would say Fred Trump. And I think
You get 2 more.
you know who I really enjoy speaking with? I'd like to have Elon Musk. We've done that before, right? Like we've all been around. But I would say Elon.
Elon.
That's a given. Yeah, I would have to go with Fred Trump, Elon, the President of the United States.
Plus Aaron.
Plus Aaron.
Well, it's only 3.
There's so many people. That's an amazing question.
I love that everyone's eating the chicken parm.
That's an amazing question. And the conversation there,
A conversation with Roy Cohn was actually be fucking interesting. Way more interesting than Fred Trump.
the conversation would be very engaging, very fascinating. Like to hear from the president's father, like sitting there with him would be pretty iconic. And then Elon coming back into the fold too, and just conversationally, the guy's brilliant. The guy is just brilliant. You know, so it would be that would be it.
Okay, I think that this was a very uncomfortable interview, and yeah, I just think that it's very funny, and we'll keep an eye on Katie Miller. We'll see what's happening. I thought the Nicki Minaj interview was supposed to have dropped, but we are going to. Hutch never responded to my DM, unfortunately. I did promise that we would finish this. So far, I'm not liking it for reasons already stated. Summarized as quickly as possible, I think that it's too conclusory. It relies on the viewer's assumptions already as opposed to substantiating the critiques for the most part, you know, with some exceptions. I don't think it establishes the point that Hutch was trying to make with it. Some examples of what I just said include with reference to whether AIPAC should be sanctioned under regulation as opposed to protected by the First Amendment. It was just kind of like a Dragon Ball Z meme or something after that, as opposed to making the argument. There are other examples of outright falsehoods with respect to what Emily said. I remember one instance in which Emily said Democrats are supporting non-citizens having access to healthcare, And he said, no, they're not. They're just not. And what he produces is evidence of the undocumented immigrant thing, and he produces the talking point for that. That's incorrect. Non-citizens includes lawful permanent residents, which are people that Democrats are trying to fight for to have healthcare coverage under some of these programs. Other examples, I think, of arguments that are just like not, that are left in kind of conclusory terms relate to, the government's ability, the substantive point that they were making, the American government's ability to stop the war in Gaza, where rather than try to show that this is just not the case, there's a kind of like equivocal or arguably ambiguous history that I think isn't fully fleshed out, and dealing with the argument on its strongest terms. I think the focus has been oftentimes on their coverage of Israel, which, he can have his own thoughts about, but I don't think it gets to the point that Hutch was trying to make with the video, in that, yeah, there's a massive disagreement on Israel, but Kyle Kalinske is always saying there's not an equivalence between the Republicans and the Democrats. And the attempt to try to show that he's like inconsistent in that failed epically when that was attempted to happen. I think that it's not convincing to people who aren't already in that camp, in my opinion. It doesn't really move the needle for people who don't think the same way. It's just pointing at things. I mean, like, isn't that crazy, guys? Isn't that crazy? And so I'm not impressed by it in any respect. That said, I'm acknowledged I'm probably more harsh to it given what it's being utilized for, namely to try to like make this point that these people are no friends. They're no friends of Democrats in the more global sense, whatever that means in terms of how we should prescriptively move forward with our content and interactions and things like that. So yeah, that is my overall take so far, but maybe there's more stuff in here that, and again, when I'm looking for the point of don't interact with these people, they're all bad faith, they're all hacks, are like evidence of specifically lies, bad faith, malicious conduct, false equivalences, that kind of stuff, where I haven't seen that yet. I haven't really seen that. There's a couple instances where like Kyle has assumed, I think in the ISIS affiliated gang stuff, where I haven't seen exactly the evidence, although I'm relying on his representation of what Kyle's basis for that claim is. I think that was bad. And I think one time the Breaking Point segment, they cited some Twitter account, but again, it's not really clear what the context of that was. And those aren't like, at least from what the video is able to demonstrate, done intentionally or shown to be done intentionally in bad faith or to corrupt the audience or lead them astray in that sense. Additionally, the editing leaves much to be desired. It's cut in such a way where it's sometimes unclear what point is being made. It splits right in the middle of sentences where we don't have enough to know what they're talking about. And so that, I think, is a humongous flaw. But yeah, that's it so far. But I said I would finish this, and so that's what I'm going to do.
That they're narco-terrorists. What does that even mean? What's a narco-terrorist? I'm going to go blow up a club, but for the love of cocaine?
It's when drug cartels do terrorism. Like when
Yeah, so the critique there isn't that drugs, that these groups are being attacked because of their terrorism-related activities. It's that they're conflating drug importation with terrorism to try to create a permission structure for the use of these like authorities and pretext rationales for invasion. And so as applied, I think that Kyle's critique runs through, which is this conflation between trafficking with respect to America, which is what's happening with cocaine, as the hook for defensive, in their mind, action. I know they also do terrorist activity, momentum. Listen to the words I'm fucking using. Jesus Christ. What they're alleging with respect to American interests relate to the importation as acts of narco-terrorism. That the importation itself constitutes narco-terrorism. Not that these narcotics groups don't also do terrorism, which they clearly do in Mexico and in their different societies. Drug importation is terrorism. No, it's fucking not. Show proof of that. I mean, so momentum, we're now going to stop. Give me any definition of terrorism by which drug importation meets it. some dictionary definition of terrorism where it would suffice, or some legal definition of terrorism where drug importation by itself suffices. We're stopping momentum for you to provide that meaning of that term and for you to say why it fits that definition. And we'll wait for you. Provide a definition, a meaning, or what you take it to be, what terrorism to be. We'll wait. No, stop. What do you take terrorism mean right now? What do you understand terrorism to be? As you say terrorism, you're asserting it as terrorism. So regardless of the definition, what do you understand terrorism to be? You don't need a definition. Just tell me what you mean when you say terrorism. So this is not something you need research for. I'm just trying to understand what you meant when you said drug importation is terrorism. Sorry, no, momentum. I just want to know what you meant. What did you mean by the word terrorism? Answer it. What did you mean? What are the clusters? Tell me the clusters. Okay, so is it possible for me to assess whether something is terrorism if you're saying you can't describe it by laying out the clusters? If you're saying you can't even describe the clusters, you're basically saying I can't even assess whether that's true or not. Clusters include violence against non-militants, no violence by drug importation, by non-state actors for the purpose of religious or economic or ideological purposes. Is importation of drugs violence? Okay, so in non-violent, so can you just answer? It's not violence, right? Drug importation is not violence. Agreed? And now we'll go to your non-violence examples. Now we'll go to your non-violence examples. All right, but we'll go to the non-violence examples. Will you grant it's not violence? Yes or no? Okay. What is the purpose for importing drugs into the United States for these cartels? What is the purpose? Economic. It doesn't really feel like a terrorist rationale as against the United States. It doesn't feel like there are, even if I were to grant this cyber terrorism example, and then it would be modifier, cyber terrorism in that respect, the purpose is political or ideological. That's what terrorism implies. Usually with respect to terror, where that's it's like its core concept. But if you just say that someone who illegally imports something to make money, that constitutes terrorism in and by itself, I mean, I just don't know why that would fit into our notion, the collective notion that the purpose behind the activity is like a core aspect of what makes terrorism terrorism. Terrorism does imply for a purpose, right? It's not just violence by itself. Terrorism is not anytime you hit your wife. Terrorism is not anytime there's private violence. Terrorism doesn't imply anytime there's a shooting. The ideological component, religious or political, is critical to finding terrorism. In fact, I'll go so far as to say a necessary component. And if you don't think it is, then they're like, okay, anything with a sufficient harm is now terrorism. Or, you know, in your interpretation, without the ideological component. Not just religious or political, also include economic purpose. Often standard definitions show that. For an economic purpose, to make money, really. So take, for example, I think what people will misconstrue is with respect to cartel violence in the states. They are political goals. The goal is to make sure that the political apparatus of the state is being wielded in such a way so that there's not action being taken against these individuals in that respect. But I have no reason to believe that pure economic motivation. I mean, if that were the case, then we're going to call terrorists like any kind of importer who has as its proximate causation like some sort of bad effect in the United States, especially given the fact that most people don't die when they take cocaine. Its political aim is in service of a greater. I mean, this is just the okay. If this is what you're going with, it is an absurd concept. I think it's non-standard, and I don't accept it. That's what I'll say.
Escobar blew up a plane just because Trump is co-opting the term as.
I mean, I will just say then also, all the drug sellers in this country are terrorists as well. All the drug users are facilitating terrorists by buying their product. So they're funding terrorism in that sense directly.
Excuse doesn't make it fake.
The world needs to start holding us accountable. I'm talking about sanctions and embargo, people not trading with us anymore. I mean, Trump's already giving everybody the middle finger by doing his fucking stupid trade war.
After this, Kyle talks more about Trump being a piece of shit. It's fine. Let's just go to Crystal.
Bro show. People live for the pound.
Come on. Please don't be stupid. Please don't be stupid. Please don't be stupid.
You know, Hamas, it does appear like Hamas killed 6 hostages. It was 5 or 6 hostages in the tunnel. Prevent them from being captured in this.
How do you account for narco-terrorism if terror is inherently political? Think about Pablo Escobar. They are trying to invoke, to put the fear of the narco group at issue with respect to government action. There is a political purpose behind their violent actions. Absolutely. Absolutely there is. But I don't consider crime incident to some sort of criminal enterprise to be terrorism in and of itself, right? Terrorism, for example, like to kill a judge who's about to preside over a case, right, of one of the drug whatever traffickers. It's to send a message of terror with respect to the government action. It's to politically align them.
horrifying situation. According to Israeli media reports, the way that a significant number of the hostages were killed was through Israeli airstrikes.
You're being stupid.
What about El Chapo? It's the same thing with El Chapo, with respect to actions that are calibrated to, I don't consider merely these style of attacks on individuals or gang violence against each other, rival gangs, that to be terrorism. I don't. I really don't. You might. My concept of terrorism just implies an ideological motive, usually political or religious. So to the extent the violence is occurring for turf reasons, I don't call that terrorism.
.972 in particular reported that Israel discovered that as a byproduct of its...
I did reply to Hutch's tweet. I said, he's wrong. Hutch is free to come on. I messaged him.
2,000-pound bombs, they could basically suck all the oxygen out of the tunnels within like a 500 or 1,000 meter period. And they know for a fact that they killed some hostages.
168 hostages were returned alive. Per Israel, 75 were killed on October 7th or by Hamas soon after. Israel killed 3 on the ground, mistaking them for combatants. And 3 were killed in airstrikes. But in the article Ryan is citing, they include 6 hostages who, by all the reporting I could find, died from gunshot wounds to prevent their rescue, not asphyxiation. The only other article I could find that says it was an airstrike was Middle East Eye, and even...
So you disagree with the wiki definition of narco-terror? What's the wiki definition of narco-terror? I disagree with your definition of terrorism. And I don't think that mere drug importation is narco-terrorism. Mere importation of illegal substance. I think that's fucking stupid. And at a bare minimum, with respect to the narco-terrorism stuff that you're talking about there, there's the actual use of violence. Maybe I would say, okay, if you were going to push me, that at least in those cases, there's the actual use of violence. Go to the wiki. I can't copy paste here. All right. Wikipedia. Narco-terrorism in its original context is understood to be the attempts of narco-traffickers to influence the policies of a government or of society through violence and intimidation, and to hinder the enforcement of anti-drug laws by the systemic threat or use of such violence. Yeah, it seems exactly what I said, right? Isn't it exactly what I said?
That one includes that it's disputed.
Mm-hmm. And there's some indications from Hamas actually that they're now offering to give up heavy weapons, which would be...
It doesn't have to be political. Hang on. Momentum, you will now describe an L. Did I say it has to be political? Yes or no? You suggested it was necessary condition to be ideological, neither of which are necessary conditions on the wiki. Wait, hang on. In its narco-terrorism, so I was referring to terrorism, agreed? So when I said it's a necessary condition, I was referencing the word terrorism, correct? Yes or no? Is that correct, what I just said, Momentum, when I said a necessary condition of terrorism? And then we'll get into about narco-terrorism specifically. Narco-terrorism is a subset of terrorism. That's your that's your claim. That's your claim, right? Just because a word contains a word from another word doesn't mean that it constitutes a subset, and that every form of narco-terrorism is itself terrorism. Do you grant that? That's another claim you'd have to make. And also, in what we just read, quote, narco-terrorism in its original context is understood to be the attempts of narco-traffickers to influence the policies of a government or society through violence and intimidation, and to hinder the enforcement of anti-drug laws by the systemic threat or use of violence. Everything I just said there is political. It's with a direct attempt to have policy be a given way. Everything there. Influencing policies of a government or society through violence and intimidation, hindering enforcement of anti-drug laws by the systemic threat or use of violence, is itself a policy. So I hope you don't take that second part to be, that's not political. Any more than like, if you put up a bomb to be like, we don't want enforcement of these abortion laws, oh, it's not political. We're just trying not to enforce abortion laws. I hope that you didn't take that second part, hindering enforcement by systemic threat or use of such violence, to be ideological independent.
Rockets, which is actually a huge victory. It also is a signal that they're backing off.
That's an overly broad definition of political. Oh, okay. So if I just want to understand, if people set off bombs at state houses and they say, we are trying to stop the enforcement of anti-abortion laws, you would say not political motivation, correct? Yes or no? I just gave an example. You can answer it. We're not doing anything political. We're just trying to hinder the enforcement of anti-abortion laws using systemic threat or violence. Not political. I would say not there enough information, as there might be a non-political. So isn't it obviously political? Isn't the example I provided where people are bombing state officials to hinder the enforcement of abortion laws absolutely political, and everyone would understand it as such? And doesn't it seem preposterous that you would claim that it wouldn't be? I have to move on momentum. If you want to call on at some point, you can.
Strikes, into Israel as a part of this.
Hamas can give up rockets because they can build more with the supplies being shipped in to rebuild infrastructure.
They say they want to keep their small arms. And small arms are not a threat to an Israeli or to Israel unless they're inside Gaza.
Or if those militants with guns leave Gaza, like they did. They did that a couple years ago.
They said, we recognize the kind of sovereign monopoly on...
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with this either from Ryan Grimm.
Violence that a government has. You give us a government, we're done. We're a national liberation movement. Right. The nation's liberated. We're finished. Here's the weapons.
Yeah, that's why Hezbollah disarmed after Israel left Lebanon, right? After that, they talk about data centers for AI jacking up people's electricity bills.
This, in my opinion, is the sleeper populist issue across the entire nation. Right. Whoever wants to grab it by the horns and rip, you're ready to roll. Nobody wants to pay 267% more for electricity bill for AI pornography, which I'll get to.
Are we not saying phrasing anymore?
We're up in Maine now to talk about the Senate race, where I'm sure Ryan's comments about Graham Plattner will age like a fine wine.
There was hope among Democrats that the party leadership had seen running the same kind of milquetoast Democrats around the country, and particularly in Maine against Susan Collins, that they had seen that, we need something different. Maybe we need these tatted up guys that we don't understand.
And Ryan blows a subtle dog whistle about Janet Mills getting the backing of the broader Democratic Party machine.
Yes, basically it is that endorsement.
She does have the backing of the Democratic, establishment, whatever that means. But to the extent that it means anything, it's the people who are currently leading the party.
It does is it opens up a campaign finance mechanism.
I don't understand why you can take issue with that. Whether or not you agree with what he's saying regarding Plattner himself and his preferences, which are clearly in favor of Plattner, it's neither here nor there.
That allows big money to flow into a vehicle that can be used to support Janet Mills. And so that means all of the New York donors, and in particular, people have been like, why won't Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer just come out and condemn Netanyahu, what he's doing? Why do they keep doing this very unpopular thing? And the answer for a lot of it is the donors that are going to fund the national effort to take back the Senate don't want them to do it. So it's these kinds of donors.
And lastly for today, what might be the single most frustrating segment of the week. Ryan has set out to debunk a story from the Free Press, the Barry Weiss outlet, that itself wanted to debunk starvation in Gaza by explaining that the images people have seen are of people with degenerative illnesses who are impacted by shortages besides food. Now, this is not frustrating because the Free Press is correct. I am going to intentionally make no claim for the veracity of their article. What's frustrating is that the central premise of the Free Press article is about debunking mass starvation in Gaza, because it is being misrepresented by these photos in mainstream outlets. And Ryan decides that the way to debunk this claim is to talk to the families of the people in those photos to confirm that they are in fact deteriorating due to a lack of food. And that wasn't the argument of the fucking article. The point was that the broader
We'll show the claims in the article and we'll see if that's true. I remember being pissed at that coverage from that article, but I don't actually remember the claims in it anymore. But what would be useful in the video like this is to actually see the support for his characterization of what the article says. So I'm sure we'll see that.
Populace isn't starving.
And he might actually show it. So
to debunk that, you don't go.
But the thing is, if he doesn't show it, it's a failure.
Into greater detail of those individuals. You just find other people who are starving and take photos of them. But that doesn't happen for the whole segment. I had to watch it twice to confirm.
How do you fuck that up?
But to be fair, Ryan does make one good point.
And we don't have to dwell on this.
But have you shown, okay, so he characterized the article. He said the article
as starvation in Gaza because it is being misrepresented by these photos in mainstream outlets. And Ryan decides that the way to debunk this claim is to talk to the families of the people in those photos being impacted by shortages, but wanted to debunk starvation in Gaza by explaining that the images Ryan has set out to debunk a story from the Free Press, the Barry Weiss outlet, that itself wanted to debunk starvation in Gaza by explaining that the images people have seen are of people with degenerative illnesses who are impacted by shortages besides food. Now, this is not frustrating because the Free Press is correct. I am going to intentionally make no claim for the veracity of their article. What's frustrating is that the central premise of the Free Press article is about debunking mass starvation in Gaza.
All right, you need to show something that substantiates that point, your characterization of it. It might be true, but I want to see it actually.
Because it is being misrepresented by these photos in mainstream outlets. And Ryan decides that the way to debunk this claim is to talk to the families of the people in those photos to confirm that they are in fact deteriorating due to a lack of food. And that wasn't the argument of the fucking article. The point was that the broader populace isn't starving. To debunk that, you don't go into greater detail of those individuals. You just find other people who are starving and take photos of them. But that doesn't happen for the whole segment. I had to watch it twice to confirm.
How do you fuck?
Yeah, it doesn't even, unless he quotes it in the future here, this argument has not even got off the ground running.
Up.
But to be fair, Ryan does make one good point.
And we don't have to dwell on this. They don't look into 12 cases.
They don't look into 12 cases. I don't even know what point he was making.
Confirm.
How do you fuck that up?
But to be fair, Ryan does make one good point.
And we don't have to dwell on this. They don't look into 12 cases.
I don't even understand.
Joining us now is Emily Kopf. She's a reporter at U.S. Right to Know. She's done some of the best work that there is on the lab leak hypothesis on that investigation. She's joining us now for our latest report. Thank you so much for joining us, Emily.
Great to be here.
When Florida Democrats heard that, they played the victim. It was shocked and chagrined, like, how dare you compare us to Iran? When Florida Democrats heard that.
On that investigation. She's joining us now for our latest report. Thank you so much for joining us, Emily.
Great to be here.
When Florida Democrats heard that, they played the victim. It was shocked and chagrined, like, how dare you compare us to Iran? They're rank authoritarians. Oh, really? Well, what did you just do here? There's no way to describe it. It is authoritarian.
I think it was probably scary.
Yeah, you need to actually, if you're saying it's such a fucking weird comparison, it's so awful, you need to actually show why it's stupid, why the claim sucks. So it could have been a dumb comparison, but I compare Trump to like foreign despots all the time, or the actions of the Republican Party, either for color or whatever. You need to show that the comparison sucks. I'm not just going to point back, oh, Kyle, like this video treats you like you're a baby that already agrees with everything. You need to actually establish things, make arguments for and propositions that you support, right? And we just move on. Like, we haven't even had time to examine that comparison and why it's so bad. Just, oh, they said Democrats were Iranians. That means it's so bad faith. Why don't you actually like show why the comparison is inapt? That's like your job as a debunker or whatever.
But they are making this all about themselves, and that's the problem here. And you know the other thing I keep thinking about? When things are really crazy, you don't have to tell a damn person. 9/11. You didn't have to be on 9/11 to be like, oh my God.
We also have to acknowledge that 1/6 was the last time that any of these people got decent ratings.
It was like, if I'm
got what?
We also have to acknowledge that 1/6 was the last time that any of these people got decent ratings.
Got decent rings?
Oh my God.
We also have to acknowledge that 1/6 was the last time that any of these people got decent ratings.
It was like,
got decent ratings. Yeah, downplaying Jan 6 is shitty. And that's one of the reasons why I'm glad Kyle and Crystal, in their most recent coverage, has said resistance libs are correct about this. They're correct about what happened there. Kyle himself acknowledges that.
if I'm convinced
But yeah, no, that's cringe for sure.
you're going to do like 2 or 3 of the things that I value highly, then I would vote for you. Because I know it's basically vouches just the Democrat and the Republican. Oh, he's just mentally ill. Well, again, I reiterate. At what point are the people doing nothing or cheerleading and supporting the atrocities? At what point do we say, perhaps they're the ones who are really mentally ill? And the people who are so saddened and depressed and distraught by the reality on the ground, they want to do something. At what point do we acknowledge, hey, he's mentally ill? 2 or 3 of the things that I value highly, then I would vote for you. Because I know it's basically vouches just the Democrat and the Republican. Oh, he's just mentally ill. Well, again, I reiterate. At what point are the people doing nothing or cheerleading and supporting the atrocities?
again, I don't really see that. I think we need more context to show that he's validated and saying this is a brave thing to do. This is right to do. What he's saying here is people are dismissing out of hand it is mental illness, but they don't examine their own sort of potential mental illness. But again, I think you need to establish the broader context of what he's saying. If he's advocating for it, if he disclaims against it, if he says that this person probably was mentally ill, and it's just not established.
If you're going to do like 2 or 3 of the things that I value highly, then I would vote for it. Because I know it's basically down to just the Democrat and the Republican. Oh, he's just mentally ill. Well, again, I reiterate. At what point are the people doing nothing or cheerleading and supporting the atrocities? At what point do we say, perhaps they're the one?
Show why the DNC isn't as bad as the Iranian regime that's killing protesters? Come on, man. Show why the comparison to a specific action, like, oh, we're all against the Iranian shit, but look at what you guys did with your primaries. What the comparison is, right? Because you might be too stupid to think that there's actually a point there. What does the supreme leader do in Iran with respect to candidates? Does anyone know the answer? What does the supreme leader do for presidential candidates? As the head of state and the clerics, what do? Who knows? Are you allowed to vote for whoever you want in the Iranian republic system? They pick. They pre-select. That's one of the reasons that we don't think that Iran is a republic or democracy worth preserving, is because of how they cull the eventual candidates. Like, they're going to pick a set of actors that are in line, by and large, different iterations of support. And to the extent that he was making that point, like, look, they're not even letting other Democrats be allowed in to the race, right? And the Democrats actually did this with someone who was retiring, like planning, not letting there be like a full-on primary. If that's the comparison, what's wrong with that? So having context actually helps you understand anything. And just throwing out, oh my God, Iranian comparison. It's like you have 2 IQ. It actually is an insult to everyone's intelligence that you couldn't think that there could be a comparison worth drawing on a specific thing. Now, I'm not saying Kyle made that comparison. I'm saying this video failed to draw it out about why the comparison sucks. Maybe it was a dumb comparison, but the video failed in demonstrating that.
Who are really mentally ill. And the people who are so saddened and depressed and distraught by the reality on the ground, they want to do something. At what point do we acknowledge, hey, maybe they're the ones who are the most correct? It's not something that's entertained in conversation.
Zelensky is dug in, I think, for his own, political reasons. He's promised we're not going to give up any territory, and I don't think he's going to move off of that, even though, it's devastating to his own people, to his own country. Russia continuing to march and take additional.
Yeah, obviously, very much disagree with this look at Ukraine and Russia, and Ukraine just make a deal. I've countered Michael Tracy on that on Twitter, and I want to have a conversation with him about it as well. I would have a conversation with them about it. I don't agree with it, but there's not there are elements of people who substantively support Ukraine making a deal with Russia. I think that presupposes that the deal was be enforceable without security guarantees, etc. I don't think Ukraine is the thing that's preventing a deal. I hate that framing as well, where it's like, it's Zelensky who won't make a deal. I disagree with it. But again, this video does not. It's just like, oh my God, look, a thing we disagree with. Look, they said it. Yeah, we disagree on stuff.
Territory, and ultimately something approaching a kind of divided, failed state is what you would likely be looking at.
Wait, how do parliamentary systems pick the prime minister? Isn't that also comparable to one-party governments? Is that also somehow comparable? No. Wait, it's obviously incredibly different. In the parliamentary system, the party is able to, they have their own internal vote and they vet who their leaders are. But there's no rule that says, you can't have Reform UK. There's no rule that says in order to run for an election, you need to be vetted by the Supreme Council or whatever, or the clerics. Obviously, incredibly different, dipshit. And if you didn't see that, if you don't understand that, yeah, even though there's these units called parties, political parties, you actually can have your own party, start a new party. And right now, Reform is leading in the polls in the UK. And in the past, parties have come and gone. The Liberal Party came and gone, and then Labour sort of filled in. And now recently, right, we have Reform, and we have different options available. That kind of shit, where you have major changes, isn't possible in the context of the Iranian system, which operates with a consistent supreme leader who has now presided over, 30 years plus? And so the comparison is with respect to that, and your comparison fucking sucks.
He always lies big and bold, but the lies are getting more and more unhinged as time is going by.
Day 5 starts with more Trump dumbassery, this time with his claims that trillions of dollars are being invested in the United States.
How would anybody know if Trump goes full
I'll talk to Conduit after I'm done. I just don't want to have a back and forth on with him while I'm watching it, and then we can talk about it for sure.
How would anybody know? Sorry, Stinky's playing with her toy. I don't know if you could hear it. But how would anybody know?
Because Trump bailed out Argentina, they decided to undercut the U.S. on soybean exports to China, screwing American farmers. Which is just the perfect representation of Trump's leadership.
Because of Trump's trade war, China abandoned the U.S. and went to Argentina to get soybeans. And Trump is going to bail out Argentina!
Kyle calls Trump's deployment of the National Guard to blue states a soft civil war.
That is what we're currently witnessing. It's a soft civil war. Only one side is fighting.
I wouldn't refer to it that way myself, but I don't really...
I wouldn't either, and I didn't either. But again, yeah, I don't think it's relevant for our purposes.
Have an issue with it, nor do I have a real issue with the strategy of mocking Republicans in power over their stupidity.
When we mocked them ruthlessly and relentlessly. It stung. It stung, and then they acted. What does that tell you? It tells you every single strategy that's geared towards mocking them is probably one we should exhaust.
We are experiencing a slow escalation of Trump's fascist encroachment on U.S. liberal democracy, and they are incredibly stupid. Facebook took down pages dedicated to finding out the identity of masked ICE officers.
If you are a law enforcement official, we have a right to know who you are. So to say you're doxing is total bullshit. And so
Base.
Here you have Mark Zuckerberg. Now Trump is telling him to say, he's like, yes, daddy, whatever you say. Should we do another?
Zuckerberg did cuck out to the administration, giving bullshit legitimization of their claims. He is a cuck. He is a fucker. He is bowing. Based.
Press conference together where I coddle your balls.
Israel wasn't even in the title of this clip.
That's a very soft...
Wait, what?
Whatever you say. Should we do another press conference together where I coddle your ball? Zuckerberg. Now Trump is telling him to censor. He's like, yes, daddy, whatever you say. Should we do another press conference together where I coddle your balls?
So he's talking about Zuckerberg, okay?
Israel wasn't even in the title of this clip.
Is this a longer video? I mean, this is the whole broadcast? Again, we need to, in the context of a proceeding, right? Some foundation. There are times where the title of my stream doesn't match what I'm doing in the given moment. That isn't you would need to establish, this is a segment video with a specific topic, and then they brought Israel out of nowhere up in the discussion where it seems inappropriate. You need to lay the foundation for that.
Yes, daddy, whatever you say. Should we do another press conference together where I coddle your balls?
Israel wasn't even in the title of this clip.
That's a very soft way of saying these were ISIS gangs that were...
And now the gangs are more than affiliated. They're just outright ISIS.
Yeah, I mean, this is repeating the same point, which I think is a good one. If there's no substantiation, I don't think that there is for that point. So I take that point.
You don't need to like Israel. I don't want you to like Israel. I want you to have your own opinion and understanding and care about the shit that you think is important. This shit is important. It's people's fucking lives. So just take it seriously enough to verify that what you're saying is accurate. Is that too much to ask that people don't get their news from Twitter?
If there's one thing you take...
that soying out about the Twitter stuff, I mean, it really needs to be contextual. If the Twitter accounts are the ones promoting the positions of the actual people who matter in the given context, Rubio has given newsworthy tweets. J.D. Vance has said newsworthy tweets. Specific reporters will break stories on Twitter. So it's not enough to be le Twitter. I'm sorry. That's just the absolute post-apocalyptic world we live in terms of our media.
Take away from the show, for the love of God, please make it. What's actually happening matters and needs to be the main thing you talk about. The actual fact of what they're doing on the ground matters.
At least Crystal can't get any worse.
John Mearsheimer weighing in on whether or not the ceasefire is going to hold.
Oh my God. I've been a critic of Mearsheimer and stuff, but Mearsheimer is taught in international politics, international law classes across the world. He is one of the major realism, if not the founder of offensive realism, and a major thought leader. And oftentimes it is very useful to listen to what Mearsheimer is saying, even and especially when you disagree with it. And to just do this kind of shit, not laying out, it's wrong to listen to Mearsheimer because XYZ. And yeah, I think Mearsheimer has been wrong. I think Mearsheimer was wrong about the reason why Russia is invading. Obviously, he now tries to cope about why he wasn't wrong on Venezuela. I've listened to that. I think it's useful to know where these people, just like it's useful to have John Bolton to get his view on shit. I don't find that inherently wrong. And it is a style of analysis that sometimes is very useful. I don't think you need to abandon realism in every respect and never think about it. And like, again, Mearsheimer is like, we were given works by Mearsheimer in college to read and analyze.
I had to say it. This is why you don't use Mearsheimer as a source.
The Palestinians were bent on taking many of their captured Israelis back to Gaza. And the Hannibal Doctrine calls for killing those people before they get there. So some Israelis were killed as a result of the Hannibal Doctrine.
We always look to him for his
Is that false? Again, maybe it's false. Maybe this claim is false. You need to show it's false.
analysis.
Oh yeah, he's got very insightful views into what's going on. That's why when he's not telling Tucker Carlson, he's telling Piers Morgan.
That if President Trump gets rough with Prime Minister Netanyahu, Netanyahu will turn to the lobby and the lobby will force Trump to back off.
But you know, Netanyahu will...
So we're just moving off of the Hannibal Doctrine point? Maybe he's wrong, but the video needs to show it.
Be relentless. They will never stop. The Israel lobby will never stop. They will keep pushing. They will keep looking for vulnerabilities. They will keep trying to do everything they can to go back to the killing, to go back to the death. And so it will take a lot of focus and a lot of determination from this president to avoid that outcome.
After that, Crystal Ball and Zucker,
Crystal what?
A lot of focus and a lot of determination from this president to avoid that outcome.
After that, Crystal Ball and Zucker, get in their daily Dem bash on Gavin Newsom.
I don't understand.
And Cory Booker for their responses to questions about AIPAC.
If you're just listening to that, it's extraordinary. But if you watch it, it's even more because he's like wiggling and squirming in the seat like a little kid. Keeps just repeating the word interesting, which I think his initial, I think when he said it's interesting.
By the way, Gavin Newsom will sometimes do that shit. And I think it is, I like I said before, I don't support Democrats taking AIPAC money. They support MAGA Republicans and they do so vocally and in full, coordination with Trump. And I think it's disgusting that we would ally ourselves with these people hand in hand in this partnership about political alliances when they are intent on destroying our country through election of barbarians like Donald Trump. Crystal Zog.
His first instinct was to insinuate, this is low-key anti-Semitic that you're asking me. He is such a donor creation. This has become a very, mainstream concern, with AIPAC as a catch-all for the incredible influence of Israel on our politics.
Maybe if you want to call out fake anti-Semitism, don't refer to AIPAC as a good dog whistle.
With Gavin, so much of his political career and his success owes not just, look, he does have political skill and talent, there's no denying that, but also his ability to raise vast amounts of money from, in particular, the California big Democratic donor class. That's primarily Silicon Valley. It's also Hollywood. Even putting AIPAC aside, there are many people in both of those donor worlds.
Different? All right, how is Chorus different? You guys tell me. AIPAC supports the most prominent MAGA Republicans, including Trump, including freaks of nature who support Trump, and Chorus. What does Chorus do? Does Chorus do that thing? Oh, wait, no. Chorus is literally designed against that. So maybe that's how it's different.
Who are very interested in, who are committed Zionists. Part of the problem for these, slimy career politicians, one of Tucker's best moments was when he called out Ted Cruz for insinuating he was an anti-Semite. I am so sick of all of these, little passive-aggressive ways of insinuating someone's an anti-Semite. Fucking come out and say it. You know what? If you think it's anti-Semitic that she cares about Israel, just fucking say it. Don't be such a weasel, such a worm. I'm so sick of that shit.
This is the only time I'm going to insinuate something in this video. Sagar maintains a working relationship with Tucker Carlson.
If you want to tell the truth, you cannot be attached to any organization, which depends on insider access and on insider money. You have to separate yourself from that entity.
Yes, that has been the experience of my life.
Crystal had Dave Smith
Do
on
I know that Chorus is funded against Trump? Or sorry, is designed to operate against Trump? Yes. Are you disputing that? You think Chorus supports Trump or MAGA candidates?
Zelensky is dug in, I think, for his own.
One of their major spokespeople / affiliates are Brian Tyler Cohen and Dave Pacman. Known MAGA cucks.
Political reasons.
Both Tucker and Dave have spoken with Nick Fuentes in a positive manner.
The more that I dug into the subject, the more I found out there's a lot of these neocon Jewish types behind the Iraq.
Yeah, they do, and that's why I don't like them.
War.
I really did appreciate your episode after Charlie Kirk. Thank you for that. Nick is this disingenuous. He's the leading neo-Nazi. It's okay, so the leading neo-Nazi is calling for peace?
If you go against Israel,
oh my God,
they make you pay a heavy price. AIPAC is coming.
How tiny is this dude?
In with the berserkers,
Maybe it's the angle.
The ADL's coming in you're going to pay.
The reason I was I don't think I'll do another podcast with Nick was never because I didn't like it. I always liked you when we talked. I always thought
You like Nick Fuentes.
Conversation were really interesting, as this one is.
People like to say that if 9 people are sitting at a table and a Nazi sits down with them, that's 10 Nazis. Maybe you don't believe in guilt by association, and that's fine.
I mean, I don't think that just sitting down and having a conversation with Nick Fuentes is that there's anything inherently wrong with that. But I think that kind of like, oh, I like you, Nick. You're a good guy, Nick. I'm like, dude, this dude sucks.
But what do you think Kyle would call them?
Look, Corey is a discount Obama from the day he came to office. It's cringe. He's been cringe from day one. He's obviously controlled by the big money guys in New Jersey. So you know, left liberals, you guys, you deserve everything that's coming to you. You deserve your
go fuck yourself, soccer, on that point.
Tea Party moment.
We actually don't, because if you've seen the last 15 years of the Republicans, you know that a Tea Party moment is horrifically destructive to a party's ideological coherence and ability to effectively govern. And more importantly, I'm not going to listen to a guy who worked.
I mean, you say that, and it resulted in massive wins in 2020 and 2010 in the House, and then the sort of embers of the Tea Party movement, they had that populism energize itself and manifest itself in Trumpism. So I don't know that they've been so, and Trump has been like the dominant figure in politics for the last 10 years. So I'm not sure that it's so politically ineffective. It won massive victories in the House. The Democrats did not get the House again. Those Tea Party candidates like stuck around. They unseated Eric Cantor, big names, and they had a massive ideological influence on the Republican Party.
For fucking Tucker fucking Carlson fucking on what the Democrats should be doing.
Tea Party changed the Republican Party? It absolutely did, yeah. It was proto-MAGA. They got rid of Eric Cantor, who was like their number 2 or 3 Republican in the House. Ted Cruz was part of that wave. Mike? Any better? Any better? Oh, my bad. Sorry. It's outside. Cool.
I mean, that's where his bread is buttered. Like, he represents New Jersey. He gets all his money from a bunch of, like, you know, finance guys, Wall Street, those types. There are a number of those donors who are also very interested in this issue, and, you know, and he wants the AIPAC money, whatever. And so that's who he is. So I think this is...
If you want to say Jews, just say Jews. Don't be a weasel. Don't be a worm.
And these people are purely cynical.
So there are a number of those donors who are also very interested in this issue, and, you know, and he wants the AIPAC money, whatever. And so that's who he is. So I think this is...
If you want to say Jews, just say Jews. Don't be a weasel. Don't be a worm.
And these people are purely cynical. They don't care about anything.
Sagar and Crystal get into a debate about illegal immigrants, and it's exactly what you expect. And while I'm on Crystal's side in this, I do find some of what she says deeply ironic given her positions on other subjects.
But Sagar, what I get frustrated with is it's every time, it's not it's always trying to deflect blame from the Trump administration onto something that some liberal did that you didn't like whenever or wherever. And it's like, at a certain point, can we just say, you know what, this is really unacceptable, and I don't care what came before.
One of those guys, though, he talked about white trash people. One of the people who posted that. Okay. And I go, you know what, man? Fuck you. Why are you in our country and you're insulting our own citizens? And that's where I guess liberals just don't have that in them. It's like, you come here and you're going to insult the people who live here? Go fuck yourself.
Between
Get the fuck out of here.
Blue states. It is an all-out war on the opposition. That's what it is. And in a way that is truly different. And yes, some Democrat might have said something or the other. We have never seen in our lifetimes the complete weaponization of government against not just political elites, but against the entire constituency of the opposition party. And
absolutely true.
That is what they're doing and what they have plans to expand.
Base as fuck, and Crystal recognized that, and that's why I respect that she said that the resistance libs were right about that. We don't agree on everything, but she recognizes that core threat, and that to me is so important. It's like, I almost think it's Hutchian. To recognize that, right? What does Hutch say, right? Hutch says, I will align myself with, if I knew that having someone who was in favor of repealing civil rights for Black Americans was needed or helpful to the end of the fascist threat, I would align myself with them. I think it's almost Hutchian to take that view. I'm like taking that concept and applying it to Crystal and Kyle, who are not even like, I don't know, like 1% of that fact pattern, where they represent not a false equivalence. And have they said cringe things in the past? The endorsement of the Green Party, absolutely cringe. But they've come out and said, actually, the resistance libs are right about this and that. I think Kyle even intimated that he suggested voted for Kamala, but obviously it should be obvious. It should be easy to find his tweet endorsing her. And I think that that's a shame that it didn't happen, even if he did advocate for it. But even if he didn't, even if he didn't. The fact that now he's recognizing the fascist threat, the fact that now he recognizes and will constantly say that, I think it's very Hutchian to understand that dynamic and to recognize who's a more proximate ally. I don't understand this.
Let's recall the way we responded to 9/11, which was horrific, and which we would have been better if we did nothing. So when you have a real shock to the system like this, it can go in a lot of ugly directions, which will reverberate for years and years to come. Even in this past year, there have been a lot of warning signs because there has been real escalating violence.
August of 25th, 2023, almost a month ago, he says, quote, "We are preparing for all-out war," the deputy head of the political bureau of Hamas.
They were
so it's not like they weren't.
They were doing working.
Yeah, exactly.
They were practicing, and this was known. The IDF and Mossad and Netanyahu, they all thought this was just a feint, that this was just bluster. It's so hard to put into words how tragic this situation is. The horror on the Israeli side and the horror on the Palestinian side, and what they're, this complete siege now and attacks on marketplace and mosques and apartment buildings, et cetera, which are also murdering innocent civilians. And what's so difficult about it is it's just so hard to see a way out.
No, I was going to say, I don't think that it is possible to see any political ceasefire settlement on this until a colossal loss of life is going to happen. At this point, you're locked in. And then all it takes is one actual attack that, one bomb that goes wrong, a couple hundred civilians are killed, and now that's your justification for fighting. And everything just keeps upping the ante over and over and over and over again. So without the direct intervention of the Arab states, the Egyptians, and the United States, this is almost certain to just go and drag on now for a long time, basically as it has been. It's just
and recurring cycles of violence.
I have a question for you. Who are the Democrats? Are they elected officials? Are they voters? Are they a unified ideology? I think that for some
I think this is a good question to ask.
people, like Patrick Bateman, the Democratic Party might exist as a collaboration of different.
Kyle went on Piers before the election to urge people to vote Kamala and said Biden was the most progressive president of his lifetime. It wasn't unclear. If we can get a clip of that, that would be wonderful. If we can find that, I would really appreciate that. If you guys know where it is.
Officials with different ideas representing different people, but when referred to as a collective, they simply aren't there. Obama didn't just listen to officials. Are they a unified ideology? I think that for some people, like Patrick Bateman, the Democratic Party might exist as a collaboration of different officials with different ideas representing different people, but when referred to as a collective, they simply aren't there.
Yeah, I happen to agree with this. I think it's like it's like a Rorschach test. It's very nebulous. The notion of the Democrats. I think that's one of the reasons why I think people need to be more specific with their prescriptions and language. But that's a good point.
Obama didn't just land in the presidency and decide he wasn't going to push hard enough for something better than the individual mandate. He had to find the balance between his electorate, his party, the entirety of Congress, and what was actually needed to make improvements.
I mean, no doubt Obama, when he gets dropped in the presidency, and even the Affordable Care Act, is the product of appealing to and deal making with many different interest groups. In fact, this is part of the Abundance book talks about how more decision nexus points, right? A nexus event point, where people have yes or no, thumbs up or down, can lead to this kind of like inefficiency or unideal outcomes or whatever. So no doubt about that. But that's not an excuse not to examine Obama's legacy or to comment on it. And that's what I want to be clear about. No doubt, Obama had challenges. He also had a supermajority in the Senate and control of the House. He also was riding a sweeping mandate. Did he have to deal with horrible economic conditions? No doubt. But there are strategic mistakes that Obama made. Obama recognizes in his own book, right? You read his book. Obama, I think, is the closest thing to like a real dude that we have ever had as president. In that respect, like I think he's more of like a real dude than Joe Biden. Joe Biden is like a larger than life figure in terms of the service that he had for decades and decades and decades. And like I say, it's like a Jekyll and Hyde. This limitless selflessness combined with a very strong ego and arrogance. And it depends which Joe Biden you're talking to on a given day. Obama seems like more like a real dude, like an actual person that you might meet, on the street or something. And like you could really feel like he's just normal in a way that other presidents maybe are not. Bush has a little bit of that going on too. Like you could imagine grabbing a beer with Bush, finding a guy like Bush on the street, I think. But so many other presidents are just like these like weirdos. I think that of Trump. I kind of think that of Bill Clinton. Reagan, Kennedy, in my opinion. So Obama, one thing I really appreciate about him is he's reflective. If you read his book, he's very reflective and thoughtful in a way that like Trump could never be of his actions, and reminisces a bit and criticizes himself. He has a capacity for that. And being honest with himself and candid with himself. I really appreciate that about Obama. And he's recognized his mistakes. So like, that's the only thing I want to say is like, for sure, unprecedented economic crisis in that context. I shouldn't say that, Great Depression, but at least recently unprecedented economic crisis. First black president, insane opposition, relative to the time, like political neophyte somewhat, right? Going from a junior senator of Illinois to president of the United States, a lot of challenges, no doubt about that. Still doesn't mean that we shouldn't critique. That's it.
Before that, he needed to get elected, because without that crucial and obvious step, you don't even get better than nothing. You just get nothing. As the urgency gets higher with every passing election, the risk of failure leads to an obligation for greater compromise. It's not just about telling people on the far left that they need to abandon their ideas. It's that their ideas will see the most harm done to them. See, everything that's happened the last year. Getting elected is not just telling people you want to help them and expecting a rational response.
Stop it! You can't be stupid enough to believe that Charles is just going to give you free grog and good times, can you?
No one, not you or me or anyone, is objectively rational. This man would not...
Multiple MIGs in the other cell. What did he say? Can't say it. I myself cannot
be president a second time if people were rational. Worries about electability aren't built out of a factual understanding. They're built out of vibes. Vibes that are determined by a general consensus that is created by the media we consume that sets the tone based...
I mean, in Poland as well.
On presumed understanding.
Electability is not just vibes.
Times, can you?
No one, not you or me or anyone, is objectively rational. This man would not be president a second time if people were rational. Worries about electability aren't...
See, I actually don't even agree with this. Rationality presupposes an end, a goal. And is Trump a means to that goal? Now, if the claim is a lot of people are irrational in the sense of they voted for Trump with a particular goal in mind, lower prices or better on affordability, end the day on war on day one, then yes, I would agree think But there's a lot of people who have bad goals and bad desires as well. And yeah, I think it's too complicated to just say the fact they give them a second term, it just means they're irrational. I think that there's more than Democrats, like liberals and Democrats. And I think this is actually, I think, a bigger problem for the socialist types. They think everyone is a fellow traveler in hiding. That everyone, to the extent that there is not class solidarity, it's a reflection of trickery, deceit, and sort of demagogues pulling the wool over their eyes, directing their attention in some sort of, and that like people's natural inclination is to consolidate around things that are like rationally in favor of their class interests. And I think Dems and Libs do this a lot too. That if only, I mean, take, for example, the issue both in Israel now but also in Gaza, right? Where there's this assumption, if you give people the right to vote, well, obviously they'll vote for the right person. And to the extent they're voting for Hamas, well, it's because they were tricked. Or, you know, you're voting for Bibi Netanyahu and Likud, well, they're just tricked. But like sometimes, and I think that the left especially has a problem with this. And again, I think it's a bigger problem on the further left. Sometimes there's a problem with the people's values. And no one wants to confront that because it's not popular to say.
Objectively rational. This man would not be president a second time if people were rational. Worries about electability aren't built out of a factual understanding. They're built out of vibes. Vibes that are determined by a general consensus that is created by the media we consume that sets the tone based on presumed understanding.
I don't think that it is possible to see any political ceasefire or settlement on this until a colossal loss of life is going to happen.
All it took was an American president, whether it was Biden or Trump, saying, we're done. You're done. We're done. This is ending.
When Kyle says the Democrats aren't doing anything, that isn't him giving his perspective. That's him stating an agreed upon fact between him and his audience that reinforces the premise that voting is not an effective means of curtailing this administration. Just saying you prefer Democrats to Republicans doesn't override that because you're not challenging the worldview and you're not expecting different results. When Crystal says Trump was the only person who could have gotten...
Wait.
that reinforces the premise that voting is not an effective means of curtailing this administration. That's him stating an agreed.
You're done. We're done.
That's until a colossal loss of life is going to happen.
All it took was an American president, whether it was Biden or Trump, saying, we're done. You're done. We're done. This is ending.
When Kyle says the Democrats aren't doing anything, that isn't him giving his perspective. That's him stating an agreed upon fact between him and his audience that
he's talking with respect to given context. In the case of like not fighting strongly enough on Israel, that's his view that they're not doing enough in terms of opposition and signaling. You can disagree with that view, right? And say, oh, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't have mattered. Me and my friend, sometimes we play Dota together, and I'll fuck up and be like, it wouldn't have mattered. We would have lost anyway. So you can take the view, it wouldn't have mattered or whatever. But I just like, there are some things in which I agree Democrats aren't doing enough. That doesn't mean that they will be able to achieve the ending of the situation. But I don't think that you can suggest that Kyle's view, maybe it is, I mean, maybe there's a clip of it, that Democrats, if they wanted to right now, could stop whatever's happening. That the Green Lantern of politics theory, whatever, extends so far as to think even now the Democrats are capable of doing action to stop X, Y, or Z.
Forces the premise that voting is not an effective means of curtailing this administration. Just saying you prefer Democrats to Republicans doesn't override that because you're not challenging the worldview and you're not expecting different results.
Just saying what? Hang on.
That's him stating an agreed upon fact between him and his audience that reinforces the premise that voting is not an effective means of curtailing this administration.
Why?
When Kyle says the Democrats aren't doing anything, that isn't him giving his perspective.
It's not him giving his perspective. What? Of course it's him giving his perspective. Are you suggesting that's not his perspective?
Him stating an agreed upon fact between him and his audience.
He's stating an agreed upon fact between him and his audience.
That reinforces the premise that voting is not...
That voting doesn't curtail.
An effective means of curtailing this administration.
Based on what? In virtue of what? They were celebrating the Democratic wins. And like they want a blue wave. At least Kyle does. He wants to crush the elections. I don't understand this. You need to prove that when he says the Democrats aren't doing anything, that what he's doing is he's trying to reinforce the notion that voting doesn't matter. You're going to have to give an argument for that. When we have him on record saying, regardless of whether or not you think it's sincere, massive difference between Republicans and Democrats.
Just saying you prefer Democrats to Republicans doesn't override that because you're...
Doesn't override what? Doesn't override the notion that voting doesn't matter? But when have they said voting doesn't matter?
Not challenging the worldview, and you're not expecting...
Not challenging which worldview? The worldview of black pill doomerism? I hate pronouns.
Different results. When Crystal says Trump was the only person who could have gotten the ceasefire, she is validating the necessity of corrupt business dealings for the sake of effective political negotiation.
Huh? How?
Gotten the ceasefire. She is validating the necessity of corrupt business dealings for the sake of...
How is she validating that?
Crystal says Trump was the only person who could have gotten the ceasefire. She is validating the necessity...
She literally doesn't say that. She says the direct opposite. She says Biden could have done it. Hang on.
On the Israeli side and the horror on the Palestinian and Mossad.
Fighting in every state on that.
They voted that they some individual needed to get allegation for harm done. Just tell wouldn't understand that sets
settlement on this until a call.
We're done. This is
of life is going to happen.
All it took was an American president, whether it was Biden or Trump, saying we're done.
Whether it was Biden or Trump. Doesn't she say the literal opposite of this? So you just heard her, right? This is me in real time. Your ears just heard this, right?
This until a colossal loss of life is going to happen.
All it took was an American president, whether it was Biden or Trump, saying we're done. You're done.
So she clearly is saying that Biden had the capacity to come to the deal.
We're done. This is ending.
When Kyle says that Republican Trump was the only override that because you're not challenging the worldview and you're not expecting different results. When Crystal says Trump was the only person who could have gotten the ceasefire, she is validating the necessity of corrupt business dealings for the sake of effective political negotiation.
But she just said in your own clip that Biden could have done something. Am I wrong? If you go back to day 2, she says only Trump. Okay, then show that clip.
Just saying that the Trump administration is a bunch of idiots doesn't override that. It says that the Trump administration are
then he needs to show the clip.
Are a bunch of idiots, but they can get stuff done. And so the Democrats must be even.
And then what you've shown is that like she's contradicted herself or something.
stupider than that. And none of that is based on what's actually happening. The Democrats are in the minority, meaning they don't have the power necessary to curtail this administration the way Kyle seems to want.
We want the numbers, Mason. That's all we've ever wanted.
And Trump only seems effective because he's stepping in at the last minute to oversee what other people had been working on for over a year at that point. If I were impolite, I would ask if they lack object permanence. Instead, I'm going to talk about something that they'll probably find even more condescending. There's probably a political theorist or philosopher.
What he means is they accomplish it in different ways. They aren't the same methods. Yeah, I think that's the good faith shared, is like how Trump did it was through coercing and deal making in that sense, where he's willing to abide corruption to deploy pressure, given his relationships with like the Gulf states who want this issue settled or something. And Biden doesn't have the same incentive structure or room of maneuverability that would cause him to apply the pressure. But they both have the ability to apply the pressure. That, I think, would be a good faith understanding, I guess, of the point. But even if it's stupider than that, you need to show it. You need to have the clip of it being stupider than that.
Who came up with this already, but I couldn't find anything that approximated it. So if you happen to know, feel free to put it in a comment. It's an idea that I call train theory, not to be confused with the trolley problem. Train theory is the idea that a system's complexity can be underestimated relative to the simplicity of its task and the means by which we engage with it. So a train is the simplest mode of transportation to understand. It goes back and forth on a track. You, as a passenger on the train, only have a few points of interaction with it. Buying a ticket, getting on, punching the ticket, getting off. This is by design. With every additional layer, there's another chance of getting confused, lost, or overburdened. But because of this, you miss how every component of the station, the ticket process, the scheduling, the navigation across tracks to arrive at the destination, are all distinct, intricate systems of their own. It's all just a scenic view out of the window or a playlist to pass the time. It's the same way we view politicians. We don't actually get a lot of them beyond what they present to us, and that's by design. Our touch points are orchestrated to provide minimal confusion.
But tonight I say, we must move forward, not backward, upward, not forward, and always twirling, twirling, twirling towards freedom.
The result is that this simplified presentation becomes a reality to the people looking at it.
Television is reality. And reality
It's a good movie. Videodrome.
is less than television.
And when that's the reality you understand upon entering a career communicating the news, that becomes the lens you see it through.
Plate bigger, food tinier, chef.
Yes, chef.
It should look like 2 grains of rice served on a door.
That's why the message we hear on repeat is do something. It is the most vague, overly simplified conception of what our politicians should be doing. We don't know what it is, we don't know how it'll be accomplished, but it must be there because it's their job to
No, I mean, that is annoying when people say just do something. But I don't say that. I say, don't vote X. Don't say this.
Understand the system for us. And much like the way...
And you haven't shown them saying, just do something. Maybe they showed them saying they should be more like opposed to something. But again, I didn't think that's as vague. Usually the context is clear. Does Zoran not criticize the Dems all the time and give them props when doing something great? How can we address grievances? Should we not criticize Dems? Is that what the narrator, is the narrator making Hutch's claim? Again, I don't want to, I think I'm being a bit unfair because I'm ascribing the argument, like he might be doing something completely different. So I just want to be clear about that I'm being a little bit unfair. But yeah, no, I think that we can't just be like, don't criticize Dems. And so to the extent that there's something else going on here, which is like bad faith criticism of Dems, not acknowledging good things that Dems do, that is like something I'm open to. That's why I'm doing this. That's why we're going to listen to some Hassan streams at some point to really get an understanding of this black pill left.
Some people will tell you both parties are the same. Some people will tell you...
But they haven't said they're the same.
Actually, it's easy. It's not. If you can look at the class of wealthy, out-of-touch oligarchs buying influence and go, wow, that guy's an idiot. You can look at politicians and equally go, wow, this guy's got bad ideas. Because that's what it comes down to. Politicians will put in their performance to persuade their constituents, but there is still a...
That was a base moment.
...person behind it with beliefs and convictions.
The bird. Everyone agrees with the bird.
And principles and bias. They aren't blank slates.
We were all that bird. We all believed.
Joe Manchin doesn't just believe what coal barons tell him. He does have thoughts of his own, and his job is to balance his own ideas against what his constituents want.
The Joe Manchin glaze. Fuck Joe Manchin. I'll say it. That said, I'd rather have Joe Manchin than a Republican West Virginia. I'm not making that trolley problem issue. But you know what Joe Manchin did? Who knows what Joe Manchin did in 2024? Or what should I say, didn't do? What did Joe Manchin not do in 2024? He didn't kick my dog. Does anyone know? He didn't endorse Biden or Kamala. Now, what do we do with that? What do we do with the fact that Joe Manchin changed parties and did not endorse Kamala or Biden? I say, fuck Joe Manchin. That's what I say. I say, fuck Joe Manchin for not doing that. Fuck Kyle and Crystal for not being as clear about it. Fuck Mom Donnie for not endorsing publicly. Fuck XYZ on that issue. Does that mean, though, that if Manchin were to run for West Virginia, he's not part of the alliance? He's not part of the alliance, whatever the fuck that means. I will say the following, and I hope it triggers you. I hope it triggers you. Based on statements that I've seen, I think Hassan made more intimations about who he was going to vote for than Joe Manchin. I hope that triggers you. Let me just make sure I'm right about that. I think that's right. Am I wrong? Someone tell me I'm wrong. Someone in the chat right now tell me I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Fishy, produce it. Who cares about fucking Joe Manchin? Here is the ultimate point. Would Hutch say that we ought to have Joe Manchins in the coalition, yes or no? Hutch wants him back. Yes. Yes. Even though he didn't support our candidate. Fascism was on the line. He didn't endorse Kamala Harris. False equivalence bullshit. You want to talk about false equivalence bullshit? How about that?
The NRA.
And you know why Joe Manchin refused to endorse Kamala Harris? Try to guess. Try to guess. Take a minute. His butt was hurting. I messaged Hutch. We're going to talk. Bro, you're fighting Ghost. You're fighting Ghost. Oh my God, you're fighting Ghost, bro. How about you chill? How about I'm allowed to have a stream? I'm not scared of talking to these people. Because Kamala Harris is trying to reform the filibuster. And that's why he didn't endorse Kamala Harris. Quote, shame on her. She knows the filibuster is the holy grail of democracy. It's the only thing that keeps us talking and working together. If she gets rid of that, then this would be the House on steroids. That ain't gonna happen. I'm not gonna back her for president. I think that basically can destroy our country. And my country is more important to me than any one person or any one person's ideology. I think it's the most horrible thing.
Donates a ton of money to politicians because they like guns, which is why they're elected by constituents who like guns. The NRA doesn't approach a politician after they've already been elected and sweep them into their portfolio with bribes. Similarly, AIPAC doesn't need to bribe people to like Israel. If your constituents already like Israel, to represent them, you are going to be someone who either already likes Israel or will vote to support Israel because of that constituency. Talking about AIPAC like it's this powerful shadowy cabal that owns...
Conduit. Listen, I've been unfair to you. I've been very unfair to you because I have exorcised the demons. This house is clean. I am putting on you intentions that you almost certainly didn't have in making this video. And that has, I'm admitting, significantly guided my criticism of it. So I understand and recognize. And I think like partway through, I'm like, oh shit. Hutch is like using this video for a purpose that might not have been Conduit's purpose, but we can definitely chat at some point for sure.
Congress simultaneously plays into the conspiracy theory of Jews running the government and AIPAC's own desire to seem like a powerful lobby. That's why they put money into Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush's opponents after it was already...
Isn't the Senate supposed to be gridlocked? Without the filibuster, what's the difference between the House and Senate? All right, guys, let's list off the difference between the House and Senate without the filibuster. Number one, they're elected in completely different fashions. Completely different fashions. The Senate, a third is up every 2 years, term of 6 years. They have different powers. The Senate advises and consents on treaties, on officials, principal officers. The House doesn't. Revenue generating bills originate in the House, not in the Senate. The Senate is considered the more august body, and its allocation is done through a consistent 2 per state. House is proportional, and so the makeup and ideology of them are going to differ significantly. Those are just some ways in which they're totally fucking different. You know, House can impeach, Senate convicts. No, the filibuster, that is the sine qua non. That's, of course, why the filibuster is in the Constitution itself. It was so important that they put the filibuster in the Constitution, because that was the thing that would distinguish the Senate. That was the most important thing. Oh, wait, it's not fucking there. Oh, wait, that's just a made-up fantasy story. Oh, wait. People just don't have like the basic ideas of the differences between the two houses. We have enough gridlock. The gridlock's already inherent in the system. The framers set out their gridlock. I'm not trying to say have no gridlock. I'm saying have the gridlock that the framers intended. It already gives massive disproportional benefit to small states. We don't need additional power for small states. That isn't in the Constitution.
Clear that they were going to get
snarky ass. Guys, I'm in a very snarky mood these last 2 days. What can I say?
Blown out of the water. When you criticize
Yeah, Jamal Bowman had other issues, such as the fire alarm. And so I did not endorse Jamal Bowman because of the fire alarm.
This way, you're giving them exactly what they paid for. But it's easy to talk about politicians like they're bought and paid for because we see the way corruption has influenced politicians in the past, and it's easier to call representatives bad for taking money than it is to call the actual people they represent bad for what they believe. And that's what it all comes down to. The Democrats are doing...
I mean, that part I agree with. I think that conspiracy theories are comforting. I think conspiracy theories are actually very comforting for people. Because when you have a conspiracy theory, it gives you the feeling that someone's in control. Someone has a plan. And when you step back and realize like, oh shit, Maybe some people have some like discrete plans and shit, but it seems like half of this stuff is just incompetence and like random shit happening. And like people being tribal and having weird and conflicting incentives. That's actually like closer to the capriciousness of the universe. And that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. So I think conspiracy theories are like highly comforting and make us feel like there's a purpose. Like agency guides results. That's one of the reasons why I'm oftentimes critical of them, or at least how they're presented. But in the Trump case, we don't have to like invent shit. They're just out in the open.
And what their constituents want. The loudest voice in a protest is nothing compared to the silent but consistent voter. We only understand what we see, and what most of us, especially people watching a video like this, see is a social media feed of outrage. What Kyle is delivering is literally his social media feed of outrage.
The reason why that stuff is out there is because it's...
That is an unfair characterization of Kyle's content. I would say probably, certainly the stuff I watch, 70% of the time I'm like, based as fuck Kyle, taking the administration to task. Based as fuck. When he does his laundry list of good shit that Biden did domestically, I love you too, Vishy. That excites me. When he's talking shit about all the corruption of Trump, it's good. I'm like, based. Sick. We disagree on some stuff. We disagree maybe even on some important stuff. We disagree on stuff Democrats could have done, on failures from Biden, but overwhelmingly, I see him properly incensing his audience who despise the MAGA elites, the barbarians who are running this country. And I think that that is good, net positive.
happening and people are interested in it and they want it to stop. People don't like seeing babies getting blown up in their face on a daily basis. That's why it's out there.
Some of it is justifiable, but even if it paints an accurate picture of what Trump is doing, it won't give you an accurate picture of what people actually want. The type of person who would operate the way you want is inherently incapable of effective governance.
In virtue of what? They want people like Mamdani who have different views, but like what? Why? Where have you established that they want just an emperor or king? I haven't gotten that sense for them. They just want a king? Where is that?
Specifically because of their willingness to bypass long-standing precedent built on centuries of trial and error with how states have been run.
That's a contradiction. It's solid yet juicy, like a liquid.
It's move fast and break things, except it's the FDA and CDC. Ironically, the world Kyle and Crystal want isn't one where the Democrats actually put in the work to get their preferred agenda passed. It's one where they don't.
I will not be made
How?
the enemy here. You know why we can't do that.
Because it'd be great!
This is not about you!
It's why Kyle can produce an entire show out of his Twitter feed, and Crystal can host a show about...
Oh my God. Now these are just total, I think, mischaracterizations of the kind of shit that I see Breaking Points do, that I see Kyle do. It's a simplification to the point of absurdity. They're often reading directly from news stories for events. It's not just, oh, we look at Twitter and we do the news. That's not what they do. They read indictments. They read statements from the administration. It is, imagine if someone said that about Hutch. Well, all Hutch does is he gets mad and triggered at Hassan Piker every day, and that's all he does. He never looks at stories, or at least they encapsulate Hutch's content as Hassan Snark stream. We would be rightfully offended at that because it's not a fair summation of what happens. And I would know because I watch a lot. I don't watch all videos that come out of Breaking Points or Secular Talk, but I watch all the ones that interest me, which are usually Trump focused. And it's not just, we just get mad at Twitter.
Finding common ground with conservative thinking, where the point of
What up,
agreement
Serial
more
for
often
every
than
meal?
not lands on applying this flowchart.
Shout out Serial for every meal. I saw you getting very good numbers on Twitch TV. Successful streamer.
Kyle is edgy the same way a prop knife is edgy. It seems dangerous until you look closer and realize it isn't actually cutting. Cathartic, but still a performance,
What a great
which
movie,
is
huh?
ultimately undercut by the veracity of the rest of his coverage.
Shit.
He never steps outside the bounds of what his audience could potentially disagree with, creating the exact kind of bias in his reporting he claims not to have due to a...
Does he ever say something his audience doesn't agree with? I don't know. You haven't established that either, that they never take risks, never come out in positions that their audiences agree with.
lack of sponsors, but without
That's what the fuck I do. Just saying. And I get no love from my fellow libs for that. You actually don't get a lot of love for taking stances that your audience doesn't agree with. Just saying.
sponsors, he is even more dependent on retaining his audience. He's like a dog barking from behind the safety of a fence.
What are you doing?
I'm being triumphantly brave!
It's not triumphant or brave. You're not risking anything.
And I think Crystal just hates Democrats more than Republicans. She puts as much time and effort, if not more, into deriding Gavin Newsom, who has put in the work to fight back against this administration's redistricting schemes and ICE raids, as she does the ICE raids themselves.
Part of the problem for these, slimy career politicians,
Talking about the Israel-Hamas ceasefire was as much a vehicle to breathe a sigh of relief for the people in Gaza as it was a chance to gloat that Biden was less effective than Trump.
I don't think Joe Biden could have done it. I don't think Kamala Harris could have done it. I don't love...
That was Emily saying that.
Could have.
Well...
So Crystal literally said they could have. Doesn't that debunk the point he just made? He says that Crystal said it had to be Trump, when she literally says the direct opposite multiple times.
They could have done a lot.
I mean, that is a clear problem.
It was not hard to achieve.
And
again, that just counters the point you made earlier. Wait, just to make sure. I just want to make sure that you guys know I'm not bullshitting. We're at 136.07.
Vibes that are determined by a general consensus that is created by the media we consume that sets the tone based on presumed understanding.
I don't think that it is possible to see any political ceasefire settlement on this until a colossal loss of life is going to happen.
All it took was an American president, whether it was Biden or Trump, saying, we're done. You're done. We're done. This is ending.
When Kyle says the Democrats aren't this mode of transportation to understand, it goes back and forth on a track. You, as a passenger on the train, only have a few points of interaction with it. Buying a ticket, and agree to challenging the worldview, and you're not expecting different results. When Crystal says Trump was the only person who could have gotten the ceasefire, she is validating the necessity of
literal opposite, right?
Different results. When Crystal says Trump was the only person who could have gotten the ceasefire, she is validating the necessity of corrupt business dealings for the...
And not only do we have the previous clip, now this.
Harris could have done it. I don't love...
Well, they could have.
Well, they could have done
They
a lot.
could have done it. In fact, Emily makes that point, and Crystal says she refutes it.
As much a vehicle to breathe a sigh of relief for the people in Gaza as it was a chance to gloat that Biden was less effective than Trump.
I don't think Joe Biden could have done it. I don't think Kamala Harris could have done it. I don't love...
Well, they could have.
Well, they could have done a...
I'm like, that's abhorrent. How can you... Don't you have to put in a bunch of disclaimers now for everything I've debunked? Don't you have to put in your comments, actually, I was wrong about what Crystal said. Here, I was wrong about Emily, the characterization of Emily's point when it comes to U.S. citizens and the Democrats' position on it. Isn't it irresponsible to either leave this video up / not put corrections in the description? Don't you have to do that now that I've pointed this out?
It was not hard to achieve.
And again, she does not step outside the bounds of her audience's expectations of her reporting.
You're not risking anything.
And so she castigates Crystal. He castigates Crystal for saying anyone could have done this, but also only Trump could have done it. So she gets a double whammy for the position. For the position that Biden could have done it, but also that Biden couldn't have done it. Very fair and balanced.
In a world where the government takes care of people instead of hurting them, but to get there requires getting past the people who want the opposite. It's not about giving people what they want. It's about giving people emotional satisfaction. It's about self-expression that doesn't negatively impact social progress. Are people really that invested in Graham Plattner, or do they just care more about holding on to the promise of overthrowing the system than they do the kind of decision-making that results in someone getting a Nazi tattoo on their chest?
Graham Plattner's tattoo has made me more ride or die for him than ever.
If anything, it kind of made him stronger.
This doesn't have to end in the country splitting apart in bullets and bloodshed as much as certain people might want it to. All it takes is an understanding that rebelling against the system and operating within it...
By the way, what's so funny about now Hutch is saying, shit about Plattner, is I've been highly critical of Plattner, especially on the lies about what I think are lies about the tattoo, what he said about impeaching justice on the Supreme Court. And so I say one positive thing about Plattner, and I think the view's gonna be like, oh my God, he's a Plattner simp. I bet you that's gonna be the view, that I'm a Plattner simp. Even though I said I don't trust him. I mean, you can just go back. People will just discount things that don't fit their narrative.
Aren't mutually exclusive. And that brings me back to my initial question. Who are the Democrats? The Democrats are what we bring them. When the main through line of popular criticism is that they aren't...
Are what we bring them?
Who are the Democrats? The Democrats are what we bring them. When the main...
Are what we bring them? Who's them?
main through line of popular criticism is that they aren't strong. While their actual strength is born out of holding majorities in Congress, they will never actually be able to improve on that criticism. It is self-validating.
I don't even know what he's saying.
You believe it, you don't provide the means to solve it, and the result is that your belief is proven. It might seem backwards, but for better or worse, political parties are like Tinkerbell. You need to clap your hands and believe if you want it to live.
Okay.
Being voted out of office isn't just a risk that needs to be calculated for that individual representative. It's a risk that needs to be calculated for the maintenance of the overall party. Because with each lost member, the ones remaining gain more influence, but lose the ability to actually wield it towards a niche constituency's ends. It actually requires more people in Congress such that the party can shed the most conservative votes first.
And of course, Crystal and Kyle don't think this. They think that you don't need majorities to do things.
If it means they'll pick up the more progressive votes after. When they can...
Well, with respect to the Manchin point, I think that's a good criticism. But on the more fundamental point, I think that they would agree. I think it's true that they overstate the ability of Biden to have done certain things. So, I mean, I guess that's fair. But again, it's just repeating the Manchin argument. And I'm so tired of the Manchin argument. Yeah, they're wrong about the Manchin shit.
Take risk and act more on their beliefs without worry that their constituents will abandon them, you can get more of what you want. Joe Manchin wielded the power of being the last vote the Democrats needed in order to get their agenda passed. That power wasn't given to him by the donor class. It was given by the electorate that only sent 50 senators willing to caucus with the Democrats to the Senate. With every additional Democrat elected that is less conservative than him, the less influence someone like Manchin can wield because the party stands to gain more from pulling away from him. It's why so many were in love with Zoran Mamdani and then immediately began turning on him once he began moderating after the primary. It is a politics of vibes.
Memes, the DNA of the soul.
The process only seems that simple because messaging is the main touchpoint you have for how the political process works. The most important thing is what the politician is saying, because you miss all of the highly scrutinized engineering that went into hiding the rest of it in plain sight.
The powerful members of the Congressional Black Caucus, including Representatives Jim Clyburn, Hakeem Jeffries, Gregory Meeks, and Maxine Waters, have all backed Elliot Engel. Isn't it funny how black voters should be central and determinative as long as they are acting in concert with the whims and desires of the establishment?
The Democrats are the party of civil rights because hundreds of thousands of people, motivated to vote, brought civil rights to the Democrats. Democrats didn't present civil rights like a worm on a hook waiting for a bite.
Those are hooks. Mr. Krabs says they're really dangerous.
I mean, the Democratic base was pissed at civil rights from the South. Isn't it like literally the opposite? It was like it caused a fracture in the party, and is this point correct?
Civil right because hundreds of thousands of people, motivated to vote, brought civil rights to the Democrats. Democrats didn't present civil rights like a worm on a hook waiting for a bite.
Those are...
Maybe I'm not understanding him. He's saying Democrats didn't present that as a hook. But wasn't it like hugely unpopular with the Southern Democrats, and it caused the them to shift politically?
Hooks. Mr. Krabs says they're really dangerous.
How could they be dangerous? They're covered with free cheese.
It is a function of the system that if they had tried to pass civil rights without the groundswell of support, that it would have been defeated. It's why FDR, with all his majorities, still interned Japanese American citizens.
Wait, why? It's why? It's why?
With free cheese.
It is a function of the system that if they had tried to pass civil rights without the groundswell of support, that it would have been defeated. It's why FDR, with all his majorities, still interned Japanese American citizens and only gave the benefits of the New Deal to white people.
Leaders don't lead. It's all like bottom up.
It's why Nixon was simultaneously able to found the EPA and sow the seeds for the war on drugs. People wanted clean water and they hated the hippies. That is what people gave him, so that is what they...
So it's like, our democracy is working incredibly well.
...worked on. You can still cast moral judgment on them for it, but to do so is to cast judgment on the electorate as well. And to be
yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Clear, I do cast judgment.
I cast fist!
Part of the problem we are now dealing with in trying to stop Trump is the unwillingness of some people to look at the party as it could be with their participation, instead of what it will be without them. That you are signing on to the way things are now instead of what you want them to become. Voting for Harris wasn't voting for genocide. Even within that framework, it wouldn't prove that genocide didn't matter, it would prove that genocide isn't necessary to shore up votes. But staying out of it gave the pro-genocide vote more influence, and that was where the politicians went in order to retain power that would have avoided where we are now. But I'm just repeating what I've already said at this point. It's important that people actually understand the complexity of our system of government beneath the simplicity of Trump. Otherwise, we wind up in situations where people will demand simple solutions and get angry when they're ignored. If we want to make things better, we don't need a national divorce. We need a second Reconstruction. Also, for the love of God, stop using Twitter as a source. Please?
Yeah, not great, man. Not great. The only part I liked was him going after Trump, but the rest of it struck me as him being correct that he seems very out of touch.
Okay. I'm sorry to my boy Hutch. This video has further entrenched me. It has done nothing to shift my position other than make me more certain that the prescriptions being offered by the throw them out of the coalition people are both nebulous, opaque to me, unclear, unspecific, however many synonyms you want to put there. And even to the extent that there were some concreteness to what is being meant by throw them out of the coalition, that it would just as soon apply to Manchin and to these types. And potentially be obviated by recent statements by Kyle and Crystal acknowledging mistakes in the past, which isn't true, by the way, I'll add, of Manchin. Whereas Manchin's resistance libs were correct. So, yeah. I think that this has had its opposite intended effect, but I look forward to a conversation with Hutch. He didn't make it to convince you about other people's arguments. The video is, I'm just saying Hutch's intention here. He wanted me to see it, presumably. I just don't know what is meant by this. Excluding them from the party. What is meant by this? In this country, there's not like you register with a party in your state. If you mean don't vote these people in, okay, you can make that empirical case, but it's not applying to what I'm saying. It's not a prescription I can have. I'll support the candidates that I think are worth it. And so far, Hutch and I haven't diverged on which candidate to support for given elections. I don't even know if we've had a disagreement on who to support. But I don't know what it would mean to kick them out of the party. Don't let them vote for, what is the thing? What is the thing we're examining? No one has any clarity on it. Throw them out of the coalition. Don't make them part of the movement. What does this mean? As in the policy party platform, and don't run them as candidates for your party. Don't run them. All right. Candidates are independent. Candidates decide if they want to run or not. Who don't run them? Who don't run them? Don't run these candidates. I can't fucking cheat. If someone wants to run for some shit, I'm not going to be able to tell, no, don't run them. Guys, we have a new study. Extremism doesn't work. I'm going to say no. No, you can't run. You can't run. If you mean don't support extremists, okay. But then that's just where do we disagree on that? Where do we not align? Where is the disagreement? Pisco said vote for this person who's an extremist. You can have some influence on who runs, for example, Trump and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Individual people, yeah, sure, and individual races. Maybe that's the prescription, but it's not dealing with what we're talking about, right? Because what we're talking about is Pisco gives cover to these people, and there's just no prescription tailored to me that I'm understanding in terms of kick them out of the coalition, throw them out of the coalition, throw them out. What does it mean? If it means don't support them, like candidates, locally, okay. If fucking Ryan Grimm runs for office, I won't support him. Is that what's meant? Truly, has anyone even defined it? But the problem with this is Hutch supported Zoran. So it needs to be something that actually distinguishes Hutch and I. Whatever the prescription is, needs to be something that we disagree on. You shouldn't support extremists over non-extremists. In which situations? When has that come up? If the prescription is dunk on leftists more, the question is going to be, in virtue of what should I do that? Why will that produce the desired result? Call them smelly. Then you have to make a different argument, is by spending significant amounts of time on my stream, which I'll cover a Hassan stream or two, and we'll do a Hassan waiting room reaction stream. Fuck it, why not, right? That's what people are asking for. Why don't we test it out, see what's good? Instead of covering Trump and doing legal analysis of what's going on with the Trump abuses, we'll just spend an entire stream covering Hassan. And we'll see how that works out. And I'm going to react to it, honestly. As I always do. I should be getting in fights with Kyle Kulinski. I should be forcing disagreements in the context in which I'm being brought on breaking points to talk about, like, the FACE Act. I should be like, well, Crystal, didn't you say you endorsed the Green Party? Even though she's, like, come back and said, wow, this was a mistake. I should stop and be like, Crystal, you know, you're irresponsible. Is that what I should do? Perhaps your friends want you to support them and what is important to them, the way you support Aaron, Kyle, and the Vanguard. I support Hutch. What are you talking about? When do I not support Hutch? You guys must not have seen my disagreements with the Vanguard, with Aaron. Kyle and I haven't really had a disagreement because they're usually interviewing me. They're interviewing me to give my legal analysis, so it doesn't really come up. I'm just like, what the fuck? All right. I have to go. That's it. I love you guys. I love you guys very much. If you support my coverage of shit, we started with a legal analysis. We'll do more in the coming days as information comes out. Epstein, ICE, some of these charges. We're going to be taking a close eye on the motion practice in the Don Lemon case. I do think that is a fucked up case that they're charging, at least based on what's in the indictment. I think it's weak based on what's in the indictment. I think it's a strong case for the others. But we'll be watching the motion practice there for sure. Probably no stream tomorrow. I have to travel. I have to travel tomorrow. So probably no stream. I might be able to do but probably not actually. That said, like the stream if you can, sub to it if you want to. And we will do a coverage of Hassan stream to see, to give our critical lens on it. And in the same way that I'm critiquing this video, I will critique Hassan in an honest way and react. And then no one can say he's avoiding Hassan, right? And my guess is it's just going to be, this is all just stupid. And this little experiment is totally meaningless. And people just want an excuse to be like, I'm just going to say it, Hassan bad, Hassan bad, Hassan bad, which I say, Hassan bad. And they just want me to feed their emotional urges and blame me for all their problems. Like I'm the reason this happened, that Trump won. Like it's me. It's people like Pisco. They're opening the door for these radicals. Hassan over here with 100K live viewers on YouTube. Pisco's opening the door for these insane radicals. Fucking idiotic. All right, guys. See you later. Much love. Stay cool. Thank you, Ben.